South, E. Merton Coulter, asked, "Why did the Confederacy fail? The forces leading to defeat were many, but they may be summed up in this one fact. The people did not will hard enough and long enough to win." Not money or soldiers, but willpower and morale were decisive. The conscription law of the Confederacy, too, provided that the rich could avoid service. Did Confederate soldiers begin to suspect they were fighting for the privileges of an elite they could never belong to? In April 1863, there was a bread riot in Richmond. That summer, draft riots occurred in various Southern cities. In September, a bread riot in Mobile, Alabama. Georgia Lee Tatum, in her study Disloyalty in the Confederacy, writes, "Before the end of the war, there was much disaffection in every state, and many of the disloyal had formed into bands, in some states into well-organized active societies." The Civil War was one of the first instances in the world of modern warfare. Deadly artillery shells, Gatling guns, bayonet charges, combining the indiscriminate killing of mechanized war with hand-to-hand combat. The nightmare scenes could not adequately be described except in a novel like Stephen Crane's The Red Badge of Courage. In one charge before Petersburg, Virginia, a regiment of 850 Maine soldiers lost 632 men in half an hour. It was a vast butchery, 623,000 dead on both sides, and 471,000 wounded. Over 1 million dead and wounded in a country whose population was 30 million. No wonder that desertions grew among Southern soldiers as the war went on. As for the Union Army, by the end of the war, 200,000 had deserted. Still, 600,000 had volunteered for the Confederacy in 1861, and many in the Union Army were volunteers. The psychology of patriotism, the lure of adventure, the aura of moral crusade created by political leaders worked effectively to dim class resentments against the rich and powerful and turn much of the anger against the enemy. As Edmund Wilson put it in Patriotic Gore, written after World War II, "We have seen in our most recent wars how a divided and arguing public opinion may be converted overnight into a national near unanimity, an obedient flood of energy which will carry the young to destruction and overpower any effort to stem it. The unanimity of men at war is like that of a school of fish, which will swerve simultaneously and apparently without leadership when the shadow of an enemy appears, or like a sky-darkening flight of grasshoppers, which also, compelled by one impulse, will descend to consume the crops." Under the deafening noise of the war, Congress was passing, and Lincoln was signing into law, a whole series of acts to give business interests what they wanted, and what the agrarian South had blocked before secession. The Republican platform of 1860 had been a clear appeal to businessmen. Now Congress in 1861 passed the moral tariff. This made foreign goods more expensive, allowed American manufacturers to raise their prices, and forced American consumers to pay more. The following year, a Homestead Act was passed. It gave 160 acres of Western land, unoccupied and publicly owned, to anyone who would cultivate it for 5 years. Anyone willing to pay $1.25 an acre could buy a homestead. Few ordinary people had the $200 necessary to do this. Speculators moved in and bought up much of the land. Homestead land added up to 50 million acres. But during the Civil War, over 100 million acres were given by Congress and the President to various railroads free of charge. Congress also set up a national bank, putting the government into partnership with the banking interests, guaranteeing their profits. With strikes spreading, employers pressed Congress for help. The contract labor law of 1864 made it possible for companies to sign contracts with foreign workers whenever the workers pledged to give 12 months of their wages to pay the cost of emigration. This gave the employers during the Civil War not only very cheap labor, but strikebreakers. More important, perhaps, than the federal laws passed by Congress for the benefit of the rich were the day-to-day operations of local and state laws for the benefit of landlords and merchants. Gustavus Myers, in his History of the Great American Fortunes, comments on this in discussing the growth of the Astor family's fortune, much of it out of the rents of New York tenements. Is it not murder when, compelled by want, people are forced to fester in squalid, germ-filled tenements where the sunlight never enters and where disease finds a prolific breeding place? Untold thousands went to their deaths in these unspeakable places. Yet so far as the law was concerned, the rents collected by the Astors, as well as by other landlords, were honestly made. The whole institution of law saw nothing out of the way in these conditions, and very significantly so, because, to repeat over and over again, law did not represent the ethics or ideals of an advanced humanity. It exactly reflected, as a pool reflects the sky, the demands and self-interest of the growing propertied classes. In the 30 years leading up to the Civil War, the law was increasingly interpreted in the courts to suit the capitalist development of the country. Studying this, Morton Horowitz, The Transformation of American Law, points out that the English common law was no longer holy when it stood in the way of business growth. Mill owners were given the legal right to destroy other people's property by flood to carry on their business. The law of eminent domain was used to take farmers' land and give it to canal companies or railroad companies as subsidies. Judgments for damages against businessmen were taken out of the hands of juries, which were unpredictable, and given to judges. Private settlement of disputes by arbitration was replaced by court settlements, creating more dependence on lawyers, and the legal profession gained in importance. The ancient idea of a fair price for goods gave way in the courts to the idea of caveat emptor, let the buyer beware, thus throwing generations of consumers from that time on to the mercy of businessmen. That contract law was intended to discriminate against working people and for business is shown by Horowitz in the following example of the early 19th century. The court said that if a worker signed a contract to work for a year and left before the year was up, he was not entitled to any wages even for the time he had worked. But the courts at the same time said that if a building business broke a contract, it was entitled to be paid for whatever had been done up to that point. The pretense of the law was that a worker and a railroad made a contract with equal bargaining power. Thus, a Massachusetts judge decided an injured worker did not deserve compensation because by signing the contract he was agreeing to take certain risks. The circle was completed. The law had come simply to ratify those forms of inequality that the market system produced. It was a time when the law did not even pretend to protect working people, as it would in the next century. Health and safety laws were either non-existent or unenforced. In Lawrence, Massachusetts, in 1860, on a winter day, the Pemberton mill collapsed, with 900 workers inside, mostly women. 88 died, and although there was evidence that the structure had never been adequate to support the heavy machinery inside, and that this was known to the construction engineer, a jury found no evidence of criminal intent. Horowitz sums up what happened in the courts of law by the time of the Civil War. By the middle of the 19th century, the legal system had been reshaped to the advantage of men of commerce and industry, at the expense of farmers, workers, consumers, and other less powerful groups within the society. It actively promoted a legal redistribution of wealth against the weakest groups in the society. In pre-modern times, the maldistribution of wealth was accomplished by simple force. In modern times, exploitation is disguised. It is accomplished by law, which has the look of neutrality and fairness. By the time of the Civil War, modernization was well underway in the United States. With the war over, the urgency of national unity slackened, and ordinary people could turn more to their daily lives, their problems of survival. The disbanded armies now were in the streets looking for work. In June 1865, Fincher's Trades Review reported, "As was to be expected, the returned soldiers are flooding the streets already, unable to find employment." The cities to which the soldiers returned were death traps of typhus, tuberculosis, hunger, and fire. In New York, 100,000 people lived in the cellars of the slums. 12,000 women worked in houses of prostitution to keep from starving. The garbage lying 2 feet deep in the streets was alive with rats. In Philadelphia, while the rich got fresh water from the Schuylkill River, everyone else drank from the Delaware, into which 13 million gallons of sewage were dumped every day. In the Great Chicago Fire in 1871, the tenements fell so fast, one after another, that people said it sounded like an earthquake. A movement for the 8-hour day began among working people after the war, helped by the formation of the first National Federation of Unions, the National Labor Union. A 3-month strike of 100,000 workers in New York won the 8-hour day, and at a victory celebration in June 1872, 150,000 workers paraded through the city. The New York Times wondered what proportion of the strikers were thoroughly American. Women brought into the industry during the war organized unions: cigar makers, tailoresses, umbrella sewers, cap makers, printers, laundresses, shoe workers. They formed the Daughters of St. Crispin and succeeded in getting the Cigar Makers Union and the National Typographical Union to admit women for the first time. A woman named Gussie Lewis of New York became corresponding secretary of the Typographers Union. But the cigar makers and typographers were only 2 of the 30-odd national unions, and the general attitude toward women was one of exclusion. In 1869, the collar laundresses of Troy, New York, whose work involved standing over the washtub and over the ironing table with furnaces on either side, the thermometer averaging 100 degrees for wages averaging $2 and $3 a week, according to a contemporary account, went on strike. Their leader was Kate Mullaney, second vice president of the National Labor Union. 7,000 people came to a rally to support them, and the women organized a cooperative collar and cuff factory to provide work and keep the strike going. But as time went on, outside support dwindled. The employers began making a paper collar, requiring fewer laundresses. The strike failed. The dangers of mill work intensified efforts to organize. Work often went on around the clock. At a mill in Providence, Rhode Island, fire broke out one night in 1866. There was panic among the 600 workers, mostly women, and many jumped to their deaths from upper-story windows. In Fall River, Massachusetts, women weavers formed a union independent of the men weavers. They refused to take a 10% wage cut that the men had accepted, struck against 3 mills, won the men's support, and brought to a halt 3,500 looms and 156,000 spindles, with 3,200 workers on strike. But their children needed food. They had to return to work, signing an ironclad oath, later called a yellow dog contract, not to join a union. Black workers at this time found the National Labor Union reluctant to organize them. So they formed their own unions and carried on their own strikes, like the levee workers in Mobile, Alabama in 1867, Negro longshoremen in Charleston, dock workers in Savannah. This probably stimulated the National Labor Union at its 1869 convention to resolve to organize women and Negroes, declaring that it recognized neither color nor sex on the question of the rights of labor. A journalist wrote about the remarkable signs of racial unity at this convention. When a native Mississippian and an ex-Confederate officer, in addressing a convention, refers to a colored delegate who has preceded him as the gentleman from Georgia, when an ardent and Democratic partisan from New York at that declares with a rich Irish brogue that he asks for himself no privilege as a mechanic or as a citizen, that he is not willing to concede to every other man, white or black, then one may indeed be warranted in asserting that time works curious changes. Most unions, however, still kept Negroes out or asked them to form their own locals. The National Labor Union began to expend more and more of its energy on political issues, especially currency reform, a demand for the issuance of paper money, greenbacks. As it became less an organizer of labor struggles and more a lobbyist with Congress, concerned with voting, it lost vitality. An observer of the labor scene, F.A. Sorge, wrote in 1870 to Karl Marx in England, "The National Labor Union, which had such brilliant prospects in the beginning of its career, was poisoned by greenbackism and is slowly but surely dying." Perhaps unions could not easily see the limits to legislative reform in an age where such reform laws were being passed for the first time and hopes were high. The Pennsylvania legislature in 1869 passed a Mine Safety Act providing for the regulation and ventilation of mines and for the protection of the lives of the miners. Only after 100 years of continuing accidents in those mines would it be understood how insufficient those words were, except as a device to calm anger among the miners. In 1873, another economic crisis devastated the nation. It was the closing of the banking house of J. Cook, the banker who during the war had made $3 million a year in commissions alone for selling government bonds, that started the wave of panic. While President Grant slept in Cook's Philadelphia mansion on September 18, 1873, the banker rode downtown to lock the door on his bank. Now people could not pay loans on mortgages. 5,000 businesses closed and put their workers on the street. It was more than J. Cook. The crisis was built into a system which was chaotic in its nature, in which only the very rich were secure. It was a system of periodic crisis, 1837, 1857, 1873, and later 1893, 1907, 1919, 1929, that wiped out small businesses and brought cold, hunger, and death to working people, while the fortunes of the Astors, Vanderbilts, Rockefellers, Morgans kept growing through war and peace, crisis and recovery. During the 1873 crisis, Carnegie was capturing the steel market. Rockefeller was wiping out his competitors in oil. "Labor Depression in Brooklyn" was the headline in the New York Herald in November 1873. It listed closings and layoffs, a felt skirt factory, a picture frame factory, a glass cutting establishment, a steelworks factory, and women's trades, milliners, dressmakers, shoe binders. The Depression continued through the 1870s. During the first 3 months of 1874, 90,000 workers, almost half of them women, had to sleep in police stations in New York. They were known as revolvers because they were limited to 1 or 2 days a month in any one police station and so had to keep moving. All over the country, people were evicted from their homes. Many roamed the cities looking for food. Desperate workers tried to get to Europe or to South America. In 1878, the SS Metropolis, filled with laborers, left the United States for South America and sank with all aboard. The New York Tribune reported, "1 hour after the news that the ship had gone down arrived in Philadelphia, the office of Messrs. Collins was besieged by hundreds of hunger-bitten, decent men begging for the places of the drowned laborers." Mass meeting and demonstrations of the unemployed took place all over the country. Unemployed councils were set up. A meeting in New York at Cooper Institute in late 1873, organized by trade unions and the American section of the First International, founded in 1864 in Europe by Marx and others, drew a huge crowd, overflowing into the streets. The meeting asked that before bills became law, they should be approved by a public vote, that no individual should own more than $30,000. They asked for an 8-hour day. Also, whereas we are industrious, law-abiding citizens who had paid all taxes and given support and allegiance to the government, resolved that we will in this time of need supply ourselves and our families with proper food and shelter, and we will send our bills to the city treasury to be liquidated until we shall obtain work. In Chicago, 20,000 unemployed marched through the streets to City Hall, asking bread for the needy, clothing for the naked, and houses for the homeless. Actions like this resulted in some relief for about 10,000 families. In January 1874 in New York City, a huge parade of workers, kept by the police from approaching City Hall, went to Tompkins Square, and there were told by the police they couldn't have the meeting. They stayed, and the police attacked. One newspaper reported, "Police clubs rose and fell. Women and children ran screaming in all directions. Many of them were trampled underfoot in the stampede for the gates. In the street, bystanders were ridden down and mercilessly clubbed by mounted officers." Strikes were called in the textile mills of Fall River, Massachusetts. In the anthracite coal district of Pennsylvania, there was the Long Strike, where Irish members of a society called the Ancient Order of Hibernians were accused of acts of violence, mostly on the testimony of a detective planted among the miners. These were the Molly Maguires. They were tried and found guilty. Philip Foner believes, after a study of the evidence, that they were framed because they were labor organizers. He quotes the sympathetic Irish World, which called them intelligent men whose direction gave strength to the resistance of the miners to the inhuman reduction of their wages. And he points to the Miners' Journal, put out by the coal mine owners, which referred to the executed men this way. What did they do? Whenever prices of labor did not suit them, they organized and proclaimed a strike. Altogether, 19 were executed, according to Anthony Bimba, the Molly Maguires. There were scattered protests from working men's organizations, but no mass movement that could stop the executions. It was a time when employers brought in recent immigrants, desperate for work, different from the strikers in language and culture, to break strikes. Italians were imported into the bituminous coal area around Pittsburgh in 1874 to replace striking miners. This led to the killing of 3 Italians, to trials in which jurors of the community exonerated the strikers, and bitter feelings between Italians and other organized workers. The centennial year of 1876, 100 years after the Declaration of Independence, brought forth a number of new declarations, reproduced by Philip Foner in We the Other People. Whites and blacks, separately, expressed their disillusionment. A Negro Declaration of Independence denounced the Republican Party on which they had once depended to gain full freedom, and proposed independent political action by colored voters. And the Working Men's Party of Illinois, at a July 4th celebration organized by German socialists in Chicago, said in its Declaration of Independence, "The present system has enabled capitalists to make laws in their own interest to the injury and oppression of the workers. It has made the name democracy, for which our forefathers fought and died, a mockery and a shadow, by giving to property an unproportionate amount of representation and control over legislation. It has enabled capitalists to secure government aid, inland grants, and money loans to selfish railroad corporations, who by monopolizing the means of transportation are enabled to swindle both the producer and the consumer. It has presented to the world the absurd spectacle of a deadly civil war for the abolition of Negro slavery, while the majority of the white population, those who have created all the wealth of the nation, are compelled to suffer under a bondage infinitely more galling and humiliating. It has allowed the capitalists, as a class, to appropriate annually 5/6 of the entire production of the country. It has therefore prevented mankind from fulfilling their natural destinies on earth, crushed out ambition, prevented marriages, or caused false and unnatural ones, has shortened human life, destroyed morals, and fostered crime, corrupted judges, ministers, and statesmen, shattered confidence, love, and honor among men, and made life a selfish, merciless struggle for existence instead of a noble and generous struggle for perfection, in which equal advantages should be given to all, and human lives relieved from an unnatural and degrading competition for bread. We, therefore, the representatives of the workers of Chicago, in mass meeting assembled, do solemnly publish and declare that we are absolved from all allegiance to the existing political parties of this country, and that as free and independent producers we shall endeavor to acquire the full power to make our own laws, manage our own production, and govern ourselves, acknowledging no rights without duties, no duties without rights. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the assistance and cooperation of all working men, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our means, and our sacred honor. In the year 1877, the country was in the depths of the Depression. That summer, in the hot cities where poor families lived in cellars and drank infested water, the children became sick in large numbers. The New York Times wrote, "Already the cry of the dying children begins to be heard. Soon, to judge from the past, there will be 1,000 deaths of infants per week in the city." That first week in July in Baltimore, where all liquid sewage ran through the streets, 139 babies died. That year there came a series of tumultuous strikes by railroad workers in a dozen cities. They shook the nation as no labor conflict in its history had done. It began with wage cuts on railroad after railroad, intense situations of already low wages, $1.75 a day for brakemen working 12 hours, scheming and profiteering by the railroad companies, deaths and injuries among the workers, loss of hands, feet, fingers, the crushing of men between cars. At the Baltimore and Ohio station in Martinsburg, West Virginia, workers determined to fight the wage cut went on strike, uncoupled the engines, ran them into the roundhouse, and announced no more trains would leave Martinsburg until the 10% cut was canceled. A crowd of support gathered, too many for the local police to disperse. B&O officials asked the governor for military protection, and he sent in militia. A train tried to get through, protected by the militia, and a striker trying to derail it exchanged gunfire with the militiaman attempting to stop him. The striker was shot in his thigh and his arm. His arm was amputated later that day, and 9 days later he died. 600 freight trains now jammed the yards at Martinsburg. The West Virginia governor applied to newly elected President Rutherford Hayes for federal troops, saying the state militia was insufficient. In fact, the militia was not totally reliable, being composed of many railroad workers. Much of the U.S. Army was tied up in Indian battles in the West. Congress had not appropriated money for the Army yet, But J.P. Morgan, August Belmont, and other bankers now offered to lend money to pay Army officers, but no enlisted men. Federal troops arrived in Martinsburg, and the freight cars began to move. In Baltimore, a crowd of thousands sympathetic to the railroad strikers surrounded the armory of the National Guard, which had been called out by the governor at the request of the B&O Railroad. The crowd hurled rocks, and the soldiers came out firing. The streets now became the scene of a moving, bloody battle. When the evening was over, 10 men or boys were dead, more badly wounded, 1 soldier wounded. Half of the 120 troops quit, and the rest went on to the train depot, where a crowd of 200 smashed the engine of a passenger train, tore up tracks, and engaged the militia again in a running battle. By now, 15,000 people surrounded the depot. Soon, 3 passenger cars, the station platform, and a locomotive were on fire. The governor asked for federal troops, and Hayes responded. 500 soldiers arrived, and Baltimore quieted down. The rebellion of the railroad workers now spread. Joseph Dacus, then editor of the St. Louis Republican, reported, "Strikes were occurring almost every hour. The great state of Pennsylvania was in an uproar. New Jersey was afflicted by a paralyzing dread. New York was mustering an army of militia. Ohio was shaken from Lake Erie to the Ohio River. Indiana rested in a dreadful suspense. Illinois, and especially its great metropolis, Chicago, apparently hung on the verge of a vortex of confusion and tumult. St. Louis had already felt the effect of the premonitory shocks of the uprising." The strike spread to Pittsburgh and the Pennsylvania Railroad. Again, it happened outside the regular union, pent-up anger exploding without plan. Robert Bruce, historian of the 1877 strikes, writes, 1877, year of violence, about a flagman named Gus Harris. Harris refused to go out on a double-header, a train with 2 locomotives carrying a double length of cars, to which railroaders had objected because it required fewer workers and made the brakeman's work more dangerous. The decision was his own, not part of a concerted plan or a general understanding. Had he lain awake that past night, listening to the rain, asking himself if he dared quit, wondering if anyone would join him, weighing the chances? Or had he simply risen to a breakfast that did not fill him, seen his children go off shabby and half-fed, walked brooding through the damp morning, and then yielded impulsively to stored-up rage? When Harris said he would not go, the rest of the crew refused too. The strikers now multiplied, joined by young boys and men from the mills and factories. Pittsburgh had 33 iron mills, 73 glass factories, 29 oil refineries, 158 coal mines. The freight trains stopped moving out of the city. The trainmen's union had not organized this, but it moved to take hold, calling a meeting, inviting all working men to make common cause with their brethren on the railroad. Railroad and local officials decided that the Pittsburgh militia would not kill their fellow townsmen and urged that Philadelphia troops be called in. By now, 2,000 cars were idle in Pittsburgh. The Philadelphia troops came and began to clear the track. Rocks flew. Gunfire was exchanged between crowd and troops. At least 10 people were killed, all workingmen, most of them not railroaders. Now the whole city rose in anger. A crowd surrounded the troops, who moved into a roundhouse. Railroad cars were set afire, buildings began to burn, and finally the roundhouse itself, the troops marching out of it to safety. There was more gunfire. The Union Depot was set afire. Thousands looted the freight cars. A huge grain elevator and a small section of the city went up in flames. In a few days, 24 people had been killed, including 4 soldiers. 79 buildings had been burned to the ground. Something like a general strike was developing in Pittsburgh. Mill workers, car workers, miners, laborers, and the employees at the Carnegie Steel plant. The entire National Guard of Pennsylvania, 9,000 men, was called out. But many of the companies couldn't move as strikers in other towns held up traffic. In Lebanon, Pennsylvania, one National Guard company mutinied and marched through an excited town. In Altoona, troops surrounded by rioters, immobilized by sabotaged engines, surrendered, stacked arms, fraternized with the crowd, and then were allowed to go home to the accompaniment of singing by a quartet in an all-Negro militia company. In Harrisburg, the state capital, as at so many places, teenagers made up a large part of the crowd, which included some Negroes. Philadelphia militia, on their way home from Altoona, shook hands with the crowd, gave up their guns, marched like captives through the streets, were fed at a hotel and then sent home. The crowd agreed to the mayor's request to deposit the surrendered guns at the city hall. Factories and shops were idle. After some looting, citizens' patrols kept order in the streets through the night. Where strikers did not manage to take control, as in Pottsville, Pennsylvania, it may well have been because of disunity. The spokesman of the Philadelphia and Reading Coal and Iron Company in that town wrote, "The men have no organization, and there is too much race jealousy existing among them to permit them to form one." In Reading, Pennsylvania, there was no such problem. 90% were native-born, the rest mostly German. There, the railroad was 2 months behind in paying wages, and a branch of the trainmen's union was organized. 2,000 people gathered, while men who had blackened their faces with coal dust set about methodically tearing up tracks, jamming switches, derailing cars, setting fire to cabooses and also to a railroad bridge. A National Guard company arrived, fresh from duty at the execution of the Molly Maguires. The crowd threw stones, fired pistols. The soldiers fired into the crowd. 6 men lay dead in the twilight, Bruce reports. A fireman and an engineer formerly employed in the Reading, a carpenter, a huckster, a rolling mill worker, a laborer, a policeman, and another man lay at the point of death. 5 of the wounded died. The crowd grew angrier, more menacing. A contingent of soldiers announced it would not fire. One soldier saying he would rather put a bullet through the president of Philadelphia and Reading Coal and Iron. The 16th Regiment of the Morristown Volunteers stacked its arms. Some militia threw their guns away and gave their ammunition to the crowd. When the guardsmen left for home, federal troops arrived and took control, and local police began making arrests. Meanwhile, the leaders of the big railway brotherhoods, the Order of Railway Conductors, the Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen, the Brotherhood of Engineers, disavowed the strike. There was talk in the press of communistic ideas widely entertained by the workmen employed in mines and factories and by the railroads. In fact, there was a very active workingmen's party in Chicago, with several thousand members, most of them immigrants from Germany and Bohemia. It was connected with the First International in Europe. In the midst of the railroad strikes that summer of 1877, it called a rally. 6,000 people came and demanded nationalization of the railroads. Albert Parsons gave a fiery speech. He was from Alabama, had fought in the Confederacy during the Civil War, married a brown-skinned woman of Spanish and Indian blood, worked as a typesetter, and was one of the best English-speaking orators the Workingmen's Party had. The next day, a crowd of young people, not especially connected with the rally of the evening before, began moving through the railroad yards, closed down the freights, went to the factories, called out the mill workers, the stockyard workers, the crewmen on the Lake Michigan ships, closed down the brickyards and lumber yards. That day also, Albert Parsons was fired from his job with the Chicago Times and declared blacklisted. The police attacked the crowds. The press reported, "The sound of clubs falling on skulls was sickening for the first minute until one grew accustomed to it. A rioter dropped at every whack, it seemed, for the ground was covered with them. 2 companies of U.S. infantry arrived, joining National Guardsmen and Civil War veterans. Police fired into a surging crowd, and 3 men were killed. The next day, an armed crowd of 5,000 fought the police. The police fired again and again, and when it was over and the dead were counted, there were, as usual, working men and boys, 18 of them, their skulls smashed by clubs, their vital organs pierced by gunfire. The one city where the Workingmen's Party clearly led the rebellion was St. Louis, a city of flour mills, foundries, packing houses, machine shops, breweries, and railroads. Here, as elsewhere, there were wage cuts on the railroads, and here there were perhaps 1,000 members of the Workingmen's Party, many of them bakers, coopers, cabinet makers, cigar makers, brewery workers. The party was organized in 4 sections by nationality: German, English, French, Bohemian. All 4 sections took a ferry across the Mississippi to join a mass meeting of railroad men in East St. Louis. One of their speakers told the meeting, "All you have to do, gentlemen, for you have the numbers, is to unite on one idea, that the working men shall rule the country. What man makes belongs to him, and the working men made this country." Railroaders in East St. Louis declared themselves on strike. The mayor of East St. Louis was a European immigrant, himself an active revolutionist as a youth, and railroad men's votes dominated the city. In St. Louis itself, the Workingmen's Party called an open-air mass meeting to which 5,000 people came. The party was clearly in the leadership of the strike. Speakers, excited by the crowd, became more militant. "Capital has changed liberty into serfdom, and we must fight or die." They called for nationalization of the railroads, mines, and all industry. At another huge meeting of the Workingmen's Party, a black man spoke for those who worked on the steamboats and levees. He asked, "Will you stand to us regardless of color?" The crowd shouted back, "We will." An executive committee was set up, and it called for a general strike of all branches of industry in St. Louis. Handbills for the general strike were soon all over the city. There was a march of 400 Negro steamboat men and roustabouts along the river, 600 factory workers carrying a banner, "No monopoly, working men's rights." A great procession moved through the city, ending with a rally of 10,000 people listening to communist speakers. The people are rising up in their might and declaring they will no longer submit to being oppressed by unproductive capital. David Burbank, in his book on the St. Louis events, Reign of the Rabble, writes, "Only around St. Louis did the original strike on the railroads expand into such a systematically organized and complete shutdown of all industry that the term general strike is fully justified. And only there did the socialists assume undisputed leadership. No American city has come so close to being ruled by a workers' Soviet, as we would now call it, as St. Louis, Missouri in the year 1877. The railroad strikes were making news in Europe. Marx wrote Engels, "What do you think of the workers of the United States? This first explosion against the associated oligarchy of capital, which has occurred since the Civil War, will naturally again be suppressed, but can very well form the point of origin of an earnest workers' party." In New York, several thousand gathered at Tompkins Square. The tone of the meeting was moderate, speaking of a political revolution through the ballot box, and "If you will unite, we may have here within 5 years a socialist republic. Then will a lovely morning break over this darkened land." It was a peaceful meeting. It adjourned. The last words heard from the platform were, "Whatever we poor men may not have, we have free speech, and no one can take it from us." Then the police charged, using their clubs. In St. Louis, as elsewhere, the momentum of the crowds, the meetings, the enthusiasm could not be sustained. As they diminished, the police, militia, and federal troops moved in, and the authorities took over. The police raided the headquarters of the Working Men's Party and arrested 70 people. The executive committee, that had been for a while virtually in charge of the city, was now in prison. The strikers surrendered. The wage cuts remained. 131 strike leaders were fired by the Burlington Railroad. When the great railroad strikes of 1877 were over, 100 people were dead. 1,000 people had gone to jail. 100,000 workers had gone on strike, and the strikes had roused into action countless unemployed in the cities. More than half the freight on the nation's 75,000 miles of track had stopped running at the height of the strikes. The railroads made some concessions, withdrew some wage cuts, but also strengthened their coal and iron police. In a large number of cities, National Guard armories were built with loopholes for guns. Robert Bruce believes the strikes taught many people of the hardships of others, and that they led to congressional railroad regulation. They may have stimulated the business unionism of the American Federation of Labor, as well as the national unity of labor proposed by the Knights of Labor and the independent labor-farmer parties of the next 2 decades. In 1877, the same year blacks learned they did not have enough strength to make real the promise of equality in the Civil War, working people learned they were not united enough, not powerful enough to defeat the combination of private capital and government power. But there was more to come. Chapter 11. Robber Barons and Rebels. In the year 1877, the signals were given for the rest of the century. The black would be put back. The strikes of white workers would not be tolerated. The industrial and political elites of North and South would take hold of the country and organize the greatest march of economic growth in human history. They would do it with the aid of and at the expense of black labor, white labor, Chinese labor, European immigrant labor, female labor, rewarding them differently by race, sex, national origin, and social class, in such a way as to create separate levels of oppression, a skillful terracing to stabilize the pyramid of wealth. Between the Civil War and 1900, steam and electricity replaced human muscle, iron replaced wood, and steel replaced iron. Before the Bessemer process, iron was hardened into steel at the rate of 3 to 5 tons a day. Now the same amount could be processed in 15 minutes. Machines could now drive steel tools. Oil could lubricate machines and light homes, streets, factories. People and goods could move by railroad propelled by steam along steel rails. By 1900, there were 193,000 miles of railroad. The telephone, the typewriter, and the adding machine speeded up the work of business. Machines changed farming. Before the Civil War, it took 61 hours of labor to produce an acre of wheat. By 1900, it took 3 hours and 19 minutes. Manufactured ice enabled the transport of food over long distances, and the industry of meatpacking was born. Steam drove textile mill spindles. It drove sewing machines. It came from coal. Pneumatic drills now drilled deeper into the earth for coal. In 1860, 14 million tons of coal were mined. By 1884, it was 100 million tons. More coal meant more steel, because coal furnaces converted iron into steel. By 1880, 1 million tons of steel were being produced. By 1910, 25 million tons. By now, electricity was beginning to replace steam. Electrical wire needed copper, of which 30,000 tons were produced in 1880, 500,000 tons by 1910. To accomplish all this required ingenious inventors of new processes and new machines, clever organizers and administrators of the new corporations, a country rich with land and minerals, and a huge supply of human beings to do the backbreaking, unhealthful, and dangerous work. Immigrants would come from Europe and China to make the new labor force. Farmers, unable to buy the new machinery or pay the new railroad rates, would move to the cities. Between 1860 and 1914, New York grew from 850,000 to 4 million, Chicago from 110,000 to 2 million, Philadelphia from 650,000 to 1.5 million. In some cases, the inventor himself became the organizer of businesses, like Thomas Edison, inventor of electrical devices. In other cases, the businessman compiled other people's inventions, like Gustavus Swift, a Chicago butcher, who put together the ice-cooled railway car with the ice-cooled warehouse to make the first national meatpacking company in 1885. James Duke used a new cigarette rolling machine that could roll, paste, and cut tubes of tobacco into 100,000 cigarettes a day. In 1890, he combined the 4 biggest cigarette producers to form the American Tobacco Company. While some multimillionaires started in poverty, most did not. A study of the origins of 303 textile, railroad, and steel executives of the 1870s showed that 90% came from middle or upper-class families. The Horatio Alger stories of rags to riches were true for a few men, but mostly a myth, and a useful myth for control. Most of the fortune building was done legally, with the collaboration of the government and the courts. Sometimes the collaboration had to be paid for. Thomas Edison promised New Jersey politicians $1,000 each in return for favorable legislation. Daniel Drew and Jay Gould spent $1 million to bribe the New York legislature to legalize their issue of $8 million in watered stock not representing real value, on the Erie Railroad. The first transcontinental railroad was built with blood, sweat, politics, and thievery out of the meeting of the Union Pacific and Central Pacific Railroads. The Central Pacific started on the West Coast, going east. It spent $200,000 in Washington on bribes to get 9 million acres of free land and $24 million in bonds, and paid $79 million, an overpayment of $36 million, to a construction company which really was its own. The construction was done by 3,000 Irish and 10,000 Chinese over a period of 4 years, working for $1 or $2 a day. The Union Pacific started in Nebraska going west. It had been given 12 million acres of free land and $27 million in government bonds. It created the Credit Mobilier Company and gave them $94 million for construction, when the actual cost was $44 million. Shares were being sold cheaply to congressmen to prevent investigation. This was at the suggestion of Massachusetts Congressman Oakes Ames, a shovel manufacturer and director of Credit Mobilier, who said, "There is no difficulty in getting men to look after their own property." The Union Pacific used 20,000 workers, war veterans and Irish immigrants, who laid 5 miles of track a day and died by the hundreds in the heat, the cold, and the battles with Indians opposing the invasion of their territory. Both railroads used longer, twisting routes to get subsidies from towns they went through. In 1869, amid music and speeches, the two crooked lines met in Utah. The wild fraud on the railroads led to more control of railroad finances by bankers who wanted more stability, profit by law rather than by theft. By the 1890s, most of the country's railway mileage was concentrated in 6 huge systems. 4 of these were completely or partially controlled by the House of Morgan, and 2 others by the bankers Kuhn, Loeb and Company. J.P. Morgan had started before the war as the son of a banker who began selling stocks for the railroads for good commissions. During the Civil War, he bought 5,000 rifles for $3.50 each from an army arsenal and sold them to a general in the field for $22 each. The rifles were defective and would shoot off the thumbs of the soldiers using them. A congressional committee noted this in the small print of an obscure report, but a federal judge upheld the deal as the fulfillment of a valid legal contract. Morgan had escaped military service in the Civil War by paying $300 to a substitute. So did John D. Rockefeller, Andrew Carnegie, Philip Armour, Jay Gould, and James Mellon. Mellon's father had written to him that a man may be a patriot without risking his own life or sacrificing his health. There are plenty of lives less valuable. It was the firm of Drexel Morgan and Company that was given a U.S. government contract to float a bond issue of $260 million. The government could have sold the bonds directly. It chose to pay the bankers $5 million in commission. On January 2, 1889, as Gustavus Myers reports, a circular marked Private and Confidential was issued by the three banking houses of Drexel Morgan and Company, Brown Brothers and Company, and Kidder Peabody and Company. The most painstaking care was exercised that this document should not find its way into the press or otherwise become public. Why this fear? Because the circular was an invitation to the great railroad magnates to assemble at Morgan's house, number 219 Madison Avenue, there to form, in the phrase of the day, an ironclad combination, a compact which would efface competition among certain railroads and unite those interests in an agreement by which the people of the United States would be bled even more effectively than before. There was a human cost to this exciting story of financial ingenuity. That year, 1889, records of the Interstate Commerce Commission showed that 22,000 railroad workers were killed or injured. In 1895, the gold reserve of the United States was depleted, while 26 New York City banks had $129 million in gold in their vaults. A syndicate of bankers headed by J.P. Morgan and Company, August Belmont and Company, the National City Bank, and others offered to give the government gold in exchange for bonds. President Grover Cleveland agreed. The bankers immediately resold the bonds at higher prices, making $18 million profit. A journalist wrote, "If a man wants to buy beef, he must go to the butcher. If Mr. Cleveland wants much gold, he must go to the big banker." While making his fortune, Morgan brought rationality and organization to the national economy. He kept the system stable. He said, "We do not want financial convulsions and have one thing one day and another thing another day." He linked railroads to one another, all of them to banks, banks to insurance companies. By 1900, he controlled 100,000 miles of railroad, half the country's mileage. 3 insurance companies dominated by the Morgan Group had $1 billion in assets. They had $50 million a year to invest, money given by ordinary people for their insurance policies. Louis Brandeis, describing this in his book Other People's Money, before he became a Supreme Court justice, wrote, "They control the people through the people's own money." John D. Rockefeller started as a bookkeeper in Cleveland, became a merchant, accumulated money, and decided that in the new industry of oil, who controlled the oil refineries controlled the industry. He bought his first oil refinery in 1862, and by 1870 set up Standard Oil Company of Ohio, made secret agreements with railroads to ship his oil with them if they gave him rebates, discounts on their prices, and thus drove competitors out of business. One independent refiner said, "If we did not sell out, we would be crushed out. There was only one buyer on the market, and we had to sell at their terms." memos like this one passed among Standard Oil officials. Wilkerson and Company received car of oil Monday 13th. Please turn another screw. A rival refinery in Buffalo was rocked by a small explosion arranged by Standard Oil officials with the refinery's chief mechanic. The Standard Oil Company, by 1899, was a holding company which controlled the stock of many other companies. The capital was $110 million. The profit was $45 million a year. And John D. Rockefeller's fortune was estimated at $200 million. Before long, he would move into iron, copper, coal, shipping, and banking, Chase Manhattan Bank. Profits would be $80 million a year, and the Rockefeller fortune would total $2 billion. Andrew Carnegie was a telegraph clerk at 17, then secretary to the head of the Pennsylvania Railroad, then broker in Wall Street, selling railroad bonds for huge commissions, and was soon a millionaire. He went to London in 1872, saw the new Bessemer method of producing steel, and returned to the United States to build $1 million steel plant. Foreign competition was kept out by a high tariff conveniently set by Congress, and by 1880, Carnegie was producing 10,000 tons of steel a month, making $1.5 million a year in profit. By 1900, he was making $40 million a year. And that year, at a dinner party, he agreed to sell his steel company to J.P. Morgan. He scribbled the price on a note, $492 million. Morgan then formed the U.S. Steel Corporation, combining Carnegie's corporation with others. He sold stocks and bonds for $1.3 billion, about $400 million more than the combined worth of the companies, and took a fee of $150 million for arranging the consolidation. How could dividends be paid to all those stockholders and bondholders? By making sure Congress passed tariffs, keeping out foreign steel, by closing off competition and maintaining the price at $28 a ton, and by working 200,000 men 12 hours a day for wages that barely kept their families alive. And so it went. In industry after industry, shrewd, efficient businessmen building empires, choking out competition, maintaining high prices, keeping wages low, using government subsidies. These industries were the first beneficiaries of the welfare state. By the turn of the century, American Telephone and Telegraph had a monopoly of the nation's telephone system. International Harvester made 85% of all farm machinery, and in every other industry, resources became concentrated, controlled. The banks had interests in so many of these monopolies as to create an interlocking network of powerful corporation directors, each of whom sat on the boards of many other corporations. According to a Senate report of the early 20th century, Morgan at his peak sat on the board of 48 corporations, Rockefeller 37 corporations. Meanwhile, the government of the United States was behaving almost exactly as Karl Marx described a capitalist state, pretending neutrality to maintain order, but serving the interests of the rich. Not that the rich agreed among themselves. They had disputes over policies. But the purpose of the state was to settle upper-class disputes peacefully, control lower-class rebellion, and adopt policies that would further the long-range stability of the system. The arrangement between Democrats and Republicans to elect Rutherford Hayes in 1877 set the tone. Whether Democrats or Republicans won, national policy would not change in any important way. When Grover Cleveland, a Democrat, ran for president in 1884, the general impression in the country was that he opposed the power of monopolies and corporations, and that the Republican Party, whose candidate was James Blaine, stood for the wealthy. But when Cleveland defeated Blaine, Jay Gould wired him, "I feel that the vast business interests of the country will be entirely safe in your hands." And he was right. One of Cleveland's chief advisers was William Whitney, a millionaire and corporation lawyer who married into the Standard Oil fortune and was appointed Secretary of the Navy by Cleveland. He immediately set about to create a steel navy, buying the steel at artificially high prices from Carnegie's plants. Cleveland himself assured industrialists that his election should not frighten them. No harm shall come to any business interest as the result of administrative policy so long as I am president. A transfer of executive control from one party to another does not mean any serious disturbance of existing conditions. The presidential election itself had avoided real issues. There was no clear understanding of which interests would gain and which would lose if certain policies were adopted. It took the usual form of election campaigns, concealing the basic similarity of the parties by dwelling on personalities, gossip, trivialities. Henry Adams, an astute literary commentator on that era, wrote to a friend about the election, "We are here plunged in politics funnier than words can express. Very great issues are involved. But the amusing thing is that no one talks about real interests. By common consent, they agree to let these alone. We are afraid to discuss them. Instead of this, the press is engaged in a most amusing dispute whether Mr. Cleveland had an illegitimate child and did or did not live with more than one mistress." In 1887, with a huge surplus in the Treasury, Cleveland vetoed a bill appropriating $100,000 to give relief to Texas farmers to help them buy seed grain during a drought. He said, "Federal aid in such cases encourages the expectation of paternal care on the part of the government and weakens the sturdiness of our national character." But that same year, Cleveland used his gold surplus to pay off wealthy bondholders at $28 above the $100 value of each bond, a gift of $45 million. The chief reform of the Cleveland administration gives away the secret of reform legislation in America. The Interstate Commerce Act of 1887 was supposed to regulate the railroads on behalf of the consumers. But Richard Olney, a lawyer for the Boston and Maine and other railroads, and soon to be Cleveland's Attorney General, told railroad officials who complained about the Interstate Commerce Commission that it would not be wise to abolish the commission from a railroad point of view. He explained, "The commission is or can be made of great use to the railroads. It satisfies the popular clamor for a government supervision of railroads, at the same time that supervision is almost entirely nominal. The part of wisdom is not to destroy the commission, but to utilize it." Cleveland himself, in his 1887 State of the Union message, had made a similar point, adding a warning. "Opportunity for safe, careful, and deliberate reform is now offered, and none of us should be unmindful of a time when an abused and irritated people may insist upon a radical and sweeping rectification of their wrongs." Republican Benjamin Harrison, who succeeded Cleveland as president from 1889 to 1893, was described by Matthew Josephson in his colorful study of the post-Civil War years, The Politicos. Benjamin Harrison had the exclusive distinction of having served the railway corporations in the dual capacity of lawyer and soldier. He prosecuted the strikers of 1887 in the federal courts, and he also organized and commanded a company of soldiers during the strike. Harrison's term also saw a gesture toward reform. The Sherman Antitrust Act, passed in 1890, called itself "An Act to Protect Trade and Commerce Against Unlawful Restraints," and made it illegal to form a combination or conspiracy to restrain trade in interstate or foreign commerce. Senator John Sherman, author of the act, explained the need to conciliate the critics of monopoly. "They had monopolies of old, but never before such giants as in our day. You must heed their appeal or be ready for the socialist, the communist, the nihilist. Society is now disturbed by forces never felt before. When Cleveland was elected president again in 1892, Andrew Carnegie in Europe received a letter from the manager of his steel plants, Henry Clay Frick. I am very sorry for President Harrison, but I cannot see that our interests are going to be affected one way or the other by the change in administration. Cleveland, facing the agitation in the country caused by the Panic and Depression of 1893, used troops to break up Coxey's Army, a demonstration of unemployed men who had come to Washington, and again to break up the national strike on the railroads the following year. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court, despite its look of somber, black-robed fairness, was doing its bit for the ruling elite. How could it be independent, with its members chosen by the President and ratified by the Senate? How could it be neutral between rich and poor, when its members were often former wealthy lawyers and almost always came from the upper class? Early in the 19th century, the court laid the legal basis for a nationally regulated economy by establishing federal control over interstate commerce and the legal basis for corporate capitalism by making the contract sacred. In 1895, the court interpreted the Sherman Act so as to make it harmless. It said a monopoly of sugar refining was a monopoly in manufacturing, not commerce, and so could not be regulated by Congress through the Sherman Act, U.S. v. E.C. Knight Company. The court also said the Sherman Act could be used against interstate strikes, the railway strike of 1894, because they were in restraint of trade. It also declared unconstitutional a small attempt by Congress to tax high incomes at a higher rate, Pollock v. Farmers Loan and Trust Company. In later years, it would refuse to break up the Standard Oil and American tobacco monopolies, saying the Sherman Act barred only unreasonable combinations in restraint of trade. A New York banker toasted the Supreme Court in 1895. I give you, gentlemen, the Supreme Court of the United States, guardian of the dollar, defender of private property, enemy of spoliation, sheet anchor of the Republic. Very soon after the 14th Amendment became law, the Supreme Court began to demolish it as a protection for blacks and to develop it as a protection for corporations. However, in 1877, a Supreme Court decision, Munn v. Illinois, approved state laws regulating the prices charged to farmers for the use of grain elevators. The grain elevator company argued it was a person being deprived of property, thus violating the 14th Amendment's declaration, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. The Supreme Court disagreed, saying that grain elevators were not simply private property, but were invested with a public interest, and so could be regulated. 1 year after that decision, the American Bar Association, organized by lawyers accustomed to serving the wealthy, began a national campaign of education to reverse the court decisions. Its president said, at different times, if trusts are a defensive weapon of property interests against the communistic trend, they are desirable. And monopoly is often a necessity and an advantage. By 1886, they succeeded. State legislatures, under the pressure of aroused farmers, had passed laws to regulate the rates charged farmers by the railroads. The Supreme Court that year, Wabash v. Illinois, said states could not do this, that this was an intrusion on federal power. That year alone, the court did away with 230 state laws that had been passed to regulate corporations. By this time, the Supreme Court had accepted the argument that corporations were persons and their money was property protected by the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. Supposedly, the amendment had been passed to protect Negro rights, but of the 14th Amendment cases brought before the Supreme Court between 1890 and 1910, 19 dealt with the Negro. 288 dealt with corporations. The justices of the Supreme Court were not simply interpreters of the Constitution. They were men of certain backgrounds, of certain interests. One of them, Justice Samuel Miller, had said in 1875, "It is vain to contend with judges who have been at the bar the advocates for 40 years of railroad companies and all forms of associated capital." In 1893, Supreme Court Justice David J. Brewer, addressing the New York State Bar Association, said, "It is the unvarying law that the wealth of the community will be in the hands of the few. The great majority of men are unwilling to endure that long self-denial and saving which makes accumulations possible. And hence it has always been, and until human nature is remodeled, always will be true, that the wealth of a nation is in the hands of a few, while the many subsist upon the proceeds of their daily toil." This was not just a whim of the 1880s and 1890s. It went back to the Founding Fathers, who had learned their law in the era of Blackstone's commentaries, which said, "So great is the regard of the law for private property that it will not authorize the least violation of it, no, not even for the common good of the whole community." Control in modern times requires more than force, more than law. It requires that a population dangerously concentrated in cities and factories, whose lives are filled with cause for rebellion, be taught that all is right as it is. And so, the schools, the churches, the popular literature taught that to be rich was a sign of superiority, to be poor a sign of personal failure, and that the only way upward for a poor person was to climb into the ranks of the rich by extraordinary effort and extraordinary luck. In those years after the Civil War, a man named Russell Conwell, a graduate of Yale Law School, a minister and author of best-selling books, gave the same lecture, Acres of Diamonds, more than 5,000 times to audiences across the country, reaching several million people in all. His message was that anyone could get rich if he tried hard enough, that everywhere, if people looked closely enough, were acres of diamonds, a sampling. I say you ought to get rich, and it is your duty to get rich. The men who get rich may be the most honest men you find in the community. Let me say here clearly, 98 out of 100 of the rich men of America are honest. That is why they are rich. That is why they are trusted with money. That is why they carry on great enterprises and find plenty of people to work with them. It is because they are honest men. I sympathize with the poor, but the number of poor who are to be sympathized with is very small. To sympathize with a man whom God has punished for his sins is to do wrong. Let us remember there is not a poor person in the United States who was not made poor by his own shortcomings. Conwell was a founder of Temple University. Rockefeller was a donor to colleges all over the country and helped found the University of Chicago. Huntington of the Central Pacific gave money to 2 Negro colleges, Hampton Institute and Tuskegee Institute. Carnegie gave money to colleges and to libraries. Johns Hopkins was founded by a millionaire merchant, and millionaires Cornelius Vanderbilt, Ezra Cornell, James Duke, and Leland Stanford created universities in their own names. The rich, giving part of their enormous earnings in this way, became known as philanthropists. These educational institutions did not encourage dissent. They trained the middlemen in the American system, the teachers, doctors, lawyers, administrators, engineers, technicians, politicians, those who would be paid to keep the system going, to be loyal buffers against trouble. In the meantime, the spread of public school education enabled the learning of writing, reading, and arithmetic for a whole generation of workers, skilled and semi-skilled, who would be the literate labor force of the new industrial age. It was important that these people learn obedience to authority. A journalist observer of the schools in the 1890s wrote, "The unkindly spirit of the teacher is strikingly apparent. The pupils, being completely subjugated to her will, are silent and motionless. The spiritual atmosphere of the classroom is damp and chilly." Back in 1859, the desire of mill owners in the town of Lowell that their workers be educated was explained by the Secretary of the Massachusetts Board of Education. The owners of factories are more concerned than other classes and interests in the intelligence of their laborers. When the latter are well educated and the former are disposed to deal justly, controversies and strikes can never occur, nor can the minds of the masses be prejudiced by demagogues and controlled by temporary and factious considerations. Joel Spring, in his book Education and the Rise of the Corporate State, says, "The development of a factory-like system in the 19th century schoolroom was not accidental. This continued into the 20th century, when William Bagley's Classroom Management became a standard teacher training text reprinted 30 times. Bagley said, "One who studies educational theory aright can see in the mechanical routine of the classroom the educative forces that are slowly transforming the child from a little savage into a creature of law and order fit for the life of civilized society." It was in the middle and late 19th century that high schools developed as aids to the industrial system, that history was widely required in the curriculum to foster patriotism. Loyalty oaths, teacher certification, and the requirement of citizenship were introduced to control both the educational and the political quality of teachers. Also, in the latter part of the century, school officials, not teachers, were given control over textbooks. Laws passed by the states barred certain kinds of textbooks. Idaho and Montana, for instance, forbade textbooks propagating political doctrines, and the Dakota Territory ruled that school libraries could not have partisan political pamphlets or books. Against this gigantic organization of knowledge and education for orthodoxy and obedience, there arose a literature of dissent and protest, which had to make its way from reader to reader against great obstacles. Henry George, a self-educated working man from a poor Philadelphia family, who became a newspaperman and an economist, wrote a book that was published in 1879 and sold millions of copies, not only in the United States, but all over the world. His book, Progress and Poverty, argued that the basis of wealth was land, that this was becoming monopolized, and that a single tax on land, abolishing all others, would bring enough revenue to solve the problem of poverty and equalize wealth in the nation. Readers may not have been persuaded of his solutions, but they could see in their own lives the accuracy of his observations. It is true that wealth has been greatly increased, and that the average of comfort, leisure, and refinement has been raised. But these gains are not general. In them the lowest class do not share. This association of poverty with progress is the great enigma of our times. There is a vague but general feeling of disappointment, an increased bitterness among the working classes, a widespread feeling of unrest and brooding revolution. The civilized world is trembling on the verge of a great movement. Either it must be a leap upward, which will open the way to advances yet undreamed of, or it must be a plunge downward, which will carry us back toward barbarism. A different kind of challenge to the economic and social system was given by Edward Bellamy, a lawyer and writer from western Massachusetts, who wrote in simple, intriguing language a novel called Looking Backward, in which the author falls asleep and wakes up in the year 2000 to find a socialistic society in which people work and live cooperatively. Looking Backward, which describes socialism vividly, lovingly, sold 1 million copies in a few years, and over 100 groups were organized around the country to try to make the dream come true. It seemed that despite the strenuous efforts of government, business, the church, the schools, to control their thinking, millions of Americans were ready to consider harsh criticism of the existing system, to contemplate other possible ways of living. They were helped in this by the great movements of workers and farmers that swept the country in the 1880s and 1890s. These movements went beyond the scattered strikes and tenant struggles of the period 1830 to 1877. They were nationwide movements, more threatening than before to the ruling elite, more dangerously suggestive. It was a time when revolutionary organizations existed in major American cities, and revolutionary talk was in the air. In the 1880s and 1890s, immigrants were pouring in from Europe at a faster rate than before. They all went through the harrowing ocean voyage of the poor. Now there were not so many Irish and German immigrants as Italians, Russians, Jews, Greeks, people from Southern and Eastern Europe, even more alien to native-born Anglo-Saxons than the earlier newcomers. How the immigration of different ethnic groups contributed to the fragmentation of the working class, how conflicts developed among groups facing the same difficult conditions, is shown in an article in a Bohemian newspaper, Zvornost, of February 27, 1880. A petition of 258 parents and guardians at the Throop School in New York, signed by over half the taxpayers of the school district, said, "The petitioners have just as much right to request the teaching of Bohemian as have the German citizens to have German taught in the public schools. In opposition to this, Mr. Volk claims that there is a great deal of difference between Germans and Bohemians, or, in other words, they are superior." The Irish, still recalling the hatred against them when they arrived, began to get jobs with the new political machines that wanted their vote. Those who became policemen encountered the new Jewish immigrants. On July 30th, 1902, New York's Jewish community held a mass funeral for an important rabbi, and a riot took place, led by Irish who resented Jews coming into their neighborhood. The police force was dominantly Irish, and the official investigation of the riot indicated the police helped the rioters. It appears that charges of unprovoked and most brutal clubbing have been made against policemen, with the result that they were reprimanded or fined a day's pay and were yet retained upon the force. There was desperate economic competition among the newcomers. By 1880, Chinese immigrants brought in by the railroads to do the backbreaking labor at pitiful wages numbered 75,000 in California, almost one-tenth of the population. They became the objects of continuous violence. The novelist Bret Harte wrote an obituary for a Chinese man named Wan Li. "Dead, my revered friends, dead. Stoned to death in the streets of San Francisco in the year of grace 1869 by a mob of half-grown boys and Christian school children." In Rock Springs, Wyoming, in the summer of 1885, whites attacked 500 Chinese miners, massacring 28 of them in cold blood. The new immigrants became laborers, house painters, stone cutters, ditch diggers. They were often imported en masse by contractors. One Italian man, told he was going to Connecticut to work on the railroad, was taken instead to sulfite mines in the South, where he and his fellows were watched over by armed guards in their barracks and in the mines, given only enough money to pay for their railroad fare and tools, and very little to eat. He and others decided to escape. They were captured at gunpoint, ordered to work or die. They still refused and were brought before a judge, put in manacles, and 5 months after their arrival, finally dismissed. My comrades took the train for New York. I had only $1, and with this, not knowing either the country or the language, I had to walk to New York. After 42 days, I arrived in the city, utterly exhausted. Their conditions led sometimes to rebellion. A contemporary observer told how some Italians who worked in a locality near Deal Lake, New Jersey, failing to receive their wages, captured the contractor and shut him up in the shanty, where he remained a prisoner until the county sheriff came with a posse to his rescue. A traffic in immigrant child laborers developed, either by contract with desperate parents in the home country or by kidnapping. The children were then supervised by padrones in the form of slavery, sometimes sent out as beggar musicians. Droves of them roamed the streets of New York and Philadelphia. As the immigrants became naturalized citizens, they were brought into the American two-party system, invited to be loyal to one party or the other, their political energy thus siphoned into elections. An article in L'Italia in November 1894 called for Italians to support the Republican Party. When American citizens of foreign birth refuse to ally themselves with the Republican Party, they make war upon their own welfare. The Republican Party stands for all that the people fight for in the old world. It is the champion of freedom, progress, order, and law. It is the steadfast foe of monarchical class rule. There were 5.5 million immigrants in the 1840s, 4 million in the 1890s, creating a labor surplus that kept wages down. The immigrants were more controllable, more helpless than native workers. They were culturally displaced, at odds with one another, therefore useful as strikebreakers. Often their children worked, intensifying the problem of an oversized labor force and joblessness. In 1880, there were 1,118,000 children under 16, 1 out of 6, at work in the United States. With everyone working long hours, families often became strangers to one another. A pants presser named Morris Rosenfeld wrote a poem, My Boy, which became widely reprinted and recited. I have a little boy at home, a pretty little son. I think sometimes the world is mine, in him my only one. Ere dawn my labor drives me forth, 'tis night when I am free. A stranger am I to my child, and stranger my child to me. Women immigrants became servants, prostitutes, housewives, factory workers, and sometimes rebels. Leonora Barry was born in Ireland and brought to the United States. She got married, and when her husband died, she went to work in a hosiery mill in upstate New York to support 3 young children, earning 65 cents her first week. She joined the Knights of Labor, which had 50,000 women members in 192 women's assemblies by 1886. She became master workman of her assembly of 927 women, and was appointed to work for the Knights as a general investigator, to go forth and educate her sister working women and the public generally as to their needs and necessities. She described the biggest problem of women workers. Through long years of endurance, they have acquired, as a sort of second nature, the habit of submission and acceptance, without question, of any terms offered them, with a pessimistic view of life in which they see no hope. Her report for the year 1888 showed 537 requests to help women organize, 100 cities and towns visited, 1,900 leaflets distributed. In 1884, women's assemblies of textile workers and hat makers went on strike. The following year in New York, cloak and shirt makers, men and women, holding separate meetings but acting together, went on strike. The New York World called it a revolt for bread and butter. They won higher wages and shorter hours. That winter in Yonkers, a few women carpet weavers were fired for joining the Knights, and in the cold of February, 2,500 women walked out and picketed the mill. Only 700 of them were members of the Knights, but all the strikers soon joined. The police attacked the picket line and arrested them, but a jury found them not guilty. A great dinner was held by working people in New York to honor them, with 2,000 delegates from unions all over the city. The strike lasted 6 months, and the women won some of their demands, getting back their jobs, but without recognition of their union. What was astonishing in so many of these struggles was not that the strikers did not win all that they wanted, but that against such great odds they dared to resist and were not destroyed. Perhaps it was the recognition that day-to-day combat was not enough, that fundamental change was needed, which stimulated the growth of revolutionary movements at this time. The Socialist Labor Party, formed in 1877, was tiny and torn by internal arguments, but it had some influence in organizing unions among foreign workers. In New York, Jewish socialists organized and put out a newspaper. In Chicago, German revolutionaries, along with native-born radicals like Albert Parsons, formed social revolutionary clubs. In 1883, an anarchist congress took place in Pittsburgh. It drew up a manifesto. All laws are directed against the working people. Even the school serves only the purpose of furnishing the offspring of the wealthy with those qualities necessary to uphold their class domination. The children of the poor get scarcely a formal elementary training, and this, too, is mainly directed to such branches as tend to producing prejudices, arrogance, and servility, in short, want of sense. The Church, finally, seeks to make complete idiots out of the mass and to make them forego the paradise on earth by promising a fictitious heaven. The capitalist press, on the other hand, takes care of the confusion of spirits in public life. The workers can therefore expect no help from any capitalistic party in their struggle against the existing system. They must achieve their liberation by their own efforts. As in former times, a privileged class never surrenders its tyranny. Neither can it be expected that the capitalists of this age will give up their rulership without being forced to do it. The manifesto asked equal rights for all without distinction to sex or race. It quoted the Communist Manifesto. "Workmen of all lands, unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains. You have a world to win." In Chicago, the new International Working People's Association had 5,000 members, published newspapers in 5 languages, organized mass demonstrations and parades, and through its leadership in strikes was a powerful influence in the 22 unions that made up the Central Labor Union of Chicago. There were differences in theory among all these revolutionary groups, but the theorists were often brought together by the practical needs of labor struggles, and there were many in the mid-1880s. In early 1886, the Texas and Pacific Railroad fired a leader of the District Assembly of the Knights of Labor, and this led to a strike which spread throughout the Southwest, tying up traffic as far as St. Louis and Kansas City. 9 young men recruited in New Orleans as marshals, brought to Texas to protect company property, learned about the strike and quit their jobs, saying, "As man to man, we could not justifiably go to work and take the bread out of our fellow workmen's mouths, no matter how much we needed it ourselves." They were then arrested for defrauding the company by refusing to work and sentenced to 3 months in the Galveston County Jail. The strikers engaged in sabotage. A news dispatch from Atchison, Kansas. At 12:45 this morning, the men on guard at the Missouri Pacific Roundhouse were surprised by the appearance of 35 to 40 masked men. The guards were corralled in the oil room by a detachment of the visitors who stood guard with pistols, while the rest of them thoroughly disabled 12 locomotives which stood in the stalls. In April, in East St. Louis, there was a battle between strikers and police. 7 working men were killed, whereupon workers burned the freight depot of the Louisville and Nashville. The governor declared martial law and sent in 700 National Guardsmen. with mass arrests, violent attacks by sheriffs and deputies, no support from the skilled, better-paid workers of the railway brotherhoods, the strikers could not hold out. After several months, they surrendered, and many of them were blacklisted. By the spring of 1886, the movement for an 8-hour day had grown. On May 1, the American Federation of Labor, now 5 years old, called for nationwide strikes wherever the 8-hour day was refused. Terence Powderly, head of the Knights of Labor, opposed the strike, saying that employers and employees must first be educated on the 8-hour day. But assemblies of the Knights made plans to strike. The Grand Chief of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers opposed the 8-hour day, saying, 2 hours less work means 2 hours more loafing about the corners and 2 hours more for drink. But railroad workers did not agree and supported the 8-hour movement. So, 350,000 workers in 11,562 establishments all over the country went out on strike. In Detroit, 11,000 workers marched in an 8-hour parade. In New York, 25,000 formed a torchlight procession along Broadway, headed by 3,400 members of the Bakers' Union. In Chicago, 40,000 struck, and 45,000 were granted a shorter working day to prevent them from striking. Every railroad in Chicago stopped running, and most of the industries in Chicago were paralyzed. The stockyards were closed down. A citizens' committee of businessmen met daily to map strategy in Chicago. The state militia had been called out, the police were ready, and the Chicago Mail on May 1 asked that Albert Parsons and August Spies, the anarchist leaders of the International Working People's Association, be watched. Keep them in view. Hold them personally responsible for any trouble that occurs. Make an example of them if trouble occurs. Under the leadership of Parsons and Spies, the Central Labor Union, with 22 unions, had adopted a fiery resolution in the fall of 1885. Be it resolved that we urgently call upon the wage-earning class to arm itself in order to be able to put forth against their exploiters such an argument which alone can be effective. Violence, and further be it resolved that notwithstanding that we expect very little from the introduction of the 8-hour day, we firmly promise to assist our more backward brethren in this class struggle with all means and power at our disposal, so long as they will continue to show an open and resolute front to our common oppressors, the aristocratic vagabonds and exploiters. Our war cry is death to the foes of the human race. On May 3rd, a series of events took place which were to put Parsons and Spies in exactly the position that the Chicago Mail had suggested. Make an example of them if trouble occurs. That day, in front of the McCormick Harvester Works, where strikers and sympathizers fought scabs, the police fired into a crowd of strikers running from the scene, wounded many of them, and killed 4. Spies, enraged, went to the printing shop of the Arbeiter Zeitung and printed a circular in both English and German. Revenge, working men, to arms. You have for years endured the most abject humiliations. You have worked yourself to death. Your children you have sacrificed to the factory lord. In short, you have been miserable and obedient slaves all these years. Why? To satisfy the insatiable greed, to fill the coffers of your lazy, thieving master? When you ask them now to lessen your burdens, he sends his bloodhounds out to shoot you, kill you. To arms! We call you to arms! A meeting was called for Haymarket Square on the evening of May 4th, and about 3,000 persons assembled. It was a quiet meeting, and as storm clouds gathered and the hour grew late, the crowd dwindled to a few hundred. A detachment of 180 policemen showed up, advanced on the speaker's platform, ordered the crowd to disperse. The speaker said the meeting was almost over. A bomb then exploded in the midst of the police, wounding 66 policemen, of whom 7 later died. The police fired into the crowd, killing several people, wounding 200. With no evidence on who threw the bomb, the police arrested 8 anarchist leaders in Chicago. The Chicago Journal said, "Justice should be prompt in dealing with the arrested anarchists. The law regarding accessories to crime in this state is so plain that their trials will be short." Illinois law said that anyone inciting a murder was guilty of that murder. The evidence against the 8 anarchists was their ideas, their literature. None had been at Haymarket that day except Fielden, who was speaking when the bomb exploded. A jury found them guilty, and they were sentenced to death. Their appeals were denied. The Supreme Court said it had no jurisdiction. The event aroused international excitement. Meetings took place in France, Holland, Russia, Italy, Spain. In London, a meeting of protest was sponsored by George Bernard Shaw, William Morris, and Peter Kropotkin, among others. Shaw had responded in his characteristic way to the turning down of an appeal by the 8 members of the Illinois Supreme Court. If the world must lose 8 of its people, it can better afford to lose the 8 members of the Illinois Supreme Court. A year after the trial, 4 of the convicted anarchists, Albert Parsons, a printer, August Spies, an upholsterer, Adolf Fischer, and George Engel, were hanged. Louis Ling, a 21-year-old carpenter, blew himself up in his cell by exploding a dynamite tube in his mouth. 3 remained in prison. The executions aroused people all over the country. There was a funeral march of 25,000 in Chicago. Some evidence came out that a man named Rudolf Schnaubelt, supposedly an anarchist, was actually an agent of the police, an agent provocateur, hired to throw the bomb and thus enable the arrest of hundreds, the destruction of the revolutionary leadership in Chicago. But to this day, it has not been discovered who threw the bomb. While the immediate result was a suppression of the radical movement, the long-term effect was to keep alive the class anger of many, to inspire others, especially young people of that generation, to action in revolutionary causes. 60,000 signed petitions to the new governor of Illinois, John Peter Altgeld, who investigated the facts, denounced what had happened, and pardoned the 3 remaining prisoners. Year after year, all over the country, memorial meetings for the Haymarket martyrs were held. It is impossible to know the number of individuals whose political awakening, as with Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman, long-time revolutionary stalwarts of the next generation, came from the Haymarket affair. As late as 1968, the Haymarket events were alive. In that year, a group of young radicals in Chicago blew up the monument that had been erected to the memory of the police who died in the explosion. And the trial of 8 leaders of the anti-war movement in Chicago around that time evoked in the press, in meetings, and in literature the memory of the first Chicago 8 on trial for their ideas. After Haymarket, class conflict and violence continued, with strikes, lockouts, blacklisting, the use of Pinkerton detectives and police to break strikes with force, and courts to break them by law. During a strike of streetcar conductors on the 3rd Avenue line in New York, a month after the Haymarket affair, police charged a crowd of thousands, using their clubs indiscriminately. The New York Sun reported, "Men with broken scalps were crawling off in all directions." Some of the energy of resentment in late 1886 was poured into the electoral campaign for mayor of New York that fall. Trade unions formed an independent labor party and nominated for mayor Henry George, the radical economist, whose Progress and Poverty had been read by tens of thousands of workers. George's platform tells something about the conditions of life for workers in New York in the 1880s. It demanded, 1. That property qualifications be abolished for members of juries. 2. That grand jurors be chosen from the lower class as well as from the upper class, which dominated grand juries. 3. That the police not interfere with peaceful meetings. 4. That the sanitary inspection of buildings be enforced. 5. That contract labor be abolished in public works. 6. That there be equal pay for equal work for women. 7. That the streetcars be owned by the municipal government. The Democrats nominated an iron manufacturer, Abram Hewitt, and the Republicans nominated Theodore Roosevelt at a convention presided over by Elihu Root, a corporation lawyer, with the nominating speech given by Chauncey Depew, a railroad director. In a campaign of coercion and bribery, Hewitt was elected with 41% of the vote. George came second with 31% of the vote, and Roosevelt third with 27% of the vote. The New York World saw this as a signal. The deep-voiced protest conveyed in the 67,000 votes for Henry George against the combined power of both political parties, of Wall Street and the business interests, and of the public press, should be a warning to the community to heed the demands of labor so far as they are just and reasonable. In other cities in the country, too, labor candidates ran, polling 25,000 out of 92,000 votes in Chicago, electing a mayor in Milwaukee, and various local officials in Fort Worth, Texas, Eaton, Ohio, and Leadville, Colorado. It seemed that the weight of Haymarket had not crushed the labor movement. The year 1886 became known to contemporaries as the year of the great uprising of labor. From 1881 to 1885, strikes had averaged about 500 each year, involving perhaps 150,000 workers each year. In 1886, there were over 1,400 strikes involving 500,000 workers. John Commons, in his History of the Labor Movement in the United States, saw in that the signs of a great movement by the class of the unskilled, which had finally risen in rebellion. The movement bore in every way the aspect of a social war. A frenzied hatred of labor for capital was shown in every important strike. Extreme bitterness toward capital manifested itself in all the actions of the Knights of Labor, and wherever the leaders undertook to hold it within bounds, they were generally discarded by their followers. Even among Southern blacks, where all the military, political, and economic force of the Southern states, with the acquiescence of the national government, was concentrated on keeping them docile and working, there were sporadic rebellions. In the cotton fields, blacks were dispersed in their work, but in the sugar fields, work was done in gangs, so there was opportunity for organized action. In 1880, they had struck to get $1 a day instead of 75 cents, threatening to leave the state. Strikers were arrested and jailed, but they walked the roads along the sugar fields carrying banners, $1 a day or Kansas. They were arrested again and again for trespassing, and the strike was broken. By 1886, however, the Knights of Labor was organizing in the sugar fields, in the peak year of the Knights' influence. The black workers, unable to feed and clothe their families on their wages, often paid in store scrip, asked $1 a day once more. The following year in the fall, close to 10,000 sugar laborers went on strike, 90% of them Negroes and members of the Knights. The militia arrived and gun battles began. Violence erupted in the town of Thibodaux, which had become a kind of refugee village where hundreds of strikers, evicted from their plantation shacks, gathered, penniless and ragged, carrying their bed-clothing and babies. Their refusal to work threatened the entire sugar crop, and martial law was declared in Thibodaux. Henry and George Cox, two Negro brothers, leaders in the Knights of Labor, were arrested, locked up, then taken from their cells and never heard from again. On the night of November 22nd, shooting broke out, each side claiming the other was at fault. By noon the next day, 30 Negroes were dead or dying and hundreds wounded. 2 whites were wounded. A Negro newspaper in New Orleans wrote, "Lame men and blind women shot. Children and hoary-headed grandsires ruthlessly swept down. The Negroes offered no resistance. They could not, as the killing was unexpected. Those of them not killed took to the woods, a majority of them finding refuge in this city." Citizens of the United States killed by a mob directed by a state judge. Laboring men seeking an advance in wages treated as if they were dogs. At such times and upon such occasions, words of condemnation fall like snowflakes upon molten lead. The blacks should defend their lives, and if needs must die with their faces toward their persecutors, fighting for their homes, their children, and their lawful rights. Native-born poor whites were not doing well either. In the South, they were tenant farmers rather than landowners. In the southern cities, they were tenants, not homeowners. C. Van Woodward notes, Origins of the New South, that the city with the highest rate of tenancy in the United States was Birmingham, with 90%, and the slums brought in by the governor was reinforced by federal troops. 600 miners were rounded up and imprisoned in bullpens, scabs brought back, union leaders fired, the strike broken. In early 1892, the Carnegie Steel Plant in Homestead, Pennsylvania, just outside of Pittsburgh, was being managed by Henry Clay Frick while Carnegie was in Europe. Frick decided to reduce the workers' wages and break their union. He built a fence 3 miles long and 12 feet high around the steel works and topped it with barbed wire, adding peepholes for rifles. When the workers did not accept the pay cut, Frick laid off the entire workforce. The Pinkerton Detective Agency was hired to protect strikebreakers. Although only 750 of the 3,800 workers at Homestead belonged to the Union, 3,000 workers met in the Opera House and voted overwhelmingly to strike. The plant was on the Monongahela River, and 1,000 pickets began patrolling a 10-mile stretch of the river. A committee of strikers took over the town, and the sheriff was unable to raise a posse among local people against them. On the night of July 5, 1892, hundreds of Pinkerton guards boarded barges 5 miles down the river from Homestead and moved toward the plant, where 10,000 strikers and sympathizers waited. The crowd warned the Pinkertons not to step off the barge. A striker lay down on the gangplank, and when a Pinkerton man tried to shove him aside, he fired, wounding the detective in the thigh. In the gunfire that followed on both sides, 7 workers were killed. The Pinkertons had to retreat onto the barges. They were attacked from all sides, voted to surrender, and then were beaten by the enraged crowd. There were dead on both sides. For the next several days, the strikers were in command of the area. Now the state went into action. The governor brought in the militia, armed with the latest rifles and Gatling guns to protect the import of strikebreakers. Strike leaders were charged with murder. 160 other strikers were tried for other crimes. All were acquitted by friendly juries. The entire strike committee was then arrested for treason against the state, but no jury would convict them. The strike held for 4 months, but the plant was producing steel with strikebreakers who were brought in, often in locked trains, not knowing their destination, not knowing a strike was on. The strikers, with no resources left, agreed to return to work, their leaders blacklisted. One reason for the defeat was that the strike was confined to Homestead, and other plants of Carnegie kept working. Some blast furnace workers did strike, but they were quickly defeated, and the pig iron from those furnaces was then used at Homestead. The defeat kept unionization from the Carnegie plants well into the 20th century, and the workers took wage cuts and increases in hours without organized resistance. In the midst of the Homestead strike, a young anarchist from New York named Alexander Berkman, in a plan prepared by anarchist friends in New York, including his lover, Emma Goldman, came to Pittsburgh and entered the office of Henry Clay Frick, determined to kill him. Berkman's aim was poor. He wounded Frick and was overwhelmed, then was tried and found guilty of attempted murder. He served 14 years in the state penitentiary. His Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist gave a graphic description of the assassination attempt and of his years in prison when he changed his mind about the usefulness of assassinations, but remained a dedicated revolutionary. Emma Goldman's autobiography, Living My Life, conveys the anger, the sense of injustice, the desire for a new kind of life that grew among the young radicals of that day. The year 1893 saw the biggest economic crisis in the country's history. After several decades of wild industrial growth, financial manipulation, uncontrolled speculation and profiteering, it all collapsed. 642 banks failed, and 16,000 businesses closed down. Out of the labor force of 15 million, 3 million were unemployed. No state government voted relief, but mass demonstrations all over the country forced city governments to set up soup kitchens and give people work on streets or parks. In New York City, in Union Square, Emma Goldman addressed a huge meeting of the unemployed and urged those whose children needed food to go into the stores and take it. She was arrested for inciting to riot and sentenced to 2 years in prison. In Chicago, it was estimated that 200,000 people were without work. The floors and stairways of City Hall and the police stations packed every night with homeless men trying to sleep. The Depression lasted for years and brought a wave of strikes throughout the country. The largest of these was the nationwide strike of railroad workers in 1894 that began at the Pullman Company in Illinois, just outside of Chicago. Annual wages of railroad workers, according to the report of the Commissioner of Labor in 1890, were $957 for engineers, the aristocrats of the railroad, but $570 for conductors, $212 for brakemen, and $124 for laborers. Railroad work was one of the most dangerous jobs in America. Over 2,000 railroad workers were being killed each year, and 30,000 injured. The railroad companies called these acts of God or the result of carelessness on the part of the workers. But the Locomotive Fireman's Magazine said, "It comes to this. While railroad managers reduce their force and require men to do double duty, involving loss of rest and sleep, the accidents are chargeable to the greed of the corporation." It was the Depression of 1893 that propelled Eugene Debs into a lifetime of action for unionism and socialism. Debs was from Terre Haute, Indiana, where his father and mother ran a store. He had worked on the railroads for 4 years until he was 19, but left when a friend was killed after falling under a locomotive. He came back to join a railroad brotherhood as a billing clerk. At the time of the great strikes of 1877, Debs opposed them and argued there was no necessary conflict between capital and labor. But when he read Edward Bellamy's Looking Backward, it deeply affected him. He followed the events at Homestead, Coeur d'Alene, the Buffalo Switchman strike, and wrote, "If the year 1892 taught the working men any lesson worthy of heed, it was that the capitalist class, like a devilfish, had grasped them with its tentacles and was dragging them down to fathomless depths of degradation. To escape the prehensile clutch of these monsters constitutes a standing challenge to organized labor for 1893. In the midst of the economic crisis of 1893, A small group of railroad workers, including Debs, formed the American Railway Union to unite all railway workers. Debs said, "A life purpose of mine has been the federation of railroad employees. To unify them into one great body is my object. Class enrollment fosters class prejudices and class selfishness. It has been my life's desire to unify railroad employees and to eliminate the aristocracy of labor and organize them so all will be on an equality." Knights of Labor people came in, virtually merging the old Knights with the American Railway Union, according to labor historian David Montgomery. Debs wanted to include everyone, but blacks were kept out. At a convention in 1894, the provision in the Constitution barring blacks was affirmed by a vote of 112 to 100. Later, Debs thought this might have had a crucial effect on the outcome of the Pullman strike, for black workers were in no mood to cooperate with the strikers. In June 1894, workers at the Pullman Palace Car Company went on strike. One can get an idea of the kind of support they got, mostly from the immediate vicinity of Chicago in the first months of the strike, from a list of contributions put together by the Reverend William H. Cowardine, a Methodist pastor in the company town of Pullman for 3 years. He was sent away after he supported the strikers. Typographical Union, number 16. Painters and Decorators Union, number 147. Carpenters Union, number 23. 34th Ward Republican Club. Grand Crossing Police. Hyde Park Water Department. Picnic at Gardner's Park. Milk Dealers Union. Hyde Park Liquor Dealers. 14th Precinct Police Station. Swedish Concert. Chicago Fire Department, German Singing Society, check from Anaconda, Montana. The Pullman strikers appealed to a convention of the American Railway Union for support. "Mr. President and brothers of the American Railway Union, we struck at Pullman because we were without hope. We joined the American Railway Union because it gave us a glimmer of hope. 20,000 souls, men, women, and little ones, have their eyes turned toward this convention today, straining eagerly through dark despondency for a glimmer of the heaven-sent message you alone can give us on this earth. You all must know that the proximate cause of our strike was the discharge of 2 members of our grievance committee. 5 reductions in wages, the last was the most severe, amounting to nearly 30%, and rents had not fallen. Water, which Pullman buys from the city at 8 cents a 1,000 gallons, he retails to us at 500% advance. Gas, which sells at 75 cents per 1,000 feet in Hyde Park, just north of us, he sells for $2.25. When we went to tell him our grievances, he said we were all his children. Pullman, both the man and the town, is an ulcer on the body politic. He owns the houses, the schoolhouses, and churches of God in the town he gave his once humble name. And thus the merry war, the dance of skeletons bathed in human tears, goes on, and it will go on, brothers, forever, unless you, the American Railway Union, stop it, end it, crush it out." The American Railway Union responded. It asked its members all over the country not to handle Pullman cars. Since virtually all passenger trains had Pullman cars, this amounted to a boycott of all trains, a nationwide strike. Soon, all traffic on the 24 railroad lines leading out of Chicago had come to a halt. Workers derailed freight cars, blocked tracks, pulled engineers off trains if they refused to cooperate. The General Managers Association, representing the railroad owners, agreed to pay 2,000 deputies sent in to break the strike. But the strike went on. The Attorney General of the United States, Richard Olney, a former railroad lawyer, now got a court injunction against blocking trains on the legal ground that the federal mails were being interfered with. When the strikers ignored the injunction, President Cleveland ordered federal troops to Chicago. On July 6th, hundreds of cars were burned by strikers. The following day, the state militia moved in, and the Chicago Times reported on what followed. Company C, 2nd Regiment, disciplined a mob of rioters yesterday afternoon at 49th and Loomis Streets. The police assisted and finished the job. There is no means of knowing how many rioters were killed or wounded. The mob carried off many of its dying and injured. A crowd of 5,000 gathered. Rocks were thrown at the militia, and the command was given to fire. To say that the mob went wild is but a weak expression. The command to charge was given. From that moment, only bayonets were used. A dozen men in the front line of rioters received bayonet wounds. Tearing up cobblestones, the mob made a determined charge. The word was passed along the line for each officer to take care of himself. One by one, as occasion demanded, they fired point blank into the crowd. The police followed with their clubs. A wire fence enclosed the track. The rioters had forgotten it. When they turned to fly, they were caught in a trap. The police were not inclined to be merciful, and driving the mob against the barbed wires, clubbed it unmercifully. The crowd outside the fence rallied to the assistance of the rioters. The shower of stones was incessant. The ground over which the fight had occurred was like a battlefield. The men shot by the troops and police lay about like logs. In Chicago that day, 13 people were killed, 53 seriously wounded, 700 arrested. Before the strike was over, perhaps 34 were dead. With 14,000 police, militia, troops in Chicago, the strike was crushed. Debs was arrested for contempt of court, for violating the injunction that said he could not do or say anything to carry on the strike. He told the court, "It seems to me that if it were not for resistance to degrading conditions, the tendency of our whole civilization would be downward. After a while, we would reach the point where there would be no resistance and slavery would come." Debs, in court, denied he was a socialist, but during his 6 months in prison, he studied socialism and talked to fellow prisoners who were socialists. Later he wrote, "I was to be baptized in socialism, in the roar of conflict, in the gleam of every bayonet, and the flash of every rifle the class struggle was revealed. This was my first practical struggle in socialism." 2 years after he came out of prison, Debs wrote in the Railway Times, "The issue is socialism versus capitalism. I am for socialism because I am for humanity. We have been cursed with the reign of gold long enough. Money constitutes no proper basis of civilization. The time has come to regenerate society. We are on the eve of a universal change." Thus, the 80s and 90s saw bursts of labor insurrection more organized than the spontaneous strikes of 1877. There were now revolutionary movements influencing labor struggles, the ideas of socialism affecting labor leaders. Radical literature was appearing, speaking of fundamental changes, of new possibilities for living. In this same period, those who worked on the land, farmers, North and South, black and white, were going far beyond the scattered tenant protests of the pre-Civil War years and creating the greatest movement of agrarian rebellion the country had ever seen. When the Homestead Act was being discussed in Congress in 1860, a senator from Wisconsin said he supported it. "Because its benign operation will postpone for centuries, if it will not forever, all serious conflict between capital and labor in the older free states, withdrawing their surplus population to create in greater abundance the means of subsistence." The Homestead Act did not have that effect. It did not bring tranquility to the East by moving Americans to the West. It was not a safety valve for discontent, which was too great to be contained that way. As Henry Nash Smith says, "Virgin land," and as we have seen, on the contrary, The 3 decades following its passage were marked by the most bitter and widespread labor trouble that had yet been seen in the United States. It also failed to bring peace to the farm country of the West. Hamlin Garland, who had made so many Americans aware of the life of the farmer, wrote in the preface to his novel, Jason Edwards, "Free land is gone. The last acre of available farmland has now passed into private or corporate hands." In Jason Edwards, a Boston mechanic takes his family west, drawn by advertising circulars. But he finds that all land within 30 miles of a railroad has been taken up by speculators. He struggles for 5 years to pay off a loan and get title to his farm, and then a storm destroys his wheat just before harvest. Behind the despair so often registered in the farm country literature of that day, there must have been visions from time to time of a different way to live. In another Garland novel, A Spoil of Office, the heroine speaks at a farmer's picnic. "I see a time when the farmer will not need to live in a cabin on a lonely farm. I see the farmers coming together in groups. I see them with time to read and time to visit with their fellows. I see them enjoying lectures in beautiful halls erected in every village. I see them gather like the Saxons of old upon the green at evening to sing and dance. I see cities rising near them with schools and churches and concert halls and theaters. I see a day when the farmer will no longer be a drudge and his wife a bond-slave, but happy men and women who will go singing to their pleasant tasks upon their fruitful farms. When the boys and girls will not go west nor to the city, when life will be worth living. In that day the moon will be brighter and the stars more glad, and pleasure and poetry and love of life come back to the man who tills the soil." Hamlin Garland dedicated Jason Edwards, written in 1891, to the Farmers' Alliance. It was the Farmers' Alliance that was the core of the great movement of the 1880s and 1890s, later known as the Populist Movement. Between 1860 and 1910, the U.S. Army, wiping out the Indian villages on the Great Plains, paved the way for the railroads to move in and take the best land. Then the farmers came for what was left. From 1860 to 1900, the population of the United States grew from 31 million to 75 million. Now 20 million people lived west of the Mississippi, and the number of farms grew from 2 million to 6 million. With the crowded cities of the East needing food, the internal market for food was more than doubled. 82% of the farm produce was sold inside the United States. Farming became mechanized. Steel plows, mowing machines, reapers, harvesters, improved cotton gins for pulling the fibers away from the seed, and by the turn of the century, giant combines that cut the grain, threshed it, and put it in bags. In 1830, a bushel of wheat had taken 3 hours to produce. By 1900, it took 10 minutes. Specialization developed by region: cotton and tobacco in the South, wheat and corn in the Midwest. Land cost money, and machines cost money, so farmers had to borrow, hoping that the prices of their harvests would stay high, so they could pay the bank for the loan, the railroad for transportation, the grain merchant for handling their grain, the storage elevator for storing it. But they found the prices for their produce going down, and the prices of transportation and loans going up, because the individual farmer could not control the price of his grain, while the monopolist railroad and the monopolist banker could charge what they liked. William Faulkner, in his novel, The Hamlet, described the man on whom Southern farmers depended. He was the largest landholder in one county, and justice of the peace in the next, and election commissioner in both. He was a farmer, a usurer, a veterinarian. He owned most of the good land in the county and held mortgages on most of the rest. He owned the store and the cotton gin and the combined grist mill and blacksmith shop. The farmers who could not pay saw their homes and land taken away. They became tenants. By 1880, 25% of all farms were rented by tenants, and the number kept rising. Many did not even have money to rent and became farm laborers. By 1900, there were 4.5 million farm laborers in the country. It was the fate that awaited every farmer who couldn't pay his debts. Could the squeezed and desperate farmer turn to the government for help? Lawrence Goodwin, in his study of the populist movement, The Democratic Promise, says that after the Civil War, both parties now were controlled by capitalists. They were divided along north-south lines, still hung over with the animosities of the Civil War. This made it very hard to create a party of reform, cutting across both parties, to unite working people, South and North, to say nothing of black and white, foreign-born and native-born. The government played its part in helping the bankers and hurting the farmers. It kept the amount of money, based on the gold supply, steady, while the population rose, so there was less and less money in circulation. The farmer had to pay off his debts in dollars that were harder to get. The bankers, getting the loans back, were getting dollars worth more than when they loaned them out, a kind of interest on top of interest. That is why so much of the talk of farmers' movements in those days had to do with putting more money in circulation, by printing greenbacks, paper money for which there was no gold in the treasury, or by making silver a basis for issuing money. It was in Texas that the Farmers' Alliance movement began. It was in the South that the crop lien system was the most brutal. By this system, the farmer would get the things he needed from the merchant, the use of the cotton gin at harvest time, whatever supplies were necessary. He didn't have money to pay, so the merchant would get a lien, a mortgage on his crop, on which the farmer might pay 25% interest. Goodwin says, the crop lien system became for millions of Southerners, white and black, little more than a modified form of slavery. The man with the ledger became to the farmer the furnishing man, to black farmers simply the man. The farmer would owe more money every year until finally his farm was taken away and he became a tenant. Goodwin gives two personal histories to illustrate this. A white farmer in South Carolina between 1887 and 1895 bought goods and services from the furnishing merchant for $2,681.02, but was able to pay only $687.31, and finally he had to give his land to the merchant. A black farmer named Matt Brown in Black Hawk, Mississippi, between 1884 and 1901, bought his supplies from the Jones store, kept falling further and further behind, and in 1905, the last entry in the merchant's ledger is for a coffin and burial supplies. How many rebellions took place against this system, we don't know. In Delhi, Louisiana in 1889, a gathering of small farmers rode into town and demolished the stores of merchants to cancel their indebtedness, they said. In the height of the 1877 Depression, a group of white farmers gathered together on a farm in Texas and formed the first Farmers' Alliance. In a few years, it was across the state. By 1882, there were 120 sub-alliances in 12 counties. By 1886, 100,000 farmers had joined in 2,000 sub-alliances. They began to offer alternatives to the old system. Join the alliance and form cooperatives. Buy things together and get lower prices. They began putting their cotton together and selling it cooperatively. They called it bulking. In some states, a grange movement developed. It managed to get laws passed to help farmers. But the Grange, as one of its newspapers put it, is essentially conservative and furnishes a stable, well-organized, rational, and orderly opposition to encroachments upon the liberties of the people, in contrast to the lawless, desperate attempts of communism. It was a time of crisis, and the Grange was doing too little. It lost members while the Farmers' Alliance kept growing. From the beginning, the Farmers' Alliance showed sympathy with the growing labor movement. When Knights of Labor men went on strike against a steamship line in Galveston, Texas, one of the radical leaders of the Texas Alliance, William Lamb, spoke for many, but not all, Alliance members when he said in an open letter to Alliance people, "Knowing that the day is not far distant when the Farmers' Alliance will have to use boycott on manufacturers in order to get goods direct, we think it is a good time to help the Knights of Labor." Goodwin says, Alliance radicalism, populism, began with this letter. The Texas Alliance president opposed joining the boycott, but a group of Alliance people in Texas passed a resolution. Whereas we see the unjust encroachments that the capitalists are making upon all the different departments of labor, we extend to the Knights of Labor our hearty sympathy in their manly struggle against monopolistic oppression, and we propose to stand by the Knights. In the summer of 1886, in the town of Cleburne near Dallas, the Alliance gathered and drew up what came to be known as the Cleburne Demands, the first document of the populist movement, asking such legislation as shall secure to our people freedom from the onerous and shameful abuses that the industrial classes are now suffering at the hands of arrogant capitalists and powerful corporations. They called for a national conference of all labor organizations to discuss such measures as may be of interest to the laboring classes, and proposed regulation of railroad rates, heavy taxation of land held only for speculative purposes, and an increase in the money supply. The Alliance kept growing. By early 1887, it had 200,000 members in 3,000 sub-alliances. By 1892, farmer lecturers had gone into 43 states and reached 2 million farm families in what Goodwin calls the most massive organizing drive by any citizen institution of 19th century America. It was a drive based on the idea of cooperation, of farmers creating their own culture, their own political parties, gaining a respect not given them by the nation's powerful industrial and political leaders. Organizers from Texas came to Georgia to form alliances, and in 3 years Georgia had 100,000 members in 134 of the 137 counties. In Tennessee, there were soon 125,000 members and 3,600 sub-alliances in 92 of the state's 96 counties. The alliance moved into Mississippi like a cyclone, someone said, and into Louisiana and North Carolina. Then northward into Kansas and the Dakotas, where 35 cooperative warehouses were set up. One of the leading figures in Kansas was Henry Vincent, who started a journal in 1886 called The American Nonconformist and Kansas Industrial Liberator, saying in the first issue, "This journal will aim to publish such matter as will tend to the education of the laboring classes, the farmers, and the producer, and in every struggle it will endeavor to take the side of the oppressed against the oppressor." By 1889, the Kansas Alliance had 50,000 members and was electing local candidates to office. Now there were 400,000 members in the National Farmers Alliance, and the conditions spurring the alliance onward got worse. Corn, which had brought 45 cents a bushel in 1870, brought 10 cents a bushel in 1889. Harvesting wheat required a machine to bind the wheat before it became too dry, and this cost several $100s, which the farmer had to buy on credit, knowing the $200 would be twice as hard to get in a few years. Then he had to pay a bushel of corn in freight costs for every bushel he shipped. He had to pay the high prices demanded by the grain elevators at the terminals. In the South, the situation was worse than anywhere. 90% of the farmers lived on credit. To meet this situation, the the Texas Alliance formed a statewide cooperative, a great Texas exchange, which handled the selling of the farmers' cotton in one great transaction. But the exchange itself needed loans to advance credit to its members. The banks refused. A call was issued to farmers to scrape together the needed capital for the exchange to operate. Thousands came on June 9, 1888, to 200 Texas courthouses and made their contributions, pledging $200,000. Ultimately, $80,000 was actually collected. It was not enough. The farmers' poverty prevented them from helping themselves. The banks won, and this persuaded the alliances that monetary reform was crucial. There was one victory along the way. Farmers were being charged too much for jute bags to put cotton in, which were controlled by a trust. The alliance farmers organized a boycott of jute, made their own bags out of cotton, and forced the jute manufacturers to start selling their bags at 5 cents a yard instead of 14 cents. The complexity of populist belief was shown in one of its important leaders in Texas, Charles McCune. He was a radical in economics, antitrust, anti-capitalist, a conservative in politics, against a new party independent of the Democrats, and a racist. McCune came forward with a plan that was to become central to the populist platform, the sub-treasury plan. The government would have its own warehouses where farmers would store produce and get certificates from this sub-treasury. These would be greenbacks, and thus much more currency would be made available, not dependent on gold or silver, but based on the amount of farm produce. There were more alliance experiments. In the Dakotas, a great cooperative insurance plan for farmers insured them against loss of their crops. Where the big insurance companies had asked 50 cents an acre, the cooperative asked 25 cents or less. It issued 30,000 policies covering 2 million acres. McCune's sub-treasury plan depended on the government, and since it would not be taken up by the two major parties, it meant, against McCune's own beliefs, organizing a third party. The alliances went to work. In 1890, 38 alliance people were elected to Congress. In the South, the alliance elected governors in Georgia and Texas. It took over the Democratic Party in Georgia and won 3/4 of the seats in the Georgia legislature, 6 of Georgia's 10 congressmen. This was, however, Goodwin says, an elusive revolution because the party machinery remained in the hands of the old crowd, and the crucial chairmanships of important committees in Congress, in the state legislatures, remained in the hands of the conservatives, and corporate power in the states, in the nation, could use its money to still get what it wanted. The alliances were not getting real power, but they were spreading new ideas and a new spirit. Now, as a political party, they became the People's Party, or Populist Party, and met in convention in 1890 in Topeka, Kansas. The great populist orator from that state, Mary Ellen Lease, told an enthusiastic crowd, "Wall Street owns the country. It is no longer a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, but a government of Wall Street, by Wall Street, and for Wall Street. Our laws are the output of a system which clothes rascals in robes and honesty in rags. The politicians said we suffered from overproduction. Overproduction, when 10,000 little children starve to death every year in the U.S., and over 100,000 shop girls in New York are forced to sell their virtue for bread. There are 30 men in the United States whose aggregate wealth is over $1.5 billion. There are 500,000 looking for work. We want money, land, and transportation. We want the abolition of the national banks, and we want the power to make loans direct from the government. We want the accursed foreclosure system wiped out. We will stand by our homes and stay by our firesides by force if necessary. and we will not pay our debts to the loan shark companies until the government pays its debts to us. The people are at bay. Let the bloodhounds of money who have dogged us thus far beware. At the People's Party National Convention in 1892 in St. Louis, a platform was drawn up. The preamble was written by and read to the assemblage by another of the great orators of the movement, Ignatius Donnelly. We meet in the midst of a nation brought to the verge of moral, political, and material ruin. Corruption dominates the ballot box, the legislatures, the Congress, and touches even the ermine of the bench. The people are demoralized. The newspapers are subsidized or muzzled, public opinion silenced, business prostrate, our homes covered with mortgages, labor impoverished, and the land concentrating in the hands of capitalists. The urban workmen are denied the right of organization for self-protection. Imported, pauperized labor beats down their wages, a hireling standing army established to shoot them down. The fruits of the toil of millions are boldly stolen to build up colossal fortunes. From the same prolific womb of governmental injustice, we breed two classes, paupers and millionaires. A People's Party nominating convention in Omaha in July of 1892 nominated James Weaver, an Iowa populist and former general in the Union Army, for president. The populist movement was now tied to the voting system. Their spokesman, Polk, had said they could link their hands and hearts together and march to the ballot box and take possession of the government, restore it to the principles of our fathers, and run it in the interest of the people. Weaver got over 1 million votes, but lost. A new political party had the job of uniting diverse groups, Northern Republicans and Southern Democrats, urban workers and country farmers, black and white. A Colored Farmers National Alliance grew in the South and had perhaps 1 million members, but it was organized and led by whites. There were also black organizers, but it was not easy for them to persuade black farmers that even if economic reforms were won, blacks would have equal access to them. Blacks had tied themselves to the Republican Party, the party of Lincoln and civil rights laws. The Democrats were the party of slavery and segregation. As Goodwin puts it, in an era of transcendent white prejudice, the curbing of vicious corporate monopoly did not carry for black farmers the ring of salvation it had for white agrarians. There were whites who saw the need for racial unity. One Alabama newspaper wrote, "The White and Colored Alliance are united in their war against trusts and in the promotion of the doctrine that farmers should establish cooperative stores and manufactures and publish their own newspapers, conduct their own schools, and have a hand in everything else that concerns them as citizens or affects them personally or collectively." The official newspaper of the Alabama Knights of Labor, the Alabama Sentinel, wrote, "The Bourbon Democracy are trying to down the alliance with the old cry, 'nigger.' It won't work, though." Some alliance blacks made similar calls for unity. A leader of the Florida Colored Alliance said, "We are aware of the fact that the laboring colored man's interests and the laboring white man's interests are one and the same." When the Texas People's Party was founded in Dallas in the summer of 1891, it was interracial and radical. There was blunt and vigorous debate among whites and blacks. A black delegate active in the Knights of Labor, dissatisfied with vague statements about equality, said, "If we are equal, why does not the sheriff summon Negroes on juries? And why hang up the sign, 'Negro' in passenger cars? I want to tell my people what the People's Party is going to do. I want to tell them if it is going to work a black and white horse in the same field." A white leader responded by urging there be a black delegate from every district in the state. "They are in the ditch just like we are." when someone suggested there be separate white and black populist clubs which could confer together, R. M. Humphrey, the white leader of the Colored Alliance, objected. "This will not do. The colored people are part of the people, and they must be recognized as such." 2 blacks were then elected to the state executive committee of the party. Blacks and whites were in different situations. The blacks were mostly field hands, hired laborers. Most white alliance people were farm owners. When the Colored Alliance declared a strike in the cotton fields in 1891 for $1 a day wages for cotton pickers, Leonidas Polk, head of the White Alliance, denounced it as hurting the alliance farmer who would have to pay that wage. In Arkansas, a 30-year-old black cotton picker named Ben Patterson led the strike, traveling from plantation to plantation to get support, his band growing, engaging in gun battles with a white posse. A plantation manager was killed. A cotton gin burned. Patterson and his band were caught, and 15 of them were shot to death. There was some black-white unity at the ballot box in the South, resulting in a few blacks elected in North Carolina local elections. An Alabama white farmer wrote to a newspaper in 1892, "I wish to God that Uncle Sam could put bayonets around the ballot box in the Black Belt on the first Monday in August so that the Negro could get a fair vote." There were black delegates to third-party conventions in Georgia, 2 in 1892, 24 in 1894. The Arkansas People's Party platform spoke for the downtrodden regardless of race. There were moments of racial unity. Lawrence Goodwin found in East Texas an unusual coalition of black and white public officials. It had begun during Reconstruction and continued into the populist period. The state government was in the control of white Democrats, but in Grimes County, blacks won local offices and sent legislators to the state capitol. The district clerk was a black man. There were black deputy sheriffs and a black school principal. A night-riding white man's union used intimidation and murder to split the coalition, but Goodwin points to the long years of interracial cooperation in Grimes County and wonders about missed opportunities. Racism was strong, and the Democratic Party played on this, winning many farmers from the Populist Party. When white tenants, failing in the crop lien system, were evicted from their land and replaced by blacks, race hatred intensified. Southern states were drawing up new constitutions, starting with Mississippi in 1890. To prevent blacks from voting by various devices and to maintain ironclad segregation in every aspect of life. The laws that took the vote away from blacks, poll taxes, literacy tests, property qualifications, also ensured that poor whites would not vote. And the political leaders of the South knew this. At the Constitutional Convention in Alabama, one of the leaders said he wanted to take the vote away from all those who are unfit and unqualified, and if the rule strikes a white man as well as a Negro, let him go. In North Carolina, the Charlotte Observer saw disenfranchisement as the struggle of the white people of North Carolina to rid themselves of the dangers of the rule of Negroes and the lower class of whites. Tom Watson, the populist leader of Georgia, pleaded for racial unity. "You are kept apart that you may be separately fleeced of your earnings. You are made to hate each other because upon that hatred is rested the keystone of the arch of financial despotism which enslaves you both. You are deceived and blinded that you may not see how this race antagonism perpetuates a monetary system which beggars both." According to the black scholar Robert Allen, taking a look at populism, Reluctant Reformers, Watson wanted black support for a white man's party. No doubt, when Watson found this support embarrassing and no longer useful, he became as eloquent in affirming racism as he had been in opposing it. Still, Watson must have addressed some genuine feelings in poor whites whose class oppression gave them some common interest with blacks. When H.S. Doyle, a young black preacher who supported Watson for Congress, was threatened by a lynch mob, he came to Watson for protection, and 2,000 white farmers helped Doyle escape. It was a time that illustrated the complexities of class and race conflict. 15 blacks were lynched during Watson's election campaign, and in Georgia after 1891, the Alliance-controlled legislature, Allen points out, passed the largest number of anti-black bills ever enacted in a single year in Georgia history. And yet, in 1896, the Georgia state platform of the People's Party denounced lynch law and terrorism and asked the abolition of the convict lease system. C. Van Woodward points to the unique quality of the populist experience in the South. Never before or since have the two races in the South come so close together as they did during the populist struggles. The populist movement also made a remarkable attempt to create a new and independent culture for the country's farmers. The Alliance Lecture Bureau reached all over the country. It had 35,000 lecturers. The populists poured out books and pamphlets from their printing presses. Woodward says, "One gathers from yellowed pamphlets that the agrarian ideologists undertook to re-educate their countrymen from the ground up. Dismissing history as taught in our schools as practically valueless, they undertook to write it over, formidable columns of it, from the Greek down. With no more compunction, they turned all hands to the revision of economics, political theory, law, and government." The National Economist, a populist magazine, had 100,000 readers. Goodwin counts over 1,000 populist journals in the 1890s. There were newspapers like The Comrade, published in the cotton country of Louisiana, and The Toiler's Friend in rural Georgia. Also, Revolution was published in Georgia. In North Carolina, the populist printing plant was burned. In Alabama, there was The Living Truth. It was broken into in 1892, its type scattered, and the next year the shop was set afire. But the press survived, and the editor never missed an issue. Hundreds of poems and songs came out of the populist movement, like "The Farmer is the Man." The farmer is the man, the farmer is the man, lives on credit till the fall. With the interest rate so high, it's a wonder he don't die, and the mortgage man's the one that gets it all. The farmer is the man, the farmer is the man, lives on credit till the fall. And his pants are wearing thin, his condition, it's a sin. He's forgot that he's the man that feeds them all. Books written by populist leaders, such as Henry Demarest Lloyd's Wealth Against Commonwealth and William Harvey Coyne's Financial School, were widely read. An Alabama historian of that time, William Garrett Brown, said about the populist movement that no other political movement, not that of 1776, nor that of 1860 to 61, ever altered Southern life so profoundly. According to Lawrence Goodwin, if the labor movements had been able to do in the cities what the populists did in the rural areas, to create among urban workers a culture of cooperation, self-respect, and economic analysis, there might have been a great movement for change in the United States. There were only fitful, occasional connections between the farmer and labor movements. Neither spoke eloquently enough to the other's needs. And yet there were signs of a common consciousness that might, under different circumstances, lead to a unified, ongoing movement. Norman Pollock says, on the basis of a close study of Midwestern populist newspapers, populism regarded itself as a class movement, reasoning that farmers and workers were assuming the same material position in society. An editorial in the Farmers' Alliance spoke of a man working 14 to 16 hours a day. He is brutalized both morally and physically. He has no ideas, only propensities. He has no beliefs, only instincts. Pollock sees that as a homespun version of Marx's idea of workers' alienation from his human self under capitalism, and finds many other parallels between populist and Marxist ideas. Undoubtedly, populists, along with most white Americans, had racism and nativism in their thinking. But part of it was that they simply did not think race as important as the economic system. Thus, the Farmers' Alliance said, "The People's Party has sprung into existence not to make the black man free, but to emancipate all men, to gain for all industrial freedom, without which there can be no political freedom." More important than theoretical connections were the populist expressions of support for workers in actual struggles. The Alliance Independent of Nebraska, during the Great Strike at the Carnegie Steel Plant, wrote, "All who look beneath the surface will see that the bloody battle fought at Homestead was a mere incident in the great conflict between capital and labor. Coxey's March of the Unemployed drew sympathy in the farm areas in Osceola, Nebraska. Perhaps 5,000 people attended a picnic in Coxey's honor. During the Pullman strike, a farmer wrote to the governor of Kansas, "Unquestionably, nearly, if not quite all Alliance people are in fullest sympathy with these striking men." On top of the serious failures to unite blacks and whites, city workers and country farmers, there was the lure of electoral politics, all of that combining to destroy the populist movement. Once allied with the Democratic Party in supporting William Jennings Bryan for president in 1896, populism would drown in a sea of democratic politics. The pressure for electoral victory led populism to make deals with the major parties in city after city. If the Democrats won, it would be absorbed. If the Democrats lost, it would disintegrate. Electoral politics brought into the top leadership the political brokers instead of the agrarian radicals. There were those radical populists who saw this. They said fusion with the Democrats to try to win would lose what they needed, an independent political movement. They said the much ballyhooed free silver would not change anything fundamental in the capitalist system. One Texas radical said silver coinage would leave undisturbed all the conditions which give rise to the undue concentration of wealth. Henry Damaris Lloyd noted that the Bryan nomination was subsidized in part by Marcus Daly of Anaconda Copper and William Randolph Hearst of the silver interests in the West. He saw through the rhetoric of Bryan that stirred the crowd of 20,000 at the Democratic Convention. "We have petitioned, and our petitions have been scorned. We have entreated, and our entreaties have been disregarded. We have begged, and they have mocked when our calamity came. We beg no longer, we entreat no more, we petition no more, we defy them." Lloyd wrote bitterly, "The poor people are throwing up their hats in the air for those who promised to lead them out of the wilderness by way of the currency route. The people are to be kept wandering 40 years in the currency labyrinth, as they have for the last 40 years been led up and down the tariff bill." In the election of 1896, with the populist movement enticed into the Democratic Party, Bryan, the Democratic candidate, was defeated by William McKinley, for whom the corporations and the press mobilized in the first massive use of money in an election campaign. Even the hint of populism in the Democratic Party, it seemed, could not be tolerated, and the big guns of the establishment pulled out all their ammunition to make sure. It was a time, as election times have often been in the United States, to consolidate the system after years of protest and rebellion. The black was being kept under control in the South. The Indian was being driven off the western plains for good. On a cold winter day in 1890, U.S. Army soldiers attacked Indians camped at Wounded Knee, South Dakota, and killed 300 men, women, and children. It was the climax to 400 years of violence that began with Columbus, establishing that this continent belonged to white men. But only to certain white men, because it was clear by 1896 that the state stood ready to crush labor strikes by law if possible, by force if necessary. And where a threatening mass movement developed, the two-party system stood ready to send one of its columns to surround that movement and drain it of vitality. And always, as a way of drowning class resentment in a flood of slogans for national unity, there was patriotism. McKinley had said in a rare rhetorical connection between money and flag, "This year is going to be a year of patriotism and devotion to country. I am glad to know that the people in every part of the country mean to be devoted to one flag, the glorious Stars and Stripes, that the people of this country mean to maintain the financial honor of the country as sacredly as they maintain the honor of the flag." The supreme act of patriotism was war. 2 years after McKinley became president, the United States declared war on Spain. Chapter 12. The Empire and the People. Theodore Roosevelt wrote to a friend in the year 1897, "In strict confidence, I should welcome almost any war, for I think this country needs one." The year of the massacre at Wounded Knee, 1890, it was officially declared by the Bureau of the Census that the internal frontier was closed. The profit system, with its natural tendency for expansion, had already begun to look overseas. The severe depression that began in 1893 strengthened an idea developing within the political and financial elite of the country that overseas markets for American goods might relieve the problem of underconsumption at home and prevent the economic crises that in 1890s brought class war. And would not a foreign adventure deflect some of the rebellious energy that went into strikes and protest movements toward an external enemy? Would it not unite people with government, with the armed forces instead of against them? This was probably not a conscious plan among most of the elite, but a natural development from the twin drives of capitalism and nationalism. Expansion overseas was not a new idea. Even before the war against Mexico carried the United States to the Pacific, the Monroe Doctrine looked southward into and beyond the Caribbean. Issued in 1823, when the countries of Latin America were winning independence from Spanish control, it made plain to European nations that the United States considered Latin America its sphere of influence. Not long after, some Americans began thinking into the Pacific, of Hawaii, Japan, and the great markets of China. There was more than thinking. The American armed forces had made forays overseas. A State Department list, Instances of the Use of United States Armed Forces Abroad, 1798 to 1945, presented by Secretary of State Dean Rusk to a Senate committee in 1962 to cite precedents for the use of armed force against Cuba, shows 103 interventions in the affairs of other countries between 1798 and 1895. A sampling from the list with the exact description given by the State Department. 1852 to 53, Argentina. Marines were landed and maintained in Buenos Aires to protect American interests during a revolution. 1853, Nicaragua. To protect American lives and interests during political disturbances. 1853 to 54, Japan. The opening of Japan and the Perry expedition. The State Department does not give more details, but this involved the use of warships to force Japan to open its ports to the United States. 1853 to 54, Ryukyu and Bonin Islands. Commodore Perry on 3 visits before going to Japan, and while waiting for a reply from Japan, made a naval demonstration, landing Marines twice, and secured a coaling concession from the ruler of Naha and Okinawa. He also demonstrated in the Bonin Islands, all to secure facilities for commerce. 1854, Nicaragua. San Juan del Norte. Greytown was destroyed to avenge an insult to the American minister to Nicaragua. 1855, Uruguay. U.S. and European naval forces landed to protect American interests during an attempted revolution in Montevideo. 1859, China. For the protection of American interests in Shanghai. 1860, Angola, Portuguese West Africa. To protect American lives and property at Kisembo when the natives became troublesome. 1893, Hawaii. Ostensibly to protect American lives and property, actually to promote a provisional government under Sanford B. Dole. This action was disavowed by the United States. 1894, Nicaragua. To protect American interests at Bluefields following a revolution. Thus, by the 1890s, there had been much experience in overseas probes and interventions. The ideology of expansion was widespread in the upper circles of military men, politicians, businessmen, and even among some of the leaders of farmers' movements who thought foreign markets would help them. Captain A.T. Mahan of the U.S. Navy, a popular propagandist for expansion, greatly influenced Theodore Roosevelt and other American leaders. The countries with the biggest navies would inherit the earth, he said. Americans must now begin to look outward. Senator Henry Cabot Lodge of Massachusetts wrote in a magazine article, "In the interests of our commerce, we should build the Nicaragua Canal, and for the protection of that canal and for the sake of our commercial supremacy in the Pacific, we should control the Hawaiian Islands and maintain our influence in Samoa. And when the Nicaraguan Canal is built, the island of Cuba will become a necessity. The great nations are rapidly absorbing for their future expansion and their present defense all the waste places of the earth. It is a movement which makes for civilization and the advancement of the race. As one of the great nations of the world, the United States must not fall out of the line of that march." A Washington Post editorial on the eve of the Spanish-American War. A new consciousness seems to have come upon us, the consciousness of strength, and with it a new appetite, the yearning to show our strength. Ambition, interest, land hunger, pride, the mere joy of fighting, whatever it may be, we are animated by a new sensation. We are face to face with a strange destiny. The taste of empire is in the mouth of the people, even as the taste of blood in the jungle. Was that taste in the mouth of the people through some instinctive lust for aggression or some urgent self-interest? Or was it a taste, if indeed it existed, created, encouraged, advertised, and exaggerated by the millionaire press, the military, the government, the eager-to-please scholars of the time? Political scientist John Burgess of Columbia University said the Teutonic and Anglo-Saxon races were particularly endowed with the capacity for establishing national states. They are entrusted with the mission of conducting the political civilization of the modern world. Several years before his election to the presidency, William McKinley said, "We want a foreign market for our surplus products." Senator Albert Beveridge of Indiana in early 1897 declared, "American factories are making more than the American people can use. American soil is producing more than they can consume. Fate has written our policy for us. The trade of the world must and shall be ours." The Department of State explained in 1898. It seems to be conceded that every year we shall be confronted with an increasing surplus of manufactured goods for sale in foreign markets, if American operatives and artisans are to be kept employed the year around. The enlargement of foreign consumption of the products of our mills and workshops has therefore become a serious problem of statesmanship as well as of commerce. These expansionist military men and politicians were in touch with one another. One of Theodore Roosevelt's biographers tells us, by 1890, Lodge, Roosevelt, and Mahan had begun exchanging views, and that they tried to get Mahan off sea duty so that he could continue full-time his propaganda for expansion. Roosevelt once sent Henry Cabot Lodge a copy of a poem by Rudyard Kipling, saying, "It was poor poetry, but good sense from the expansionist standpoint." When the United States did not annex Hawaii in 1893, after some Americans, the combined missionary and pineapple interests of the Dole family, set up their own government, Roosevelt called this hesitancy a crime against white civilization, and he told the Naval War College, "All the great masterful races have been fighting races. No triumph of peace is quite so great as the supreme triumph of war." Roosevelt was contemptuous of races and nations he considered inferior. When a mob in New Orleans lynched a number of Italian immigrants, Roosevelt thought the United States should offer the Italian government some remuneration, but privately he wrote his sister that he thought the lynching was rather a good thing, and told her he had said as much at a dinner with various Dago diplomats all wrought up by the lynching. William James, the philosopher who became one of the leading anti-imperialists of his time, wrote about Roosevelt that he gushes over war as the ideal condition of human society, for the manly strenuousness which it involves, and treats peace as a condition of blubber-like and swollen ignobility, fit only for huckstering weaklings, dwelling in gray twilight, and heedless of the higher life. Roosevelt's talk of expansionism was not just a matter of manliness and heroism. He was conscious of our trade relations with China. Lodge was aware of the textile interests in Massachusetts that looked to Asian markets. Historian Marilyn Young has written of the work of the American China Development Company to expand American influence in China for commercial reasons, and of State Department instructions to the American emissary in China to employ all proper methods for the extension of American interests in China. She says, The Rhetoric of Empire, that the talk about markets in China was far greater than the actual amount of dollars involved at the time, but this talk was important in shaping American policy toward Hawaii, the Philippines, and all of Asia. While it was true that in 1898, 90% of American products were sold at home, the 10% sold abroad amounted to $1 billion. Walter Lefebvre writes in The New Empire, by 1893, American trade exceeded that of every country in the world except England. Farm products, of course, especially in the key tobacco, cotton, and wheat areas, had long depended heavily on international markets for their prosperity. And in the 20 years up to 1895, new investments by American capitalists overseas reached $1 billion. In 1885, the steel industry's publication Age of Steel wrote that the internal markets were insufficient and the overproduction of industrial products should be relieved and prevented in the future by increased foreign trade. Oil became a big export in the 1880s and 1890s. By 1891, the Rockefeller family's Standard Oil Company accounted for 90% of American exports of kerosene and controlled 70% of the world market. Oil was now second to cotton as the leading product sent overseas. There were demands for expansion by large commercial farmers including some of the populist leaders, as William Appleman Williams has shown in The Roots of the Modern American Empire. Populist Congressman Jerry Simpson of Kansas told Congress in 1892 that with a huge agricultural surplus, farmers must of necessity seek a foreign market. True, he was not calling for aggression or conquest, but once foreign markets were seen as important to prosperity, expansionist policies, even war, might have wide appeal. Such an appeal would be especially strong if the expansion looked like an act of generosity, helping a rebellious group overthrow foreign rule, as in Cuba. By 1898, Cuban rebels had been fighting their Spanish conquerors for 3 years in an attempt to win independence. By that time, it was possible to create a national mood for intervention. It seems that the business interests of the nation did not at first want military intervention in Cuba. American merchants did not need colonies or wars of conquest if they could just have free access to markets. This idea of an open door became the dominant theme of the American foreign policy in the 20th century. It was a more sophisticated approach to imperialism than the traditional empire building of Europe. William Appleman Williams in The Tragedy of American Diplomacy says, "This national argument is usually interpreted as a battle between imperialists, led by Roosevelt and Lodge, and anti-imperialists, led by William Jennings Bryan and Carl Schurz. It is far more accurate and illuminating, however, to view it as a three-cornered fight. The third group was a coalition of businessmen, intellectuals, and politicians who opposed traditional colonialism and advocated instead a policy of an open door through which America's preponderant economic strength would enter and dominate all underdeveloped areas of the world." However, this preference on the part of some business groups and politicians for what Williams calls the idea of informal empire without war was always subject to change. If peaceful imperialism turned out to be impossible, military action might be needed. For instance, in late 1897 and early 1898, with China weakened by a recent war with Japan, German military forces occupied the Chinese port of Qingdao at the mouth of Kiaochao Bay and demanded a naval station there, with rights to railways and coal mines on the nearby peninsula of Shantung. Within the next few months, other European powers moved in on China, and the partition of China by the major imperialist powers was underway, with the United States left behind. At this point, the New York Journal of Commerce, which had advocated peaceful development of free trade, now urged old-fashioned military colonialism. Julius Pratt, a historian of U.S. expansionism, describes the turnabout. The paper, which has been heretofore characterized as pacifist, anti-imperialist, and devoted to the development of commerce in a free trade world, saw the foundation of its faith crumbling as a result of the threatened partition of China. Declaring that free access to the markets of China, with its 400 million people, would largely solve the problem of the disposal of our surplus manufactures, the journal came out not only for a stern insistence upon complete equality of rights in China, but unreservedly also for an Isthmian canal, the acquisition of Hawaii, and a material increase in the Navy, 3 measures which it had hitherto strenuously opposed. Nothing could be more significant than the manner in which this paper was converted in a few weeks. There was a similar turnabout in U.S. business attitudes on Cuba in 1898. Businessmen had been interested, from the start of the Cuban revolt against Spain, in the effect on commercial possibilities there. There already was a substantial economic interest in the island, which President Grover Cleveland summarized in 1896. It is reasonably estimated that at least from $30 million to $50 million of American capital are invested in the plantations and in railroad, mining, and other business enterprises on the island. The volume of trade between the United States and Cuba, which in 1889 amounted to about $64 million, rose in 1893 to about $103 million. Popular support of the Cuban Revolution was based on the thought that they, like the Americans of 1776, were fighting a war for their own liberation. The United States government, however, the conservative product of another revolutionary war, had power and profit in mind as it observed the events in Cuba. Neither Cleveland, president during the first years of the Cuban Revolt, nor McKinley, who followed, recognized the insurgents officially as belligerents. Such legal recognition would have enabled the United States to give aid to the rebels without sending an army. But there may have been fear that the rebels would win on their own and keep the United States out. There seems also to have been another kind of fear. The Cleveland administration said a Cuban victory might lead to the establishment of a white and a black republic, since Cuba had a mixture of the two races, and the black republic might be dominant. This idea was expressed in 1896 in an article in the Saturday Review by a young and eloquent imperialist whose mother was American and whose father was English, Winston Churchill. He wrote that while Spanish rule was bad and the rebels had the support of the people, it would be better for Spain to keep control. A grave danger represents itself. 2/5 of the insurgents in the field are Negroes. These men would, in the event of success, demand a predominant share in the government of the country, the result being, after years of fighting, another black republic. The reference to another black republic meant Haiti, whose revolution against France in 1803 had led to the first nation run by blacks in the New World. The Spanish minister to the United States wrote to the U.S. Secretary of State, "In this revolution, the Negro element has the most important part. Not only the principal leaders are colored men, but at least 8/10 of their supporters, and the result of the war, if the island can be declared independent, will be a secession of the black element and a black republic." As Philip Foner says in his 2-volume study, The Spanish-Cuban-American War, the McKinley administration had plans for dealing with the Cuban situation, but these did not include independence for the island. He points to the administration's instructions to its minister to Spain, Stuart Woodford, asking him to try to settle the war because it injuriously affects the normal function of business and tends to delay the condition of prosperity, but not mentioning freedom and justice for the Cubans. Foner explains the rush of the McKinley administration into war. Its ultimatum gave Spain little time to negotiate, by the fact that if the United States waited too long, the Cuban revolutionary forces would emerge victorious, replacing the collapsing Spanish regime. In February 1898, the U.S. battleship Maine, in Havana Harbor as a symbol of American interest in the Cuban events, was destroyed by a mysterious explosion and sank, with the loss of 268 men. There was no evidence ever produced on the cause of the explosion, but excitement grew swiftly in the United States, and McKinley began to move in the direction of war. Walter Lefebvre says, "The President did not want war. He had been sincere and tireless in his efforts to maintain the peace. By mid-March, however, he was beginning to discover that although he did not want war, he did want what only a war could provide, the disappearance of the terrible uncertainty in American political and economic life, and a solid basis from which to resume the building of the new American commercial empire." At a certain point in that spring, both McKinley and the business community began to see that their object, to get Spain out of Cuba, could not be accomplished without war, and that their accompanying object, the securing of American military and economic influence in Cuba, could not be left to the Cuban rebels, but could be ensured only by U.S. intervention. The New York Commercial Advertiser, at first against war, by March 10th asked intervention in Cuba for humanity and love of freedom, and above all the desire that the commerce and industry of every part of the world shall have full freedom of development in the whole world's interest. Before this, Congress had passed the Teller Amendment, pledging the United States not to annex Cuba. It was initiated and supported by those people who were interested in Cuban independence and opposed to American imperialism, and also by business people who saw the open door as sufficient and military intervention unnecessary. But by the spring of 1898, the business community had developed a hunger for action. The Journal of Commerce said, "The Teller Amendment must be interpreted in a sense somewhat different from that which its author intended it to bear. There were special interests who would benefit directly from war. In Pittsburgh, center of the iron industry, the Chamber of Commerce advocated force, and the Chattanooga tradesmen said that the possibility of war has decidedly stimulated the iron trade. It also noted that actual war would very decidedly enlarge the business of transportation. In Washington, it was reported that a belligerent spirit had infected the Navy Department, encouraged by the contractors for projectiles, ordnance, ammunition, and other supplies, who have thronged the department since the destruction of the Maine. Russell Sage, the banker, said that if war came, there is no question as to where the rich men stand. A survey of businessmen said that John Jacob Astor, William Rockefeller, and Thomas Fortune Ryan were feeling militant, and J.P. Morgan believed further talk with Spain would accomplish nothing. On March 21, 1898, Henry Cabot Lodge wrote McKinley a long letter saying he had talked with bankers, brokers, businessmen, editors, clergymen, and others in Boston, Lynn, and Nahant, and everybody, including the most conservative classes, wanted the Cuban question solved. Lodge reported, "They said for business, one shock and then an end was better than a succession of spasms such as we must have if this war in Cuba went on." On March 25th, a telegram arrived at the White House from an advisor to McKinley saying, "Big corporations here now believe we will have war, believe all would welcome it as relief to suspense." 2 days after getting this telegram, McKinley presented an ultimatum to Spain, demanding an armistice. He said nothing about independence for Cuba. A spokesman for the Cuban rebels, part of a group of Cubans in New York, interpreted this to mean the U.S. simply wanted to replace Spain. He responded, "In the face of the present proposal of intervention, without previous recognition of independence, it is necessary for us to go a step further and say that we must and will regard such intervention as nothing less than a declaration of war by the United States against the Cuban revolutionists." Indeed, when McKinley asked Congress for war on April 11th, he did not recognize the rebels as belligerents or ask for Cuban independence. 9 days later, Congress, by joint resolution, gave McKinley the power to intervene. When American forces moved into Cuba, the rebels welcomed them, hoping the Teller Amendment would guarantee Cuban independence. Many histories of the Spanish-American War have said that public opinion in the United States led McKinley to declare war on Spain and send forces to Cuba. True, certain influential newspapers had been pushing hard, even hysterically, and many Americans, seeing the aim of intervention as Cuban independence, and with the Teller Amendment as guarantee of this intention, supported the idea. But would McKinley have gone to war because of the press and some portion of the public? We had no public opinion surveys at that time. Without the urging of the business community? Several years after the Cuban War, the chief of the Bureau of Foreign Commerce of the Department of Commerce wrote about that period. Underlying the popular sentiment, which might have evaporated in time, which forced the United States to take up arms against Spanish rule in Cuba, were our economic relations with the West Indies and the South American republics. The Spanish-American War was but an incident of a general movement of expansion, which had its roots in the changed environment of an industrial capacity far beyond our domestic powers of consumption. It was seen to be necessary for us not only to find foreign purchasers for our goods, but to provide the means of making access to foreign markets easy, economical, and safe. American labor unions had sympathy for the Cuban rebels as soon as the insurrection against Spain began in 1895, but they opposed American expansionism. Both the Knights of Labor and the American Federation of Labor spoke against the idea of annexing Hawaii, which McKinley proposed in 1897. Despite the feeling for the Cuban rebels, a resolution calling for U.S. intervention was defeated at the 1897 convention of the AFL. Samuel Gompers of the AFL wrote to a friend, "The sympathy of our movement with Cuba is genuine, earnest, and sincere, but this does not for a moment imply that we are committed to certain adventurers who are apparently suffering from hysteria." When the explosion of the Maine in February led to excited calls for war in the press, the monthly journal of the International Association of Machinists agreed it was a terrible disaster, but it noted that the deaths of workers in industrial accidents drew no such national clamor. It pointed to the Latimer Massacre of September 10, 1897, during a coal strike in Pennsylvania. Miners marching on a highway to the Latimer mine, Austrians, Hungarians, Italians, Germans, who had originally been imported as strikebreakers, but then organized themselves, refused to disperse, whereupon the sheriff and his deputies opened fire, killing 19 of them, most shot in the back, with no outcry in the press. The Labor Journal said that the carnival of carnage that takes place every day, month, and year in the realm of industry, the thousands of useful lives that are annually sacrificed to the Moloch of greed, the blood tribute paid by labor to capitalism, brings forth no shout for vengeance and reparation. Death comes in thousands of instances in mill and mine, claims his victims, and no popular uproar is heard. The official organ of the Connecticut AFL, the Craftsman, also warned about the hysteria worked up by the sinking of the Maine. A gigantic and cunningly devised scheme is being worked ostensibly to place the United States in the front rank as a naval and military power. The real reason is that the capitalists will have the whole thing, and when any working men dare to ask for the living wage, they will be shot down like dogs in the streets. Some unions, like the United Mine Workers, called for U.S. intervention after the sinking of the Maine, but most were against war. The treasurer of the American Longshoremen's Union, Bolton Hall, wrote a peace appeal to labor, which was widely circulated. "If there is a war, you will furnish the corpses and the taxes, and others will get the glory. Speculators will make money out of it, that is, out of you. Men will get high prices for inferior supplies, leaky boats, for shoddy clothes and pasteboard shoes, and you will have to pay the bill. And the only satisfaction you will get is the privilege of hating your Spanish fellow workmen, who are really your brothers, and who have had as little to do with the wrongs of Cuba as you have." Socialists opposed the war. One exception was the Jewish Daily Forward. The People, newspaper of the Socialist Labor Party, called the issue of Cuban freedom a pretext and said the government wanted war to distract the attention of the workers from their real interests. The Appeal to Reason, another socialist newspaper, said the movement for war was a favorite method of rulers for keeping the people from redressing domestic wrongs. In the San Francisco Voice of Labor, a socialist wrote, "It is a terrible thing to think that the poor workers of this country should be sent to kill and wound the poor workers of Spain merely because a few leaders may incite them to do so." But after war was declared, Foner says, the majority of the trade unions succumbed to the war fever. Samuel Gompers called the war glorious and righteous, and claimed that 250,000 trade unionists had volunteered for military service. The United Mine Workers pointed to higher coal prices as a result of the war and said, "The coal and iron trades have not been so healthy for some years past as at present." The war brought more employment and higher wages, but also higher prices. Foner says, not only was there a startling increase in the cost of living, but in the absence of an income tax, the poor found themselves paying almost entirely for the staggering costs of the war through increased levies on sugar, molasses, tobacco, and other taxes. Gompers, publicly for the war, privately pointed out that the war had led to a 20% reduction of the purchasing power of workers' wages. On May Day, 1898, the Socialist Labor Party organized an anti-war parade in New York City, but the authorities would not allow it to take place, while a May Day parade called by the Jewish Daily Forward, urging Jewish workers to support the war, was permitted. The Chicago Labor World said, "This has been a poor man's war, paid for by the poor man. The rich have profited by it, as they always do." The Western Labor Union was founded at Salt Lake City on May 10, 1898, because the AFL had not organized unskilled workers. It wanted to bring together all workers, irrespective of occupation, nationality, creed, or color, and sound the death knell of every corporation and trust that has robbed the American laborer of the fruits of his toil. The union's publication, noting the annexation of Hawaii during the war, said this proved that the war, which started as one of relief for the starving Cubans, has suddenly changed to one of conquest. The prediction made by longshoreman Bolton Hall of wartime corruption and profiteering turned out to be remarkably accurate. Richard Morris's Encyclopedia of American History gives startling figures. Of the more than 274,000 officers and men who served in the Army during the Spanish-American War and the period of demobilization, 5,462 died in the various theaters of operation and in camps in the U.S. Only 379 of the deaths were battle casualties, the remainder being attributed to disease and other causes. The same figures are given by Walter Millis in his book, The Martial Spirit. In the encyclopedia they are given tersely and without mention of the embalmed beef, an Army general's term, sold to the Army by the meat packers, meat preserved with boric acid, nitrate of potash, and artificial coloring matter. In May of 1898, Armour and Company, the big meatpacking company of Chicago, sold the Army 500,000 pounds of beef, which had been sent to Liverpool a year earlier and had been returned. 2 months later, an Army inspector tested the Armour meat, which had been stamped and approved by an inspector of the Bureau of Animal Industry, and found 751 cases containing rotten meat. In the first 60 cases he opened, he found 14 tins already burst, the effervescent putrid contents of which were distributed all over the cases. The description comes from the report of the Commission to investigate the conduct of the War Department in the war with Spain, made to the Senate in 1900. Thousands of soldiers got food poisoning. There are no figures on how many of the 5,000 non-combat deaths were caused by that. The Spanish forces were defeated in 3 months in what John Hay, the American Secretary of State, later called a splendid little war. The American military pretended that the Cuban rebel army did not exist. When the Spanish surrendered, no Cuban was allowed to confer on the surrender or to sign it. General William Shafter said no armed rebels could enter the capital city of Santiago, and told the Cuban rebel leader General Calixto Garcia that not Cubans, but the old Spanish civil authorities would remain in charge of the municipal offices in Santiago. American historians have generally ignored the role of the Cuban rebels in the war. Philip Foner, in his history, was the first to print Garcia's letter of protest to General Shafter. I have not been honored with a single word from yourself informing me about the negotiations for peace or the terms of the capitulation by the Spaniards. When the question arises of appointing authorities in Santiago de Cuba, I cannot see, but with the deepest regret, that such authorities are not elected by the Cuban people, but are the same ones selected by the Queen of Spain. A rumor too absurd to be believed, General, describes the reason of your measures and of the orders forbidding my army to enter Santiago for fear of massacres and revenge against the Spaniards. Allow me, sir, to protest against even the shadow of such an idea. We are not savages ignoring the rules of civilized warfare. We are a poor, ragged army, as ragged and poor as was the army of your forefathers in their noble war for independence. Along with the American army in Cuba came American capital. Foner writes, even before the Spanish flag was down in Cuba, U.S. business interests set out to make their influence felt. Merchants, real estate agents, stock speculators, reckless adventurers, and promoters of all kinds of get-rich schemes flocked to Cuba by the thousands. 7 syndicates battled each other for control of the franchises for the Havana Street Railway, which were finally won by Percival Farquhar, representing the Wall Street interests of New York. Thus, simultaneously with the military occupation, began commercial occupation. The Lumbermen's Review, spokesman for the lumber industry, said in the midst of the war, "The moment Spain drops the reins of government in Cuba, the moment will arrive for American lumber interests to move into the island for the products of Cuban forests. Cuba still possesses 10 million acres of virgin forest abounding in valuable timber, nearly every foot of which would be saleable in the United States and bring high prices." Americans began taking over railroad, mine, and sugar properties when the war ended. In a few years, $30 million of American capital was invested. United Fruit moved into the Cuban sugar industry. It bought 1,900,000 acres of land for about 20 cents an acre. The American Tobacco Company arrived. By the end of the occupation, in 1901, Foner estimates that at least 80% of the export of Cuba's minerals were in American hands, mostly Bethlehem steel. During the military occupation, a series of strikes took place. In September 1899, a gathering of thousands of workers in Havana launched a general strike for the 8-hour day, saying, "We have determined to promote the struggle between the worker and the capitalist, for the workers of Cuba will no longer tolerate remaining in total subjection." The American General William Ludlow ordered the mayor of Havana to arrest 11 strike leaders, and U.S. troops occupied railroad stations and docks. Police moved through the city, breaking up meetings. But the economic activity of the city had come to a halt. Tobacco workers struck, printers struck, bakers went on strike. Hundreds of strikers were arrested, and some of the imprisoned leaders were intimidated into calling for an end to the strike. The United States did not annex Cuba, but a Cuban Constitutional Convention was told that the United States Army would not leave Cuba until the Platt Amendment, passed by Congress in February 1901, was incorporated into the new Cuban Constitution. This amendment gave the United States the right to intervene for the preservation of Cuban independence, the maintenance of a government adequate for the protection of life, property, and individual liberty. It also provided for the United States to get coaling or naval stations at certain specified points. The Teller Amendment and the talk of Cuban freedom before and during the war had led many Americans and Cubans to expect genuine independence. The Platt Amendment was now seen not only by the radical and labor press, but by newspapers and groups all over the United States as a betrayal. A mass meeting of the American Anti-Imperialist League at Faneuil Hall in Boston denounced it, ex-Governor George Boutwell saying, "In disregard of our pledge of freedom and sovereignty to Cuba, we are imposing on that island conditions of colonial vassalage." In Havana, a torchlight procession of 15,000 Cubans marched on the Constitutional Convention, urging them to reject the amendment. But General Leonard Wood, head of the occupation forces, assured McKinley, "The people of Cuba lend themselves readily to all sorts of demonstrations and parades, and little significance should be attached to them." A committee was delegated by the Constitutional Convention to reply to the United States' insistence that the Platt Amendment be included in the Constitution. The committee report, Ponencia a la Convención, was written by a black delegate from Santiago. It said, "For the United States to reserve to itself the power to determine when this independence was threatened, and when, therefore, it should intervene to preserve it, is equivalent to handing over the keys to our house so that they can enter at any time, whenever the desire seizes them, day or night, whether with good or evil design." And, "The only Cuban governments that would live would be those which count on the support and benevolence of the United States, and the clearest result of this situation would be that we would only have feeble and miserable governments, condemned to live more attentive to obtaining the blessings of the United States than to serving and defending the interests of Cuba." The report termed the request for coaling or naval stations a mutilation of the fatherland. It concluded, "A people occupied militarily is being told that before consulting their own government, before being free in their own territory, they should grant the military occupants who came as friends and allies rights and powers which would annul the sovereignty of these very people. That is the situation created for us by the method which the United States has just adopted. It could not be more obnoxious and inadmissible." With this report, the convention overwhelmingly rejected the Platt Amendment. Within the next 3 months, however, the pressure from the United States, the military occupation, the refusal to allow the Cubans to set up their own government until they acquiesced, had its effect. The convention, after several refusals, adopted the Platt Amendment. General Leonard Wood wrote in 1901 to Theodore Roosevelt, "There is, of course, little or no independence left Cuba under the Platt Amendment." Cuba was thus brought into the American sphere, but not as an outright colony. However, the Spanish-American War did lead to a number of direct annexations by the United States. Puerto Rico, a neighbor of Cuba in the Caribbean, belonging to Spain, was taken over by U.S. military forces. The Hawaiian Islands, 1/3 of the way across the Pacific, which had already been penetrated by American missionaries and pineapple plantation owners, and had been described by American officials as a ripe pear ready to be plucked, was annexed by joint resolution of Congress in July of 1898. Around the same time, Wake Island, 2,300 miles west of Hawaii, on the route to Japan, was occupied. And Guam, the Spanish possession in the Pacific, almost all the way to the Philippines, was taken. In December of 1898, the peace treaty was signed with Spain, officially turning over to the United States Guam, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines for a payment of $20 million. There was heated argument in the United States about whether or not to take the Philippines. As one story has it, President McKinley told a group of ministers visiting the White House how he came to his decision. "Before you go, I would like to say just a word about the Philippine business. The truth is, I didn't want the Philippines, and when they came to us as a gift from the gods, I did not know what to do with them. I sought counsel from all sides, Democrats as well as Republicans, but got little help. I thought first we would only take Manila, then Luzon, then other islands perhaps also. I walked the floor of the White House night after night until midnight, and I am not ashamed to tell you, gentlemen, that I went down on my knees and prayed Almighty God for light and guidance more than one night. And one night late it came to me this way. I don't know how it was, but it came. 1. That we could not give them back to Spain. That would be cowardly and dishonorable. 2. That we could not turn them over to France or Germany, our commercial rivals in the Orient. That would be bad business and discreditable. 3. That we could not leave them to themselves. They were unfit for self-government, and they would soon have anarchy and misrule over there worse than Spain's was. And 4, that there was nothing left for us to do but to take them all, and to educate the Filipinos, and uplift and civilize and Christianize them, and by God's grace do the very best we could by them, as our fellow men for whom Christ also died. And then I went to bed, and went to sleep, and slept soundly." The Filipinos did not get the same message from God. In February 1899, they rose in revolt against American rule, as they had rebelled several times against the Spanish. Emilio Aguinaldo, a Filipino leader who had earlier been brought back from China by U.S. warships to lead soldiers against Spain, now became leader of the insurrectos fighting the United States. He proposed Filipino independence within a U.S. protectorate, but this was rejected. It took the United States 3 years to crush the rebellion, using 70,000 troops, 4 times as many as were landed in Cuba, and thousands of battle casualties, many times more than in Cuba. It was a harsh war. For the Filipinos, the death rate was enormous from battle casualties and from disease. The taste of empire was now on the lips of politicians and business interests throughout the country. Racism, paternalism, and talk of money mingled with talk of destiny and civilization. In the Senate, Albert Beveridge spoke, January 9, 1900, for the dominant economic and political interests of the country. "Mr. President, the times call for candor. The Philippines are ours forever, and just beyond the Philippines are China's illimitable markets. We will not retreat from either. We will not renounce our part in the mission of our race, trustee under God of the civilization of the world. The Pacific is our ocean. Where shall we turn for consumers of our surplus? Geography answers the question. China is our natural customer. The Philippines give us a base at the door of all the East. No land in America surpasses in fertility the plains and valleys of Luzon. Rice and coffee, sugar and coconuts, hemp and tobacco. The wood of the Philippines can supply the furniture of the world for a century to come. At Cebu, the best-informed man on the island told me that 40 miles of Cebu's mountain chain are practically mountains of coal. I have a nugget of pure gold picked up in its present form on the banks of a Philippine creek. My own belief is that there are not 100 men among them who comprehend what Anglo-Saxon self-government even means, and there are over 5 million people to be governed. It has been charged that our conduct of the war has been cruel. Senators, it has been the reverse. Senators must remember that we are not dealing with Americans or Europeans. We are dealing with Orientals. The fighting with the rebels began, McKinley said, when the insurgents attacked American forces. But later, American soldiers testified that the United States had fired the first shot. After the war, an Army officer, speaking in Boston's Faneuil Hall, said his colonel had given him orders to provoke a conflict with the insurgents. In February 1899, a banquet took place in Boston to celebrate the Senate's ratification of the peace treaty with Spain. President McKinley himself had been invited by the wealthy textile manufacturer W. B. Plunkett to speak. It was the biggest banquet in the nation's history. 2,000 diners, 400 waiters. McKinley said that no imperial designs lurk in the American mind. And at the same banquet, to the same diners, his Postmaster General, Charles Emery Smith, said that what we want is a market for our surplus. William James, the Harvard philosopher, wrote a letter to the Boston Transcript about the cold pot grease of McKinley's cant at the recent Boston banquet, and said the Philippine operation reeked of the infernal adroitness of the great department store, which has reached perfect expertness in the art of killing silently, and with no public squalling or commotion, the neighboring small concerns. James was part of a movement of prominent American businessmen, politicians, and intellectuals who formed the Anti-Imperialist League in 1898 and carried on a long campaign to educate the American public about the horrors of the Philippine War and the evils of imperialism. It was an odd group. Andrew Carnegie belonged, including anti-labor aristocrats and scholars, united in a common moral outrage at what was being done to the Filipinos in the name of freedom. Whatever their differences on other matters, they would all agree with William James' angry statement, "God damn the U.S. for its vile conduct in the Philippine Isles." The Anti-Imperialist League published the letters of soldiers doing duty in the Philippines. A captain from Kansas wrote, Caloocan was supposed to contain 17,000 inhabitants. The 20th Kansas swept through it, and now Caloocan contains not one living native. A private from the same outfit said he had, with my own hand, set fire to over 50 houses of Filipinos after the victory at Caloocan. Women and children were wounded by our fire. A volunteer from the state of Washington wrote, Our fighting blood was up, and we all wanted to kill niggers. This shooting human beings beats rabbit hunting all to pieces. It was a time of intense racism in the United States. In the years between 1889 and 1903, on the average, every week, 2 Negroes were lynched by mobs, hanged, burned, mutilated. The Filipinos were brown-skinned, physically identifiable, strange-speaking, and strange-looking to Americans. To the usual indiscriminate brutality of war was thus added the factor of racial hostility. In November 1901, the Manila correspondent of the Philadelphia Ledger reported, The present war is no bloodless opera bouffe engagement. Our men have been relentless, have killed to exterminate men, women, children, prisoners and captives, active insurgents and suspected people, from lads of 10 up. The idea prevailing that the Filipino as such was little better than a dog. Our soldiers have pumped salt water into men to make them talk, and have taken prisoners people who held up their hands and peacefully surrendered, and an hour later, without an atom of evidence to show that they were even insurrectos, stood them on a bridge and shot them down one by one, to drop into the water below and float down as examples to those who found their bullet-loaded corpses. Early in 1901, an American general returning to the United States from southern Luzon said, "1/6 of the natives of Luzon have either been killed or have died of the dengue fever in the last few years. The loss of life by killing alone has been very great, but I think not one man has been slain except where his death has served the legitimate purposes of war. It has been necessary to adopt what in other countries would probably be thought harsh measures." Secretary of War Elihu Root responded to the charges of brutality. The war in the Philippines has been conducted by the American Army with scrupulous regard for the rules of civilized warfare, with self-restraint and with humanity never surpassed. In Manila, a Marine named Littletown Waller, a major, was accused of shooting 11 defenseless Filipinos without trial on the island of Samar. Other Marine officers described his testimony. The major said that General Smith instructed him to kill and burn, and said that the more he killed and burned, the better pleased he would be, that it was no time to take prisoners, and that he was to make Samar a howling wilderness. Major Waller asked General Smith to define the age limit for killing, and he replied, "Everything over 10. In the province of Batangas, the secretary of the province estimated that of the population of 300,000, 1/3 had been killed by combat, famine, or disease. Mark Twain commented on the Philippine War. "We have pacified some thousands of the islanders and buried them, destroyed their fields, burned their villages, and turned their widows and orphans out of doors, furnished heartbreak by exile to some dozens of disagreeable patriots, subjugated the remaining 10 millions by benevolent assimilation, which is the pious new name of the musket. We have acquired property in the 300 concubines and other slaves of our business partner, the Sultan of Sulu, and hoisted our protecting flag over that swag. And so, by these providences of God, and the phrase is the government's, not mine, we are a world power." American firepower was overwhelmingly superior to anything the Filipino rebels could put together. In the very first battle, Admiral Dewey steamed up the Pasig River and fired 500-pound shells into the Filipino trenches. Dead Filipinos were piled so high that the Americans used their bodies for breastworks. A British witness said, "This is not war. It is simply massacre and murderous butchery." He was wrong. It was war. For the rebels to hold out against such odds for years meant that they had the support of the population. General Arthur MacArthur, commander of the Filipino War, said, "I believe that Aguinaldo's troops represented only a faction. I did not like to believe that the whole population of Luzon, the native population that is, was opposed to us." But he said he was reluctantly compelled to believe this because the guerrilla tactics of the Filipino army depended upon almost complete unity of action of the entire native population. Despite the growing evidence of brutality and the work of the Anti-Imperialist League, some of the trade unions in the United States supported the action in the Philippines. The Typographical Union said it liked the idea of annexing more territory because English-language schools in those areas would help the printing trade. The publication of the glassmakers saw value in new territories that would buy glass. The Railroad Brotherhood saw shipment of U.S. goods to the new territories, meaning more work for railroad workers. Some unions repeated what big business was saying, that territorial expansion, by creating a market for surplus goods, would prevent another depression. On the other hand, when the Leather Workers Journal wrote that an increase in wages at home would solve the problem of surplus by creating more purchasing power inside the country, the Carpenters Journal asked, how much better off are the working men of England through all its colonial possessions? The National Labor Tribune, publication of the iron, steel, and tin workers, agreed that the Philippines were rich with resources, but added, the same can be said of this country. But if anybody were to ask you if you owned a coal mine, a sugar plantation, or railroad, you would have to say no. All those things are in the hands of the trusts, controlled by a few. When the Treaty for Annexation of the Philippines was up for debate in Congress in early 1899, the central labor unions of Boston and New York opposed it. There was a mass meeting in New York against annexation. The Anti-Imperialist League circulated more than 1 million pieces of literature against taking the Philippines. Foner says that while the League was organized and dominated by intellectuals and business people, a large part of its 500,000 members were working-class people, including women and blacks. Locals of the League held meetings all over the country. The campaign against the treaty was a powerful one, and when the Senate did ratify it, it was by 1 vote. The mixed reactions of labor to the war, lured by economic advantage, yet repelled by capitalist expansion and violence, ensured that labor could not unite either to stop the war or to conduct class war against the system at home. The reactions of black soldiers to the war were also mixed. There was the simple need to get ahead in a society where opportunities for success were denied the black man, and the military life gave such possibilities. There was race pride, the need to show that blacks were as courageous, as patriotic as anyone else. And yet there was, with all this, the consciousness of a brutal war fought against colored people, a counterpart of the violence committed against black people in the United States. Willard Gatewood, in his book, Smoked Yankees and the Struggle for Empire, reproduces and analyzes 114 letters to Negro newspapers written by black soldiers in the period 1898 to 1902. The letters show all those conflicting emotions. Black soldiers encamped in Tampa, Florida, ran into bitter race hatred by white inhabitants there. And then, after they fought with distinction in Cuba, Negroes were not rewarded with officers' commissions. White officers commanded black regiments. Negro soldiers in Lakeland, Florida, pistol-whipped a drugstore owner when he refused to serve one of them, and then, in a confrontation with a white crowd, killed a civilian. In Tampa, a race riot began when drunken white soldiers used a Negro child as a target to show their marksmanship. Negro soldiers retaliated, and then the streets ran red with Negro blood, according to press dispatches. 27 Negro soldiers and 3 whites were severely wounded. The chaplain of a black regiment in Tampa wrote to the Cleveland Gazette, "Is America any better than Spain? Has she not subjects in her very midst who are murdered daily without a trial of judge or jury? Has she not subjects in her own borders whose children are half fed and half clothed because their father's skin is black? Yet the Negro is loyal to his country's flag." The same chaplain, George Prioleau, talks of black veterans of the Cuban War unkindly and sneeringly received in Kansas City, Missouri. He says that these black boys, heroes of our country, were not allowed to stand at the counters of restaurants and eat a sandwich and drink a cup of coffee while the white soldiers were welcomed and invited to sit down at the tables and eat free of cost. But it was the Filipino situation that aroused many blacks in the United States to militant opposition to the war. The senior bishop of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, Henry M. Turner, called the campaign in the Philippines an unholy war of conquest and referred to the Filipinos as sable patriots. There were 4 black regiments on duty in the Philippines. Many of the black soldiers established rapport with the brown-skinned natives on the islands and were angered by the term nigger used by white troops to describe the Filipinos. An unusually large number of black troops deserted during the Philippines campaign, Gatewood says. The Filipino rebels often addressed themselves to the colored American soldier in posters, reminding them of lynchings back home, asking them not to serve the white imperialist against other colored people. Some deserters joined the Filipino rebels. The most famous of these was David Fagan of the 24th Infantry. According to Gatewood, he accepted a commission in the insurgent army and for 2 years wreaked havoc upon the American forces. From the Philippines, William Sims wrote, I was struck by a question by a little Filipino boy asked me, which ran about this way. Why does the American Negro come to fight us where we are much a friend to him and have not done anything to him? He is all the same as me, and we all the same as you. Why don't you fight those people in America who burn Negroes, that make a beast of you? Another soldier's letter of 1899. Our racial sympathies would naturally be with the Filipinos. They are fighting manfully for what they conceive to be their best interests. But we cannot, for the sake of sentiment, turn our back upon our own country. Patrick Mason, a sergeant in the 24th Infantry, wrote to the Cleveland Gazette, which had taken a strong stand against annexation of the Philippines. Dear Sir, I have not had any fighting to do since I have been here, and don't care to do any. I feel sorry for these people and all that they have come under the control of the United States. I don't believe they will be justly dealt by. The first thing in the morning is the nigger, and the last thing at night is the nigger. You are right in your opinions. I must not say much, as I am a soldier. A black infantryman named William Fulbright wrote from Manila in June 1901 to the editor of a paper in Indianapolis, This struggle on the islands has been naught but a gigantic scheme of robbery and oppression. Back home, while the war against the Filipinos was going on, a group of Massachusetts Negroes addressed a message to President McKinley. We, the colored people of Massachusetts, in mass meeting assembled, have resolved to address ourselves to you in an open letter, notwithstanding your extraordinary, your incomprehensible silence on the subject of our wrongs. You have seen our sufferings, witnessed from your high place our awful wrongs and miseries, and yet you have at no time and on no occasion opened your lips on our behalf. With one accord, with an anxiety that wrenched our hearts with cruel hopes and fears, the colored people of the United States turned to you when Wilmington, North Carolina, was held for 2 dreadful days and nights in the clutch of a bloody revolution, when Negroes, guilty of no crime except the color of their skin and a desire to exercise the rights of their American citizenship, were butchered like dogs in the streets of that ill-fated town for want of federal aid which you would not and did not furnish. It was the same thing with that terrible ebullition of mob spirit at Phoenix, South Carolina, when black men were hunted and murdered, and white men, these were white radicals in Phoenix, shot and driven out of that place by a set of white savages. We looked in vain for some word or some act from you. And when you made your southern tour a little later, and we saw how cunningly you catered to Southern race prejudice, how you preached patience, industry, moderation to your long-suffering black fellow citizens, and patriotism, jingoism, and imperialism to your white ones. The patience, industry, and moderation preached to blacks. The patriotism preached to whites did not fully sink in. In the first years of the 20th century, despite all the demonstrated power of the state, large numbers of blacks, whites, men, women became impatient, immoderate, unpatriotic. Chapter 13. The Socialist Challenge. War and jingoism might postpone, but could not fully suppress, the class anger that came from the realities of ordinary life. As the 20th century opened, that anger reemerged. Emma Goldman, the anarchist and feminist, whose political consciousness was shaped by factory work, the Haymarket executions, the Homestead strike, the long prison term of her lover and comrade, Alexander Berkman, the Depression of the 1890s, the strike struggles of New York, her own imprisonment on Blackwell's Island, spoke at a meeting some years after the Spanish-American War. How our hearts burned with indignation against the atrocious Spaniards! But when the smoke was over, the dead buried, and the cost of the war came back to the people in an increase in the price of commodities and rent, that is, when we sobered up from our patriotic spree, it suddenly dawned on us that the cause of the Spanish-American War was the price of sugar, that the lives, blood, and money of the American people were used to protect the interests of the American capitalists. Mark Twain was neither an anarchist nor a radical. By 1900, at 65, he was a world-acclaimed writer of funny, serious, American-to-the-bone stories. He watched the United States and other Western countries go about the world and wrote in the New York Herald as the century began, "I bring you the stately matron named Christendom, returning, bedraggled, besmirched, and dishonored, from pirate raids in Jiaozhou, Manchuria, South Africa, and the Philippines, with her soul full of meanness, her pocket full of boodle, and her mouth full of pious hypocrisies." There were writers of the early 20th century who spoke for socialism or criticized the capitalist system harshly, not obscure pamphleteers, but among the most famous of American literary figures, whose books were read by millions: Upton Sinclair, Jack London, Theodore Dreiser, Frank Norris. Upton Sinclair's novel, The Jungle, published in 1906, brought the conditions in the meatpacking plants of Chicago to the shocked attention of the whole country, and stimulated demand for laws regulating the meat industry. But also, through the story of an immigrant laborer, Jurgis Rudkus, it spoke of socialism, of how beautiful life might be if people cooperatively owned and worked and shared the riches of the earth. The Jungle was first published in the socialist newspaper, Appeal to Reason. It was then read by millions as a book and was translated into 17 languages. One of the influences on Upton Sinclair's thinking was a book, People of the Abyss, by Jack London. London was a member of the Socialist Party. He had come out of the slums of San Francisco, the child of an unwed mother. He had been a newsboy, a cannery worker, a sailor, a fisherman, had worked in a jute mill and a laundry, hoboed the railroads to the East Coast, been clubbed by a policeman on the streets of New York and arrested for vagrancy in Niagara Falls, watched men beaten and tortured in jail, pirated oysters in San Francisco Bay, read Flaubert, Tolstoy, Melville, and the Communist Manifesto, preached socialism in the Alaskan gold camps in the winter of 1896, sailed 2,000 miles back through the Bering Sea, and became a world-famous writer of adventure books. In 1906, he wrote his novel, The Iron Heel, with its warning of a fascist America, its ideal of a socialist brotherhood of man. In the course of it, through his characters, he indicts the system. In the face of the facts that modern man lives more wretchedly than the caveman, and that his producing power is 1,000 times greater than that of the caveman, no other conclusion is possible than that the capitalist class has mismanaged, criminally and selfishly mismanaged. And with this attack, the vision. Let us not destroy those wonderful machines that produce efficiently and cheaply. Let us control them. Let us profit by their efficiency and cheapness. Let us run them for ourselves. That, gentlemen, is socialism. It was a time when even a self-exiled literary figure living in Europe, and not prone to political statements, the novelist Henry James, could tour the United States in 1904 and see the country as a huge Rappaccini garden, rank with each variety of the poison plant of the money passion. Muckrakers who raked up the mud and the muck contributed to the atmosphere of dissent by simply telling what they saw. Some of the new mass circulation magazines, ironically enough in the interest of profit, printed their articles. Ida Tarbell's exposure of the Standard Oil Company, Lincoln Steffen's stories of corruption in the major American cities. By 1900, neither the patriotism of the war nor the absorption of energy in elections could disguise the troubles of the system. The process of business concentration had gone forward. The control by bankers had become more clear. As technology developed and corporations became larger, they needed more capital, and it was the bankers who had this capital. By 1904, more than 1,000 railroad lines had been consolidated into 6 great combinations, each allied with either Morgan or Rockefeller interests. As Cochrane and Miller say, the imperial leader of the new oligarchy was the House of Morgan. In its operations, it was ably assisted by the First National Bank of New York, directed by George F. Baker, and the National City Bank of New York, presided over by James Stillman, agent of the Rockefeller interests. Among them, these 3 men and their financial associates occupied 341 directorships in 112 great corporations. The total resources of these corporations in 1912 was $22,245 million, more than the assessed value of all property in the 22 states and territories west of the Mississippi River. Morgan had always wanted regularity, stability, predictability. An associate of his said in 1901, "With a man like Mr. Morgan at the head of a great industry, as against the old plan of many diverse interests in it, production would become more regular, labor would be more steadily employed at better wages, and panics caused by overproduction would become a thing of the past." But even Morgan and his associates were not in complete control of such a system. In 1907, there was a panic, financial collapse, and crisis. True, the very big businesses were not hurt, but profits after 1907 were not as high as capitalists wanted. Industry was not expanding as fast as it might, and industrialists began to look for ways to cut costs. One way was Taylorism. Frederick W. Taylor had been a steel company foreman who closely analyzed every job in the mill and worked out a system of finely detailed division of labor, increased mechanization, and piecework wage systems to increase production and profits. In 1911, he published a book on scientific management that became powerfully influential in the business world. Now, management could control every detail of the worker's energy and time in the factory. As Harry Braverman said, Labor and Monopoly Capital, the purpose of Taylorism was to make workers interchangeable, able to do the simple tasks that the new division of labor required, like standard parts divested of individuality and humanity, bought and sold as commodities. It was a system well fitted for the new auto industry. In 1909, Ford sold 10,607 autos. In 1913, 168,000. In 1914, 248,000, 45% of all autos produced. The profit? $30 million. With immigrants a larger proportion of the labor force, in the Carnegie plants of Allegheny County in 1907, of the 14,359 common laborers, 11,694 were Eastern Europeans. Taylorism, with its simplified, unskilled jobs, became more feasible. In New York City, the new immigrants went to work in the sweatshops. The poet Edwin Markham wrote in Cosmopolitan magazine, January 1907, "In unaired rooms, mothers and fathers sew by day and by night. Those in the home sweatshop must work cheaper than those in the factory sweatshops, and the children are called in from play to drive and drudge beside their elders. All the year in New York and in other cities, you may watch children radiating to and from such pitiful homes. Nearly any hour on the east side of New York City, you can see them. Pallid boy or spindling girl, their faces dulled, their backs bent under a heavy load of garments piled on head and shoulders, the muscles of the whole frame in a long strain. Is it not a cruel civilization that allows little hearts and little shoulders to strain under these grown-up responsibilities, while in the same city a pet cur is jeweled and pampered and aired on a fine lady's velvet lap on the beautiful boulevards? The city became a battlefield. On August 10, 1905, the New York Tribune reported that a strike at Fetterman's Bakery on the Lower East Side led to violence when Fetterman used scab labor to continue producing. Strikers or their sympathizers wrecked the bake shop of Philip Fetterman at number 183 Orchard Street early last night amid scenes of the most tumultuous excitement. Policemen smashed heads right and left with their nightsticks after two of their number had been roughly dealt with by the mob. There were 500 garment factories in New York. A woman later recalled the conditions of work. Dangerously broken stairways, windows few and so dirty, the wooden floors that were swept once a year, hardly any other light but the gas jets burning by day and by night, the filthy, malodorous lavatory in the dark hall, no fresh drinking water, mice and roaches. During the winter months, how we suffered from the cold. In the summer, we suffered from the heat. In these disease-breeding holes, we, the youngsters, together with the men and women, toiled from 70 and 80 hours a week, Saturdays and Sundays included. A sign would go up on Saturday afternoon. If you don't come in on Sunday, you need not come in on Monday. Children's dreams of a day off shattered. We wept, for after all, we were only children. At the Triangle Shirtwaist Company, in the winter of 1909, women organized and decided to strike. Soon they were walking the picket line in the cold, knowing they could not win while the other factories were operating. A mass meeting was called of workers in the other shops, and Clara Lemlich, in her teens, an eloquent speaker, still bearing the signs of her recent beating on the picket line, stood up. "I offer a resolution that a general strike be declared now." The meeting went wild. They voted to strike. Pauline Newman, one of the strikers, recalled years later the beginning of the general strike. Thousands upon thousands left the factories from every side, all of them walking down toward Union Square. It was November. The cold winter was just around the corner. We had no fur coats to keep warm, and yet there was the spirit that led us on and on until we got to some hall. I can see the young people, mostly women, walking down and not caring what might happen. The hunger, cold, loneliness. They just didn't care on that particular day. That was their day. The union had hoped 3,000 would join the strike. 20,000 walked out. Every day, 1,000 new members joined the union, the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, which before this had few women. Colored women were active in the strike, which went on through the winter, against police, against scabs, against arrests and prison. In more than 300 shops, workers won their demands. Women now became officials in the union. Pauline Newman again. We tried to educate ourselves. I would invite the girls to my rooms, and we took turns reading poetry in English to improve our understanding of the language. One of my favorites was Thomas Hood's Song of the Shirt, and another, Percy Bysshe Shelley's Mask of Anarchy. Rise like lions after slumber, in unvanquishable number. Shake your chains to earth like dew, which in sleep had fallen on you. Ye are many, they are few. The conditions in the factories did not change much. On the afternoon of March 25th, 1911, a fire at the Triangle Shirtwaist Company that began in a rag bin swept through the 8th, 9th, and 10th floors, too high for fire ladders to reach. The fire chief of New York had said that his ladders could reach only to the 7th floor. But half of New York's 500,000 workers spent all day, perhaps 12 hours, above the 7th floor. The laws said factory doors had to open outward, but at the Triangle Company the doors opened in. The law said the doors could not be locked during working hours, but at the Triangle Company doors were usually locked so the company could keep track of the employees. And so, trapped, the young women were burned to death at their work tables, or jammed against the locked exit door, or leaped to their deaths down the elevator shafts. The New York World reported. Screaming men and women and boys and girls crowded out on the many window ledges and threw themselves into the streets far below. They jumped with their clothing ablaze. The hair of some of the girls streamed up aflame as they leaped. Thud after thud sounded on the pavements. It is a ghastly fact that on both the Green Street and Washington Place sides of the building there grew mounds of the dead and dying. From opposite windows, spectators saw again and again pitiable companionships formed in the instant of death, girls who placed their arms around each other as they leaped. When it was over, 146 Triangle workers, mostly women, were burned or crushed to death. There was a memorial parade down Broadway, and 100,000 marched. There were more fires, and accidents, and sickness. In the year 1904, 27,000 workers were killed on the job, in manufacturing, transport, and agriculture. In 1 year, 50,000 accidents took place in New York factories alone. Hat and cap makers were getting respiratory diseases. Quarrymen were inhaling deadly chemicals. Lithographic printers were getting arsenic poisoning. A New York State Factory Investigation Commission reported in 1912, Sadie is an intelligent, neat, clean girl who has worked from the time she got her working papers in embroidery factories. In her work she was accustomed to use a white powder, chalk or talcum was usual, which was brushed over the perforated designs and thus transferred to the cloth. The design was easily brushed off when made of chalk or of talcum. Her last employer therefore commenced using white lead powder mixed with rosin, which cheapened the work as the powder could not be rubbed off and necessitate restamping. None of the girls knew of the change in powder, nor of the danger in its use. Sadie had been a very strong, healthy girl, good appetite and color. She began to be unable to eat. Her hands and feet swelled. She lost the use of one hand. Her teeth and gums were blue. When she finally had to stop work after being treated for months for stomach trouble, her physician advised her to go to a hospital. There, the examination revealed the fact that she had lead poisoning. According to a report of the Commission on Industrial Relations in 1914, 35,000 workers were killed in industrial accidents and 700,000 injured. That year, the income of 44 families making $1 million or more equaled the total income of 100,000 families earning $500 a year. The record shows an exchange between Commissioner Harris Weinstock of the Commission on Industrial Relations and President John Osgood, head of a Colorado coal company controlled by the Rockefellers. Weinstock: if a worker loses his life, are his dependents compensated in any way? Osgood: not necessarily. In some cases they are, and in some cases not. Weinstock: if he is crippled for life, is there any compensation? Osgood: no, sir, there is none. Weinstock: then the whole burden is thrown directly upon their shoulders. Osgood: yes, sir. Weinstock: the industry bears none of it? Osgood: nope, the industry bears none of it. Unionization was growing. Shortly after the turn of the century, there were 2 million members of labor unions, 1 in 14 workers, 80% of them in the American Federation of Labor. The AFL was an exclusive union, almost all male, almost all white, almost all skilled workers. Although the number of women workers kept growing, it doubled from 4 million in 1890 to 8 million in 1910, and women were 1/5 of the labor force. Only 1 in 100 belonged to a union. Black workers in 1910 made 1/3 of the earnings of white workers. Although Samuel Gompers, head of the AFL, would make speeches about its belief in equal opportunity, the Negro was excluded from most AFL unions. Gompers kept saying he did not want to interfere with the internal affairs of the South. I regard the race problem as one with which you people of the Southland will have to deal, without the interference, too, of meddlers from the outside. In the reality of struggle, rank-and-file workers overcame these separations from time to time. Foner quotes Mary McDowell's account of the formation of a women's union in the Chicago stockyards. It was a dramatic occasion on that evening when an Irish girl at the door called out, "A colored sister asks admission. What shall I do with her?" And the answer came back from the Irish young woman on the chair, "Admit her, of course, and let all of you give her a hearty welcome." In New Orleans in 1907, a general strike on the levees involving 10,000 workers, longshoremen, teamsters, freight handlers, black and white, lasted 20 days. The head of the Negro longshoremen, E.S. Swan, said, "The whites and Negroes were never before so strongly cemented in a common bond, and in my 39 years of experience on the levee, I never saw such solidarity. In all the previous strikes, the Negro was used against the white man, but that condition is now past, and both races are standing together for their common interests." There were exceptions. In general, the Negro was kept out of the trade union movement. W.E.B. Du Bois wrote in 1913, "The net result of all this has been to convince the American Negro that his greatest enemy is not the employer who robs him, but his fellow white working man." Racism was practical for the AFL. The exclusion of women and foreigners was also practical. These were mostly unskilled workers, and the AFL, confined mostly to skilled workers, was based on the philosophy of business unionism. In fact, the chief official of each AFL union was called the business agent, trying to match the monopoly of production by the employer with the monopoly of workers by the union. In this way, it won better conditions for some workers and left most workers out. AFL officials drew large salaries, hobnobbed with employers, even moved in high society. A press dispatch from Atlantic City, New Jersey, the fashionable seaside resort in the summer of 1910. Engaged in a game of bathing suit baseball with President Sam Gompers, Secretary Frank Morrison, and other leaders of the AFL on the beach this morning, John Mitchell, former head of the Mine Workers Union, lost a $1,000 diamond ring presented to him by his admirers after the settlement of the big Pennsylvania coal strike. Captain George Burke, a veteran lifeguard, found the ring, whereupon Mitchell peeled a $100 bill from a roll he carried in his pocket and handed it to the captain as a reward for his find. The well-paid leaders of the AFL were protected from criticism by tightly controlled meetings and by goon squads, hired toughs, originally used against strikebreakers, but after a while used to intimidate and beat up opponents inside the union. In this situation, terrible conditions of labor, exclusivity in union organization, working people wanting radical change, seeing the root of misery in the capitalist system, moved toward a new kind of labor union. One morning in June 1905, there met in a hall in Chicago a convention of 200 socialists, anarchists, and radical trade unionists from all over the United States. They were forming the IWW, the Industrial Workers of the World. Big Bill Haywood, a leader of the Western Federation of Miners, recalled in his autobiography that he picked up a piece of board that lay on the platform and used it for a gavel to open the convention. Fellow workers, this is the Continental Congress of the Working Class. We are here to confederate the workers of this country into a working class movement that shall have for its purpose the emancipation of the working class from the slave bondage of capitalism. The aims and objects of this organization shall be to put the working class in possession of the economic power, the means of life, in control of the machinery of production and distribution, without regard to the capitalist masters. On the speaker's platform with Haywood were Eugene Debs, leader of the Socialist Party, and Mother Mary Jones, a 75-year-old white-haired woman who was an organizer for the United Mine Workers of America. The convention drew up a constitution whose preamble said, "The working class and the employing class have nothing in common. There can be no peace so long as hunger and want are found among millions of working people, and the few who make up the employing class have all the good things of life. Between these two classes, a struggle must go on until all the toilers come together on the political as well as on the industrial field, and take and hold that which they produce by their labor, through an economic organization of the working class, without affiliation with any political party." One of the IWW pamphlets explained why it broke with the AFL idea of craft unions. The Directory of Unions of Chicago shows in 1903 a total of 56 different unions in the packing houses, divided up still more in 14 different national trades unions of the American Federation of Labor. What a horrible example of an army divided against itself in the face of a strong combination of employers. The IWW, or Wobblies as they came to be called for reasons not really clear, aimed at organizing all workers in any industry into one big union, undivided by sex, race, or skills. They argued against making contracts with the employer, because this had so often prevented workers from striking on their own or in sympathy with other strikers, and thus turned union people into strikebreakers. Negotiations by leaders for contracts replaced continuous struggle by the rank and file, the Wobblies believed. They spoke of direct action. Direct action means industrial action directly by, for, and of the workers themselves, without the treacherous aid of labor misleaders or scheming politicians. A strike that is initiated, controlled, and settled by the workers directly affected is direct action. Direct action is industrial democracy. One IWW pamphlet said, "Shall I tell you what direct action means? The worker on the job shall tell the boss when and where he shall work, how long, and for what wages, and under what conditions." The IWW people were militant, courageous. Despite a reputation given them by the press, they did not believe in initiating violence, but did fight back when attacked. In McKees Rocks, Pennsylvania, they led a strike of 6,000 workers in 1909 against an affiliate of the U.S. Steel Company, defied state troopers and battled with them. They promised to take a trooper's life for every worker killed. In one gun battle, 4 strikers and 3 troopers were killed, and managed to keep picketing the factories until the strike was won. The IWW saw beyond strikes. Strikes are mere incidents in the class war. They are tests of strength, periodical drills in the course of which the workers train themselves for concerted action. This training is most necessary to prepare the masses for the final catastrophe, the general strike which will complete the expropriation of the employers. The idea of anarcho-syndicalism was developing strongly in Spain and Italy and France at this time, that the workers would take power, not by seizing the state machinery in an armed rebellion, but by bringing the economic system to a halt in a general strike, then taking it over to use for the good of all. IWW organizer Joseph Etter said, "If the workers of the world want to win, all they have to do is recognize their own solidarity. They have nothing to do but fold their arms and the world will stop. The workers are more powerful with their hands in their pockets than all the property of the capitalists." It was an immensely powerful idea. In the 10 exciting years after its birth, the IWW became a threat to the capitalist class, exactly when capitalist growth was enormous and profits huge. The IWW never had more than 5,000 to 10,000 enrolled members at any one time. People came and went, and perhaps 100,000 were members at one time or another. But their energy, their persistence, their inspiration to others, their ability to mobilize thousands at one place, one time, made them an influence on the country far beyond their numbers. They traveled everywhere. Many were unemployed or migrant workers. They organized, wrote, spoke, sang, spread their message and their spirit. They were attacked with all the weapons the system could put together: the newspapers, the courts, the police, the army, mob violence. Local authorities passed laws to stop them from speaking. The IWW defied these laws. In Missoula, Montana, a lumber and mining area, hundreds of Wobblies arrived by boxcar after some had been prevented from speaking. They were arrested one after another until they clogged the jails and the courts, and finally forced the town to repeal its anti-speech ordinance. In Spokane, Washington in 1909, an ordinance was passed to stop street meetings, and an IWW organizer who insisted on speaking was arrested. Thousands of Wobblies marched into the center of town to speak. One by one they spoke and were arrested until 600 were in jail. Jail conditions were brutal, and several men died in their cells, but the IWW won the right to speak. In Fresno, California in 1911, there was another free speech fight. The San Francisco Call commented, "It is one of those strange situations which crop up suddenly and are hard to understand. Some thousands of men whose business it is to work with their hands, tramping and stealing rides, suffering hardships and facing dangers, to get into jail." In jail they sang, they shouted, they made speeches through the bars to groups that gathered outside the prison. As Joyce Kornblue reports in her remarkable collection of IWW documents, Rebel Voices, they took turns lecturing about the class struggle and leading the singing of wobbly songs. When they refused to stop, the jailer sent for fire department trucks and ordered the fire hoses turned full force on the prisoners. The men used their mattresses as shields, and quiet was only restored when the icy water reached knee-high in the cells. When city officials heard that thousands more were planning to come into town, they lifted the ban on street speaking and released the prisoners in small groups. That same year, in Aberdeen, Washington, once again laws against free speech, arrests, prison, and, unexpectedly, victory. One of the men arrested, Stumpy Payne, a carpenter, farmhand, editor of an IWW newspaper, wrote about the experience. Here they were, 18 men in the vigor of life, most of whom came long distances through snow and hostile towns by beating their way, penniless and hungry, into a place where a jail sentence was the gentlest treatment that could be expected, and where many had already been driven into the swamps and beaten nearly to death. Yet here they were, laughing with boyish glee at tragic things that to them were jokes. But what was the motive behind the actions of these men? Why were they here? Is the call of brotherhood in the human race greater than any fear or discomfort, despite the efforts of the masters of life for 6,000 years to root out that call of brotherhood from our minds? In San Diego, Jack White, a wobbly arrested in a free speech fight in 1912, sentenced to 6 months in the county jail on a bread and water diet, was asked if he had anything to say to the court. A stenographer recorded what he said. The prosecuting attorney, in his plea to the jury, accused me of saying on a public platform at a public meeting, "To hell with the courts, we know what justice is." He told a great truth when he lied, for if he had searched the innermost recesses of my mind, he could have found that thought, never expressed by me before, but which I express now. To hell with your courts, I know what justice is, for I have sat in your courtroom day after day, and have seen members of my class pass before the so-called bar of justice. I have seen you, Judge Sloan, and others of your kind, send them to prison because they dared to infringe upon the sacred rights of property. You have become blind and deaf to the rights of man to pursue life and happiness, and you have crushed those rights so that the sacred right of property shall be preserved. Then you tell me to respect the law? I do not. I did violate the law, as I will violate every one of your laws, and still come before you and say, "To hell with the courts." The prosecutor lied, but I will accept his lie as a truth and say again, so that you, Judge Sloan, may not be mistaken as to my attitude. To hell with your courts. I know what justice is. There were also beatings, tarrings, and featherings, defeats. One IWW member, John Stone, tells of being released from the jail at San Diego at midnight with another IWW man and forced into an automobile. We were taken out of the city, about 20 miles where the machine stopped. A man in the rear struck me with a blackjack several times on the head and shoulders. The other man then struck me on the mouth with his fist. The men in the rear then sprang around and kicked me in the stomach. I then started to run away and heard a bullet go past me. I stopped. In the morning I examined Joe Marco's condition and found that the back of his head had been split open. In 1916, in Everett, Washington, a boatload of Wobblies was fired on by 200 armed vigilantes gathered by the sheriff, and 5 Wobblies were shot to death, 31 wounded. 2 of the vigilantes were killed, 19 wounded. The following year, the year the United States entered World War I, vigilantes in Montana seized IWW organizer Frank Little, tortured him, and hanged him, leaving his body dangling from a railroad trestle. Joe Hill, an IWW organizer, wrote dozens of songs, biting, funny, class-conscious, inspiring, that appeared in IWW publications and in its Little Red Songbook. He became a legend in his time and after. His song, The Preacher and the Slave, had a favorite IWW target, the church. Long-haired preachers come out every night, try to tell you what's wrong and what's right, but when asked how about something to eat, they'll answer with voices so sweet. You will eat by and by, in that glorious land above the sky. Work and pray, live on bay, you'll get pie in the sky when you die. His song Rebel Girl was inspired by the strike of women at the textile mills in Lawrence, Massachusetts, and especially by the IWW leader of that strike, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn. They are women of many descriptions in this queer world, as everyone knows. Some are living in beautiful mansions and are wearing the finest of clothes. There are blue-blooded queens and princesses who have charms made of diamonds and pearl. But the only and thoroughbred lady is the rebel girl. In November 1915, Joe Hill was accused of killing a grocer in Salt Lake City, Utah, in a robbery. There was no direct evidence presented to the court that he had committed the murder, but there were enough pieces of evidence to persuade a jury to find him guilty. The case became known throughout the world, and 10,000 letters went to the governor in protest. But with machine guns guarding the entrance to the prison, Joe Hill was executed by a firing squad. He had written Bill Haywood just before this, "Don't waste any time in mourning. Organize." The IWW became involved in a set of dramatic events in Lawrence, Massachusetts in the year 1912, where the American Woolen Company owned 4 mills. The workforce were immigrant families, Portuguese, French-Canadian, English, Irish, Russian, Italian, Syrian, Lithuanian, German, Polish, Belgian, who lived in crowded, flammable wooden tenements. The average wage was $8.76 a week. A woman physician in Lawrence, Dr. Elizabeth Shapley, wrote, "A considerable number of the boys and girls die within the first 2 or 3 years after beginning work. 36 out of every 100 of all the men and women who work in the mill die before or by the time they are 25 years of age." It was in January, midwinter, when pay envelopes distributed to weavers at one of the mills, Polish women, showed that their wages, already too low to feed their families, had been reduced. They stopped their looms and walked out of the mill. The next day, 5,000 workers at another mill quit work, marched to still another mill, rushed the gates, shut off the power to the looms, and called on the other workers to leave. Soon, 10,000 workers were on strike. A telegram went to Joseph Eder, a 26-year-old Italian, an IWW leader in New York, to come to Lawrence to help conduct the strike. He came. A committee of 50 was set up, representing every nationality among the workers, to make the important decisions. Less than 1,000 mill workers belonged to the IWW, but the AFL had ignored the unskilled workers, and so they turned to the IWW leadership in the strike. The IWW organized mass meetings and parades. The strikers had to supply food and fuel for 50,000 people. The entire population of Lawrence was 86,000. Soup kitchens were set up, and money began arriving from all over the country, from trade unions, IWW locals, socialist groups, individuals. The mayor called out the local militia. The governor ordered out the state police. A parade of strikers was attacked by police a few weeks after the strike began. This led to rioting all that day. In the evening, a striker, Anna Lopizzo, was shot and killed. Witnesses said a policeman did it, but the authorities arrested Joseph Eder and another IWW organizer who had come to Lawrence, a poet named Arturo Giovannitti. Neither was at the scene of the shooting, but the charge was that Joseph Eder and Arturo Giovannitti did incite, procure, and counsel or command the said person whose name is not known to commit the said murder. With Eder, head of the strike committee, in jail, Big Bill Haywood was called in to replace him. Other IWW organizers, including Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, came into Lawrence. Now there were 22 companies of militia and 2 troops of cavalry in the city. Martial law was declared, and citizens were forbidden to talk on the street. 36 strikers were arrested, many sentenced to a year in prison. On Tuesday, January 30th, a young Syrian striker, John Ramey, was bayoneted to death. But the strikers were still out, and the mills were not working. Eder said, Bayonets cannot weave cloth. In February, the strikers began mass picketing, 7,000 to 10,000 pickets in an endless chain, marching through the mill districts with white armbands. Don't be a scab. But their food was running out, and the children were hungry. It was proposed by the New York Call, a socialist newspaper, that the children of strikers be sent to sympathetic families in other cities to take care of them while the strike lasted. This had been done by strikers in Europe, never in the United States. But in 3 days, the Call got 400 letters offering to take children. The IWW and the Socialist Party began to organize the children's exodus, taking applications from families who wanted them, arranging medical exams for the youngsters. On February 10th, over 100 children aged 4 to 14 left Lawrence for New York City. They were greeted at Grand Central Station by 5,000 Italian socialists singing the Marseillaise and the Internationale. The following week, another 100 children came to New York, and 35 to Barry, Vermont. It was becoming clear, if the children were taken care of, the strikers could stay out, for their spirit was high. The city officials in Lawrence, citing a statute on child neglect, said no more children would be permitted to leave Lawrence. Despite the city edict, a group of 40 children assembled on February 24th to go to Philadelphia. The railroad station was filled with police, and the scene that followed was described to congressmen by a member of the Women's Committee of Philadelphia. When the time approached to depart, the children arranged in a long line, 2 by 2, in orderly procession, with their parents near at hand, were about to make their way to the train when the police closed in on us with their clubs, beating right and left, with no thought of children who were in the most desperate danger of being trampled to death. The mothers and children were thus hurled in a mass and bodily dragged to a military truck, and even then clubbed, irrespective of the cries of the panic-stricken women and children. A week after that, women returning from a meeting were surrounded by police and clubbed. One pregnant woman was carried unconscious to a hospital and gave birth to a dead child. Still, the strikers held out. "They are always marching and singing," reporter Mary Heaton Vorse wrote. The tired, gray crowds ebbing and flowing perpetually into the mills had waked and opened their mouths to sing. The American Woolen Company decided to give in. It offered raises of 5 to 11%. The strikers insisted that the largest increases go to the lowest paid. Time a quarter for overtime, and no discrimination against those who had struck. On March 14, 1912, 10,000 strikers gathered on the Lawrence Common, and with Bill Haywood presiding, voted to end the strike. Etter and Giovannitti went on trial. Support for them had been mounting all over the country. There were parades in New York and Boston. On September 30th, 15,000 Lawrence workers struck for 24 hours to show their support for the two men. After that, 2,000 of the most active strikers were fired, but the IWW threatened to call another strike, and they were put back. A jury found Etter and Giovannitti not guilty, and that afternoon, 10,000 people assembled in Lawrence to celebrate. The IWW took its slogan, "One Big Union," seriously. Women, foreigners, black workers, the lowliest and most unskilled of workers, were included when a factory or mine was organized. When the Brotherhood of Timber Workers organized in Louisiana and invited Bill Haywood to speak to them in 1912, shortly after the Lawrence victory, he expressed surprise that no Negroes were at the meeting. He was told it was against the law to have interracial meetings in Louisiana. Haywood told the convention, "You work in the same mills together. Sometimes a black man and a white man chop down the same tree together. You are meeting in convention now to discuss the conditions under which you labor. Why not be sensible about this and call the Negroes into the convention? If it is against the law, this is one time when the law should be broken." Negroes were invited into the convention, which then voted to affiliate with the IWW. In 1900, there were 500,000 women office workers. In 1870, there had been 19,000. Women were switchboard operators, store workers, nurses. 500,000 were teachers. The teachers formed a teachers' league that fought against the automatic firing of women who became pregnant. The following rules for female teachers were posted by the school board of one town in Massachusetts. 1. Do not get married. 2. Do not leave town at any time without permission of the school board. 3. Do not keep company with men. 4. Be home between the hours of 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. 5. Do not loiter downtown in ice cream stores. 6. Do not smoke. 7. Do not get into a carriage with any man except your father or brother. 8. Do not dress in bright colors. 9. Do not dye your hair. 10. Do not wear any dress more than 2 inches above the ankle. The conditions of women working in a Milwaukee brewery were described by Mother Mary Jones, who worked there briefly in 1910. She was close to 80 at the time. Condemned to slave daily in the washroom in wet shoes and wet clothes, surrounded by foul-mouthed, brutal foremen, the poor girls work in the vile smell of sour beer, lifting cases of empty and full bottles weighing from 100 to 150 pounds. Rheumatism is one of the chronic ailments and is closely followed by consumption. The foreman even regulates the time the girls may stay in the toilet room. Many of the girls have no home nor parents and are forced to feed and clothe and shelter themselves on $3 a week. In the laundries, women organized. In 1909, the Handbook of the Women's Trade Union Industrial League wrote about women in steam laundries. How would you like to iron a shirt a minute? Think of standing at a mangle just above the washroom with the hot steam pouring up through the floor for 10, 12, 14, and sometimes 17 hours a day. Sometimes the floors are made of cement, and then it seems as though one were standing on hot coals, and the workers are dripping with perspiration. They are breathing air laden with particles of soda, ammonia, and other chemicals. The Laundry Workers Union, in one city, reduced this long day to 9 hours and has increased the wages 50%. Labor struggles could make things better, but the country's resources remained in the hands of powerful corporations, whose motive was profit, whose power commanded the government of the United States. There was an idea in the air, becoming clearer and stronger, an idea not just in the theories of Karl Marx, but in the dreams of writers and artists through the ages, that people might cooperatively use the treasures of the earth to make life better for everyone, not just a few. Around the turn of the century, strike struggles were multiplying. In the 1890s, there had been about 1,000 strikes a year. By 1904, there were 4,000 strikes a year. Law and military force again and again took the side of the rich. It was a time when hundreds of thousands of Americans began to think of socialism. Debs wrote in 1904, 3 years after the formation of the Socialist Party, "The pure and simple trades union of the past does not answer the requirements of today. The attempt of each trade to maintain its own independence, separately and apart from others, results in increasing jurisdictional entanglements, fruitful of dissension, strife, and ultimate disruption. The members of a trades union should be taught that the labor movement means more, infinitely more, than a paltry increase in wages, and the strike necessary to secure it. That while it engages to do all that possibly can be done to better the working conditions of its members, its higher object is to overthrow the capitalist system of private ownership of the tools of labor, abolish wage slavery, and achieve the freedom of the whole working class and, in fact, of all mankind." What Debs accomplished was not in theory or analysis, but in expressing eloquently, passionately, what people were feeling. The writer Haywood Broun once quoted a fellow socialist speaking of Debs. "That old man with the burning eyes actually believes that there can be such a thing as the brotherhood of man. And that's not the funniest part of it. As long as he's around, I believe it myself." Eugene Debs had become a socialist while in jail in the Pullman strike. Now he was the spokesman of a party that made him its presidential candidate 5 times. The party at one time had 100,000 members and 1,200 office holders in 340 municipalities. Its main newspaper, Appeal to Reason, for which Debs wrote, had 500,000 subscribers, and there were many other socialist newspapers around the country, so that altogether perhaps 1 million people read the socialist press. Socialism moved out of the small circles of city immigrants, Jewish and German socialists speaking their own languages, and became American. The strongest socialist state organization was in Oklahoma, which in 1914 had 12,000 dues-paying members, more than New York State, and elected over 100 socialists to local office, including 6 to the Oklahoma State Legislature. There were 55 weekly socialist newspapers in Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, and summer encampments that drew thousands of people. James Green describes these Southwest radicals in his book Grassroots Socialism as indebted homesteaders, migratory tenant farmers, coal miners and railroad workers, red-bone lumberjacks from the piney woods, preachers and school teachers from the sun-baked prairies, village artisans and atheists, the unknown people who created the strongest regional socialist movement in United States history. Green continues, "The socialist movement was painstakingly organized by scores of former populists, militant miners, and blacklisted railroad workers who were assisted by a remarkable cadre of professional agitators and educators, and inspired by occasional visits from national figures like Eugene V. Debs and Mother Jones. This corps of organizers grew to include indigenous dissenters, a much larger group of amateur agitators who canvassed the region selling newspapers, forming reading groups, organizing locals, and making soapbox speeches. There was almost a religious fervor to the movement, as in the eloquence of Debs. In 1906, after the imprisonment in Idaho of Bill Haywood and 2 other officers of the Western Federation of Miners on an apparently faked murder charge, Debs wrote a flaming article in the Appeal to Reason. "Murder has been plotted and is about to be executed in the name and under the forms of law. It is a foul plot, a damnable conspiracy, a hellish outrage. If they attempt to murder Moyer, Haywood, and their brothers, 1 million revolutionists at least will meet them with guns. Capitalist courts never have done and never will do anything for the working class. A special revolutionary convention of the proletariat would be in order, and if extreme measures are required, a general strike could be ordered and industry paralyzed as a preliminary to a general uprising. If the plutocrats begin the program, we will end it." Theodore Roosevelt, after reading this, sent a copy to his Attorney General, W.H. Moody, with a note, "Is it possible to proceed against Debs and the proprietor of this paper criminally?" As the socialists became more successful at the polls, Debs got 900,000 votes in 1912, double what he had in 1908. And more concerned with increasing that appeal, they became more critical of IWW tactics of sabotage and violence, and in 1913 removed Bill Haywood from the Socialist Party Executive Committee, claiming he advocated violence, although some of Debs' writings were far more inflammatory. Women were active in the socialist movement, more as rank-and-file workers than as leaders, and sometimes as sharp critics of socialist policy. Helen Keller, for instance, the gifted, blind, mute, deaf woman with her extraordinary social vision, commented on the expulsion of Bill Haywood in a letter to the New York Call. It is with the deepest regret that I have read the attacks upon Comrade Haywood. Such an ignoble strife between two factions which should be one, and that too at a most critical period in the struggle of the proletariat. What? Are we to put difference of party tactics before the desperate needs of the workers? While countless women and children are breaking their hearts and ruining their bodies in long days of toil, we are fighting one another? Shame upon us! Only 3% of the Socialist Party's members were women in 1904. At the National Convention that year, there were only 8 women delegates. But in a few years, local socialist women's organizations and a national magazine, Socialist Woman, began bringing more women into the party, so that by 1913, 15% of the membership was women. The editor of Socialist Woman, Josephine Conger Kaneko, insisted on the importance of separate groups for women. In the separate organization, the most unsophisticated little woman may soon learn to preside over a meeting, to make motions, and to defend her stand with a little speech. After a year or two of this sort of practice, she is ready to work with the men. And there is a mighty difference between working with the men and simply sitting in obedient reverence under the shadow of their aggressive power. Socialist women were active in the feminist movement of the early 1990s. According to Kate Richards O'Hare, the socialist leader from Oklahoma, New York women socialists were superbly organized. During the 1915 campaign in New York for a referendum on women's suffrage, in one day at the climax of the campaign, they distributed 60,000 English leaflets, 50,000 Yiddish leaflets, sold 2,500 one-cent books and 1,500 5-cent books, put up 40,000 stickers, and held 100 meetings. But were there problems of women that went beyond politics and economics that would not be solved automatically by a socialist system? Once the economic base of sexual oppression was corrected, would equality follow? Battling for the vote or for anything less than revolutionary change, was that pointless? The argument became sharper as the women's movement of the early 20th century grew, as women spoke out more, organized, protested, paraded for the vote and for recognition as equals in every sphere, including sexual relations and marriage. Charlotte Perkins Gilman, whose writing emphasized the crucial question of economic equality between the sexes, wrote a poem called The Socialist and the Suffragist, ending with, "A lifted world lifts women up," the socialist explained. "You cannot lift the world at all, while half of it is kept so small," the suffragist maintained. The world awoke and tartly spoke, "Your work is all the same. Work together or work apart, work each of you with all your heart, just get into the game." When Susan Anthony, at 80, went to hear Eugene Debs speak, 25 years before he had gone to hear her speak, and they had not met since. They clasped hands warmly, then had a brief exchange. She said, laughing, "Give us suffrage and we'll give you socialism." Debs replied, "Give us socialism, we'll give you suffrage." There were women who insisted on uniting the two aims of socialism and feminism, like Crystal Eastman, who imagined new ways of men and women living together and retaining their independence, different from traditional marriage. She was a socialist, but wrote once that a woman knows that the whole of woman's slavery is not summed up in the profit system, nor her complete emancipation assured by the downfall of capitalism. In the first 15 years of the 20th century, there were more women in the labor force, more with experience in labor struggles. Some middle-class women, conscious of women's oppression and wanting to do something, were going to college and becoming aware of themselves as not just housewives. The historian William Chaffee writes, Women and Equality, "Female college students were infused with a self-conscious sense of mission and a passionate commitment to improve the world. They became doctors, college professors, settlement house workers, businesswomen, lawyers, and architects. Spirited by an intense sense of purpose as well as camaraderie, they set a remarkable record of accomplishment in the face of overwhelming odds. Jane Addams, Grace and Edith Abbott, Alice Hamilton, Julia Lathrop, Florence Kelley, all came out of this pioneering generation and set the agenda of social reform for the first 2 decades of the 20th century. They were defying the culture of mass magazines, which were spreading the message of woman as companion, wife, homemaker. Some of these feminists married, some did not. All struggled with the problems of relations with men, like Margaret Sanger, pioneer of birth control education, who suffered a nervous breakdown inside an apparently happy but confining marriage. She had to leave husband and children to make a career for herself and feel whole again. Sanger had written in Woman and the New Race, "No woman can call herself free who does not own and control her own body. No woman can call herself free until she can choose conscientiously whether she will or will not be a mother." It was a complicated problem. Kate Richards O'Hare, for example, believed in the home, but thought socialism would make that better. When she ran for Congress in 1910 in Kansas City, she said, "I long for domestic life, home and children, with every fiber of my being. Socialism is needed to restore the home." On the other hand, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn wrote in her autobiography, Rebel Girl, "A domestic life and possibly a large family had no attraction for me. I wanted to speak and write, to travel, to meet people, to see places, to organize for the IWW. I saw no reason why I, as a woman, should give up my work for this." While many women in this time were radicals, socialists, anarchists, an even larger number were involved in the campaign for suffrage, and the mass support for feminism came from them. Veterans of trade union struggles joined the suffrage movement, like Rose Schneiderman of the garment workers. At a Cooper Union meeting in New York, she replied to a politician who said that women, given the vote, would lose their femininity. "Women in the laundries stand for 13 or 14 hours in the terrible steam and heat with their hands in hot starch. Surely these women won't lose any more of their beauty and charm by putting a ballot in a ballot box once a year than they are likely to lose standing in foundries or laundries all year round." Every spring in New York, the parades for women's suffrage kept growing. In 1912, a news report. All along Fifth Avenue from Washington Square, where the parade formed, to 57th Street, where it disbanded, were gathered thousands of men and women of New York. They blocked every cross street on the line of march. Many were inclined to laugh and jeer, but none did. The sight of the impressive column of women striding 5 abreast up the middle of the street stifled all thought of ridicule. Women doctors, women lawyers, women architects, women artists, actresses, sculptors, women waitresses, domestics, a huge division of industrial workers, all marched with an intensity and purpose that astonished the crowds that lined the streets. From Washington in the spring of 1913 came a New York Times report. In a woman's suffrage demonstration today, the Capitol saw the greatest parade of women in its history. In the parade, over 5,000 women passed down Pennsylvania Avenue. It was an astonishing demonstration. It was estimated that 500,000 persons watched the women march for their cause. Some women radicals were skeptical. Emma Goldman, the anarchist and feminist, spoke her mind forcefully, as always, on the subject of women's suffrage. "Our modern fetish is universal suffrage. The women of Australia and New Zealand can vote and help make the laws. Are the labor conditions better there? The history of the political activities of man proves that they have given him absolutely nothing that he could not have achieved in a more direct, less costly, and more lasting manner. As a matter of fact, every inch of ground he has gained has been through a constant fight, a ceaseless struggle, for self-assertion, and not through suffrage. There is no reason whatever to assume that woman, in her climb to emancipation, has been or will be helped by the ballot. Her development, her freedom, her independence must come from and through herself, first, by asserting herself as a personality, second, by refusing the right to anyone over her body, by refusing to bear children unless she wants them, by refusing to be a servant to God, the state, society, the husband, the family, etc., by making her life simpler, but deeper and richer. Only that, and not the ballot, will set woman free. And Helen Keller, writing in 1911 to a suffragist in England, "Our democracy is but a name. We vote? What does that mean? It means that we choose between two bodies of real, though not avowed, autocrats. We choose between Tweedledum and Tweedledee. You ask for votes for women. What good can votes do when 10/11ths of the land of Great Britain belongs to 200,000, and only 1/11th to the rest of the 40 million? Have your men with their millions of votes freed themselves from this injustice?" Emma Goldman was not postponing the changing of woman's condition to some future socialist era. She wanted action more direct, more immediate than the vote. Helen Keller, while not an anarchist, also believed in continuous struggle outside the ballot box. Blind, deaf, she fought with her spirit, her pen. When she became active and openly socialist, the Brooklyn Eagle, which had previously treated her as a heroine, wrote that her mistakes spring out of the manifest limitations of her development. Her response was not accepted by the Eagle, but printed in the New York Call. She wrote that when once she met the editor of the Brooklyn Eagle, he complimented her lavishly. "But now that I have come out for socialism, he reminds me and the public that I am blind and deaf and especially liable to error." She added, "Oh, ridiculous Brooklyn Eagle! What an ungallant bird it is! Socially blind and deaf, it defends an intolerable system, a system that is the cause of much of the physical blindness and deafness which we are trying to prevent. The Eagle and I are at war. I hate the system which it represents. When it fights back, let it fight fair. It is not fair fighting or good argument to remind me and others that I cannot see or hear. I can read. I can read all the socialist books I have time for, in English, German, and French. If the editor of the Brooklyn Eagle should read some of them, he might be a wiser man, and make a better newspaper. If I ever contribute to the socialist movement the book that I sometimes dream of, I know what I shall name it: Industrial Blindness and Social Deafness." Mother Jones did not seem especially interested in the feminist movement. She was busy organizing textile workers and miners and organizing their wives and children. One of her many feats was the organization of a children's march to Washington to demand the end of child labor. As the 20th century opened, 284,000 children between the ages of 10 and 15 worked in mines, mills, factories. She described this. "In the spring of 1903, I went to Kensington, Pennsylvania, where 75,000 textile workers were on strike. Of this number, at least 10,000 were little children. The workers were striking for more pay and shorter hours. Every day little children came into Union headquarters, some with their hands off, some with the thumb missing, some with their fingers off at the knuckle. They were stooped little things, round-shouldered and skinny. I asked some of the parents if they would let me have their little boys and girls for a week or 10 days, promising to bring them back safe and sound. A man named Sweeney was marshal. A few men and women went with me. The children carried knapsacks on their backs in which was a knife and fork, a tin cup and plate. One little fellow had a drum and another had a fife. We carried banners that said, "We want time to play." The children marched through New Jersey and New York and down to Oyster Bay to try to see President Theodore Roosevelt, but he refused to see them. But our march had done its work. We had drawn the attention of the nation to the crime of child labor. That same year, children working 60 hours a week in textile mills in Philadelphia went on strike, carrying signs, "We want to go to school, 55 hours or nothing." One gets a sense of the energy and fire of some of those turn-of-the-century radicals by looking at the police record of Elizabeth Gurley Flynn. 1906 to 16, organizer, lecturer for IWW. 1918 to 24, organizer, Workers' Defense Union. Arrested in New York, 1906, free speech case, dismissed. Active in Spokane, Washington, free speech fight, 1909. Arrested, Missoula, Montana, 1909, in free speech fight of IWW. Spokane, Washington, free speech fight of IWW, hundreds arrested. In Philadelphia, arrested 3 times, 1911, at strike meetings of Baldwin Locomotive Works. Active in Lawrence textile strike, 1912. Hotel workers strike, 1912. New York Patterson textile strike, 1913. Defense work for Eder Giovannitti case, 1912. Mesaba Range strike, Minnesota, 1916. Everett IWW case, Spokane, Washington, 1916. Joe Hill defense, 1914. Arrested, Duluth, Minnesota, 1917, charged with vagrancy under law passed to stop IWW and pacifist speakers, case dismissed. Indicted in Chicago IWW case, 1917. Black women faced double oppression. A Negro nurse wrote to a newspaper in 1912, "We poor colored women, wage earners in the South, are fighting a terrible battle. On the one hand, we are assailed by black men who should be our natural protectors, and whether in the cook kitchen, at the washtub, over the sewing machine, behind the baby carriage, or at the ironing board, we are but little more than pack horses, beasts of burden, slaves." In this early part of the 20th century, labeled by generations of white scholars as the Progressive Period, lynchings were reported every week. It was the low point for Negroes, North and South, the nadir, as Ryford Logan, a black historian, put it. In 1910, there were 10 million Negroes in the United States, and 9 million of them were in the South. The government of the United States, between 1901 and 1921, the presidents were Theodore Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, whether Republican or Democrat, watched Negroes being lynched, observed murderous riots against blacks in Statesboro, Georgia, Brownsville, Texas, and Atlanta, Georgia, and did nothing. There were Negroes in the Socialist Party, but the Socialist Party did not go much out of its way to act on the race question. As Ray Ginger writes of Debs, when race prejudice was thrust at Debs, he always publicly repudiated it. He always insisted on absolute equality, but he failed to accept the view that special measures were sometimes needed to achieve this equality. Blacks began to organize a national Afro-American Council, formed in 1903 to protest against lynching, peonage, discrimination, disenfranchisement. The National Association of Colored Women, formed around the same time, condemned segregation and lynchings. In Georgia in 1906, there was an Equal Rights Convention which pointed to 260 Georgia Negroes lynched since 1885. It asked the right to vote, the right to enter the militia, to be on juries. It agreed blacks should work hard, and at the same time we must agitate, complain, protest, and keep protesting against the invasion of our manhood rights. W.E.B. Du Bois, teaching in Atlanta, Georgia in 1905, sent out a letter to Negro leaders throughout the country calling them to a conference just across the Canadian border from Buffalo, near Niagara Falls. It was the start of the Niagara Movement. Du Bois, born in Massachusetts, the first black to receive a Ph.D. from Harvard University in 1895, had just written and published his poetic, powerful book, The Souls of Black Folk. Du Bois was a socialist sympathizer, although only briefly a party member. One of his associates in calling the Niagara meeting was William Monroe Trotter, a young black man in Boston of militant views who edited a weekly newspaper, The Guardian. In it, he attacked the moderate ideas of Booker T. Washington. When in the summer of 1903, Washington spoke to an audience of 2,000 at Boston Church, Trotter and his supporters prepared 9 provocative questions which caused a commotion and led to fistfights. Trotter and a friend were arrested. This may have added to the spirit of indignation which led Du Bois to spearhead the Niagara meeting. The tone of the Niagara group was strong. "We refuse to allow the impression to remain that the Negro American assents to inferiority, is submissive under oppression, and apologetic before insults. Through helplessness we may submit, but the voice of protest of 10 million Americans must never cease to assail the ears of their fellows so long as America is unjust." A race riot in Springfield, Illinois, prompted the formation of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People in 1910. Whites dominated the leadership of the new organization. Du Bois was the only black officer. He was also the first editor of the NAACP periodical, The Crisis. The NAACP concentrated on legal action and education, but Du Bois represented in it that spirit which was embodied in the Niagara Movement's declaration. Persistent, manly agitation is the way to liberty. What was clear in this period to blacks, to feminists, to labor organizers and socialists was that they could not count on the national government. True, this was the progressive period, the start of the age of reform, but it was a reluctant reform, aimed at quieting the popular risings, not making fundamental changes. What gave it the name progressive was that new laws were passed. Under Theodore Roosevelt, there was the Meat Inspection Act, the Hepburn Act to regulate railroads and pipelines, a Pure Food and Drug Act. Under Taft, the Mann-Elkins Act put telephone and telegraph systems under the regulation of the Interstate Commerce Commission. In Woodrow Wilson's presidency, the Federal Trade Commission was introduced to control the growth of monopolies, and the Federal Reserve Act to regulate the country's money and banking system. Under Taft were proposed the 16th Amendment to the Constitution, allowing a graduated income tax, and the 17th Amendment, providing for the election of senators directly by a popular vote instead of by the state legislatures, as the original Constitution provided. Also at this time, a number of states passed laws regulating wages and hours, providing for safety inspection of factories and compensation for injured workmen. It was a time of public investigations aimed at soothing protest. In 1913, the Pujo Committee of Congress studied the concentration of power in the banking industry, and the Commission on Industrial Relations of the Senate held hearings on labor management conflict. Undoubtedly, ordinary people benefited to some extent from these changes. The system was rich, productive, complex. It could give enough of a share of its riches to enough of the working class to create a protective shield between the bottom and the top of society. A study of immigrants in New York between 1905 and 1915 finds that 32% of Italians and Jews rose out of the manual class to higher levels, although not to much higher levels. But it was also true that many Italian immigrants did not find the opportunities inviting enough for them to stay. In one 4-year period, 73 Italians left New York for every 100 that arrived. Still, enough Italians became construction workers, enough Jews became businessmen and professionals to create a middle-class cushion for class conflict. Fundamental conditions did not change, however, for the vast majority of tenant farmers, factory workers, slum dwellers, miners, farm laborers, working men and women, black and white. Robert Wiebe sees in the progressive movement an attempt by the system to adjust to changing conditions in order to achieve more stability. Through rules with impersonal sanctions, it sought continuity and predictability in a world of endless change. It assigned far greater power to government, and it encouraged the centralization of authority. Harold Faulkner concluded that this new emphasis on strong government was for the benefit of the most powerful economic groups. Gabriel Kolko calls it the emergence of political capitalism, where the businessmen took firmer control of the political system because the private economy was not efficient enough to forestall protest from below. The businessmen, Kolko says, were not opposed to the new reforms. They initiated them, pushed them, to stabilize the capitalist system in a time of uncertainty and trouble. For instance, Theodore Roosevelt made a reputation for himself as a trust buster, although his successor, Taft, a conservative, while Roosevelt was a progressive, launched more antitrust suits than did Roosevelt. In fact, as Wiebe points out, two of J.P. Morgan's men, Elbert Gary, chairman of U.S. Steel, and George Perkins, who would later become a campaigner for Roosevelt, arranged a general understanding with Roosevelt by which they would cooperate in any investigation by the Bureau of Corporations in return for a guarantee of their company's legality. They would do this through private negotiations with the president. A gentleman's agreement between reasonable people, Wiebe says with a bit of sarcasm. The panic of 1907, as well as the growing strength of the socialists, Wobblies, and trade unions, speeded the process of reform. According to Wiebe, around 1908, a qualitative shift in outlook occurred among large numbers of these men of authority. The emphasis was now on enticements and compromises. It continued with Wilson, and a great many reform-minded citizens indulged the illusion of a progressive fulfillment. What radical critics now say of those reforms was said at the time, 1901, by the Bankers magazine. As the business of the country has learned the secret of combination, it is gradually subverting the power of the politician and rendering him subservient to its purposes. There was much to stabilize, much to protect. By 1904, 318 trusts with capital of more than $7 billion controlled 40% of the U.S. manufacturing. In 1909, a manifesto of the new progressivism appeared, a book called The Promise of American Life by Herbert Croly, editor of the New Republic and an admirer of Theodore Roosevelt. He saw the need for discipline and regulation if the American system were to continue. Government should do more, he said, and he hoped to see the sincere and enthusiastic imitation of heroes and saints, by whom he may have meant Theodore Roosevelt. Richard Hofstadter, in his biting chapter on the man the public saw as the great lover of nature and physical fitness, the war hero, the Boy Scout in the White House, says, "The advisers to whom Roosevelt listened were almost exclusively representatives of industrial and finance capital, men like Hanna, Robert Bacon, and George W. Perkins of the House of Morgan, Elihu Root, Senator Nelson W. Aldrich, and James Stillman of the Rockefeller interests." Responding to his worried brother-in-law writing from Wall Street, Roosevelt replied, "I intend to be most conservative, but in the interests of the corporations themselves, and above all, in the interests of the country." Roosevelt supported the regulatory Hepburn Act because he feared something worse. He wrote to Henry Cabot Lodge that the railroad lobbyists who opposed the bill were wrong. "I think they are very short-sighted not to understand that to beat it means to increase the movement for government ownership of the railroads." His action against the trusts was to induce them to accept government regulation in order to prevent destruction. He prosecuted the Morgan Railroad monopoly in the Northern Securities case, considering it an antitrust victory, but it hardly changed anything. And although the Sherman Act provided for criminal penalties, there was no prosecution of the men who had planned the monopoly: Morgan, Harriman, Hill. As for Woodrow Wilson, Hofstadter points out he was a conservative from the start. As a historian and political scientist, Wilson wrote, The State, "In politics, nothing radically novel may safely be attempted." He urged slow and gradual change. His attitude toward labor, Hofstadter says, was generally hostile, and he spoke of the crude and ignorant minds of the populists. James Weinstein, the corporate ideal in the liberal state, has studied the reforms of the progressive period, especially the process by which business and government, sometimes with the aid of labor leaders, worked out the legislative changes they thought necessary. Weinstein sees a conscious and successful effort to guide and control the economic and social policies of federal, state, and municipal governments by various business groupings in their own long-range interest. While the original impetus for reform came from protesters and radicals, in the current century, particularly on the federal level, few reforms were enacted without the tacit approval, if not the guidance, of the large corporate interests. These interests assembled liberal reformers and intellectuals to aid them in such matters. Weinstein's definition of liberalism as a means of stabilizing the system in the interests of big business is different from that of the liberals themselves. Arthur Schlesinger writes, "Liberalism in America has been ordinarily the movement on the part of the other sections of society to restrain the power of the business community." If Schlesinger is describing the hope or intent of these other sections, he may be right. If he is describing the actual effect of these liberal reforms, that restraint has not happened. The controls were constructed skillfully. In 1900, a man named Ralph Easley, a Republican and conservative, a schoolteacher and journalist, organized the National Civic Federation. Its aim was to get better relations between capital and labor. Its officers were mostly big businessmen and important national politicians, but its first vice president for a long time was Samuel Gompers of the AFL. Not all big businesses liked what the National Civic Federation was doing. Easley called these critics anarchists, opposed to the rational organization of the system. In fact, Easley wrote, "Our enemies are the socialists among the labor people and the anarchists among the capitalists." The NCF wanted a more sophisticated approach to trade unions, seeing them as an inevitable reality, therefore wanting to come to agreements with them rather than fight with them. Better to deal with a conservative union than face a militant one. After the Lawrence textile strike of 1912, John Golden, head of the conservative AFL textile union workers, wrote Easley that the strike had given manufacturers a very rapid education, and some of them are falling all over themselves now to do business with our organization. The National Civic Federation did not represent all opinions in the business world. The National Association of Manufacturers didn't want to recognize organized labor in any way. Many businessmen did not want even the puny reforms proposed by the Civic Federation. But the Federation's approach represented the sophistication and authority of the modern state, determined to do what was best for the capitalist class as a whole, even if this irritated some capitalists. The new approach was concerned with the long-range stability of the system, even at the cost, sometimes, of short-term profits. Thus, the Federation drew up a model workmen's compensation bill in 1910, and the following year 12 states passed laws for compensation or accident insurance. When the Supreme Court said that year that the New York workmen's compensation law was unconstitutional because it deprived corporations of property without due process of law, Theodore Roosevelt was angry. Such decisions, he said, added immensely to the strength of the Socialist Party. By 1920, 42 states had workmen's compensation laws. As Weinstein says, it represented a growing maturity and sophistication on the part of many large corporation leaders who had come to understand, as Theodore Roosevelt often told them, that social reform was truly conservative. As for the Federal Trade Commission established by Congress in 1914, presumably to regulate trusts, a leader of the Civic Federation reported after several years of experience with it that it has apparently been carrying on its work with the purpose of securing the confidence of well-intentioned businessmen, members of the great corporations, as well as others. In this period, cities also put through reforms, many of them giving power to city councils instead of mayors, or hiring city managers. The idea was more efficiency, more stability. The end result of the movements was to place city government firmly in the hands of the business class, Weinstein says. What reformers saw as more democracy in city government, urban historian Samuel Hayes sees as the centralization of power in fewer hands, giving business and professional men more direct control over city government. The progressive movement, whether led by honest reformers like Senator Robert La Follette of Wisconsin, or disguised conservatives like Roosevelt, who was the Progressive Party candidate for president in 1912, seemed to understand it was fending off socialism. The Milwaukee Journal, a progressive organ, said the conservatives fight socialism blindly, while the progressives fight it intelligently and seek to remedy the abuses and conditions upon which it thrives. Frank Munsey, a director of U.S. Steel, writing to Roosevelt, seeing him as the best candidate for 1912, confided in him that the United States must move toward a more parental guardianship of the people, who needed the sustaining and guiding hand of the state. It was the work of the state to think for the people and plan for the people, the Steel executive said. It seems quite clear that much of this intense activity for progressive reform was intended to head off socialism. Easily talked of the menace of socialism as evidenced by its growth in the colleges, churches, newspapers. In 1910, Victor Berger became the first member of the Socialist Party elected to Congress. In 1911, 73 socialist mayors were elected, and 1,200 lesser officials in 340 cities and towns. The press spoke of the rising tide of socialism. A privately circulated memorandum suggested to one of the departments of the National Civic Federation, in view of the rapid spread in the United States of socialistic doctrines, what was needed was a carefully planned and wisely directed effort to instruct public opinion as to the real meaning of socialism. The memorandum suggested that the campaign must be very skillfully and tactfully carried out, that it should not violently attack socialism and anarchism as such, but should be patient and persuasive, and defend three ideas: individual liberty, private property, and inviolability of contract. It is hard to say how many socialists saw clearly how useful reform was to capitalism. But in 1912, a left-wing socialist from Connecticut, Robert Lamont, wrote, "Old age pensions and insurance against sickness, accident, and unemployment are cheaper, are better business than jails, poorhouses, asylums, hospitals." He suggested that progressives would work for reforms, but socialists must make only impossible demands which would reveal the limitations of the reformers. Did the progressive reforms succeed in doing what they intended? Stabilize the capitalist system by repairing its worst defects, blunt the edge of the socialist movement, restore some measure of class peace in a time of increasingly bitter clashes between capital and labor? To some extent, perhaps. But the Socialist Party continued to grow. The IWW continued to agitate. And shortly after Woodrow Wilson took office, there began in Colorado
one of the most bitter and violent struggles between workers and corporate capital in the history of the country. This was the Colorado coal strike that began in September 1913 and culminated in the Ludlow Massacre of April 1914. 11,000 miners in southern Colorado, mostly foreign-born, Greeks, Italians, Serbs, worked for the Colorado Fuel and Iron Corporation, which was owned by the Rockefeller family. Aroused by the murder of one of their organizers, they went on strike against low pay, dangerous conditions, and feudal domination of their lives in towns completely controlled by the mining companies. Mother Jones, at this time an organizer for the United Mine Workers, came into the area, fired up the miners with her oratory, and helped them in those critical first months of the strike until she was arrested, kept in a dungeon-like cell, and then forcibly expelled from the state. When the strike began, the miners were immediately evicted from their shacks in the mining towns. Aided by the United Mine Workers Union, they set up tents in the nearby hills and carried on the strike, the picketing, from these tent colonies. The gunmen hired by the Rockefeller interests, the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency, using Gatling guns and rifles, raided the tent colonies. The death list of miners grew, but they hung on, drove back an armored train in a gun battle, fought to keep out strikebreakers. With the miners resisting, refusing to give in, the mines not able to operate, the Colorado governor, referred to by a Rockefeller mine manager as our little cowboy governor, called out the National Guard, with the Rockefellers supplying the Guard's wages. The miners at first thought the Guard was sent to protect them, and greeted its arrivals with flags and cheers. They soon found out the Guard was there to destroy the strike. The Guard brought strikebreakers in under cover of night, not telling them there was a strike. Guardsmen beat miners, arrested them by the hundreds, rode down with their horses parades of women in the streets of Trinidad, the central town in the area. And still the miners refused to give in. When they lasted through the cold winter of 1913 to 1914, it became clear that extraordinary measures would be needed to break the strike. In April 1914, 2 National Guard companies were stationed in the hills overlooking the largest tent colony of strikers, the one at Ludlow housing 1,000 men, women, and children. On the morning of April 20th, a machine gun attack began on the tents. The miners fired back. Their leader, a Greek named Tikas, was lured up into the hills to discuss a truce, then shot to death by a company of National Guardsmen. The women and children dug pits beneath the tents to escape the gunfire. At dusk, the Guard moved down from the hills with torches, set fire to the tents, and the families fled into the hills. 13 people were killed by gunfire. The following day, a telephone linesman going through the ruins of the Ludlow tent colony lifted an iron cot covering a pit in one of the tents and found the charred, twisted bodies of 11 children and 2 women. This became known as the Ludlow Massacre. The news spread quickly over the country. In Denver, the United Mine Workers issued a call to arms. Gather together for defensive purposes, all arms and ammunition legally available. 300 armed strikers marched from other tent colonies into the Ludlow area, cut telephone and telegraph wires, and prepared for battle. Railroad workers refused to take soldiers from Trinidad to Ludlow. At Colorado Springs, 300 Union miners walked off their jobs and headed for the Trinidad district, carrying revolvers, rifles, shotguns. In Trinidad itself, miners attended a funeral service for the 26 dead at Ludlow, then walked from the funeral to a nearby building where arms were stacked for them. They picked up rifles and moved into the hills, destroying mines, killing mine guards, exploding mine shafts. The press reported that the hills in every direction seemed suddenly to be alive with men. In Denver, 82 soldiers in a company on a troop train headed for Trinidad refused to go. The press reported, "The men declared they would not engage in the shooting of women and children. They hissed the 350 men who did start and shouted imprecations at them." 5,000 people demonstrated in the rain on the lawn in front of the state capitol at Denver, asking that the National Guard officers at Ludlow be tried for murder, denouncing the governor as an accessory. The Denver Cigar Makers Union voted to send 500 armed men to Ludlow and Trinidad. Women in the United Garment Workers Union in Denver announced 400 of their members had volunteered as nurses to help the strikers. All over the country there were meetings, demonstrations. Pickets marched in front of the Rockefeller office at 26 Broadway, New York City. A minister protested in front of the church where Rockefeller sometimes gave sermons and was clubbed by the police. The New York Times carried an editorial on the events in Colorado, which were now attracting international attention. The Times' emphasis was not on the atrocity that had occurred, but on the mistake in tactics that had been made. Its editorial on the Ludlow massacre began, "Somebody blundered." 2 days later, with the miners armed and in the hills of the mine district, the Times wrote, "With the deadliest weapons of civilization in the hands of savage-minded men, there can be no telling to what lengths the war in Colorado will go unless it is quelled by force. The President should turn his attention from Mexico long enough to take stern measures in Colorado." The governor of Colorado asked for federal troops to restore order, and Woodrow Wilson complied. This accomplished, the strike petered out. Congressional committees came in and took thousands of pages of testimony. The Union had not won recognition. 66 men, women, and children had been killed. Not one militiaman or mine guard had been indicted for crime. Still, Colorado had been a scene of ferocious class conflict, whose emotional repercussions had rolled through the entire country. The threat of class rebellion was clearly still there in the industrial conditions of the United States. In the undeterred spirit of rebellion among working people, whatever legislation had been passed, whatever liberal reforms were on the books, whatever investigations were undertaken and words of regret and conciliation uttered. The Times had referred to Mexico. On the morning that the bodies were discovered in the tent pit at Ludlow, American warships were attacking Veracruz, a city on the coast of Mexico, bombarding it, occupying it, leaving 100 Mexicans dead, because Mexico had arrested American sailors and refused to apologize to the United States with a 21-gun salute. Could patriotic fervor and the military spirit cover up class struggle? Unemployment, hard times were growing in 1914. Could guns divert attention and create some national consensus against an external enemy? It surely was a coincidence, the bombardment of Veracruz, the attack on the Ludlow colony. Or perhaps it was, as someone once described human history, the natural selection of accidents. Perhaps the affair in Mexico was an instinctual response of the system for its own survival, to create a unity of fighting purpose among a people torn by internal conflict. The bombardment of Veracruz was a small incident, but in 4 months the First World War would begin in Europe. Chapter 14. War is the Health of the State. War is the health of the state, the radical writer Randolph Bourne said in the midst of the First World War. Indeed, as the nations of Europe went to war in 1914, the governments flourished, patriotism bloomed, class struggle was stilled, and young men died in frightful numbers on the battlefields, often for 100 yards of land, a line of trenches. In the United States, not yet in the war, there was worry about the health of the state. Socialism was growing. The IWW seemed to be everywhere. Class conflict was intense. In the summer of 1916, during a Preparedness Day parade in San Francisco, a bomb exploded, killing 9 people. 2 local radicals, Tom Mooney and Warren Billings, were arrested and would spend 20 years in prison. Shortly after that, Senator James Wadsworth of New York suggested compulsory military training for all males to avert the danger that these people of ours shall be divided into classes. Rather, we must let our young men know that they owe some responsibility to this country. The supreme fulfillment of that responsibility was taking place in Europe. 10 million were to die on the battlefield. 20 million were to die of hunger and disease related to the war. And no one since that day has been able to show that the war brought any gain for humanity that would be worth one human life. The rhetoric of the socialists that it was an imperialist war now seems moderate and hardly arguable. The advanced capitalist countries of Europe were fighting over boundaries, colonies, spheres of influence. They were competing for Alsace-Lorraine, the Balkans, Africa, the Middle East. The war came shortly after the opening of the 20th century, in the midst of exultation, perhaps only among the elite in the Western world, about progress and modernization. One day after the English declared war, Henry James wrote to a friend, "The plunge of civilization into this abyss of blood and darkness is a thing that so gives away the whole long age during which we have supposed the world to be gradually bettering." In the first Battle of the Marne, the British and French succeeded in blocking the German advance on Paris. Each side had 500,000 casualties. The killing started very fast and on a large scale. In August 1914, a volunteer for the British Army had to be 5 feet 8 inches to enlist. By October, the requirement was lowered to 5 feet 5 inches. That month there were 30,000 casualties, and then one could be 5 feet 3. In the first 3 months of the war, almost the entire original British Army was wiped out. For 3 years, the battle lines remained virtually stationary in France. Each side would push forward, then back, then forward again, for a few yards, a few miles, while the corpses piled up. In 1916, the Germans tried to break through at Verdun. The British and French counterattacked along the Seine, moved forward a few miles, and lost 600,000 men. One day, the 9th Battalion of the King's Own Yorkshire Light Infantry launched an attack with 800 men. 24 hours later, there were 84 left. Back home, the British were not told of the slaughter. One English writer recalled, "The most bloody defeat in the history of Britain might occur, and our press come out as bland and copious and graphic with nothing to show that we had not had quite a good day, a victory really." The same thing was happening on the German side. As Erich Maria Remarque wrote in his great novel, on days when men by the thousands were being blown apart by machine guns and shells, the official dispatches announced, "All quiet on the Western Front." In July 1916, British General Douglas Haig ordered 11 divisions of English soldiers to climb out of their trenches and move toward the German lines. The 6 German divisions opened up with their machine guns. Of the 110,000 who attacked, 20,000 were killed, 40,000 more wounded. All those bodies strewn on no man's land, the ghostly territory between the contending trenches. On January 1st, 1917, Haig was promoted to Field Marshal. What happened that summer is described tersely in William Langer's An Encyclopedia of World History. Despite the opposition of Lloyd George and the skepticism of some of his subordinates, Haig proceeded hopefully to the main offensive. The Third Battle of Ypres was a series of 8 heavy attacks, carried through in driving rain, and fought over ground waterlogged and muddy. No breakthrough was effected, and the total gain was about 5 miles of territory, which made the Ypres salient more inconvenient than ever, and cost the British about 400,000 men. The people of France and Britain were not told the extent of the casualties. When in the last year of the war the Germans attacked ferociously on the Somme and left 300,000 British soldiers dead or wounded, London newspapers printed the following, we learn from Paul Fussell's The Great War and Modern Memory. What can I do? How the civilian may help in this crisis. Be cheerful. Write encouragingly to friends at the front. Don't repeat foolish gossip. Don't listen to idle rumors. Don't think you know better than The Hague. Into this pit of death and deception came the United States in the spring of 1917. Mutinies were beginning to occur in the French army. Soon, out of 112 divisions, 68 would have mutinies. 629 men would be tried and condemned, 50 shot by firing squads. American troops were badly needed. President Woodrow Wilson had promised that the United States would stay neutral in the war. There is such a thing as a nation being too proud to fight. But in April of 1917, the Germans had announced they would have their submarines sink any ship bringing supplies to their enemies, and they had sunk a number of merchant vessels. Wilson now said he must stand by the right of Americans to travel on merchant ships in the war zone. I cannot consent to any abridgment of the rights of American citizens in any respect. As Richard Hofstadter points out, the American political tradition, this was rationalization of the flimsiest sort. The British had also been intruding on the rights of American citizens on the high seas, but Wilson was not suggesting we go to war with them. Hofstadter says Wilson was forced to find legal reasons for policies that were based not upon law, but upon the balance of power and economic necessities. It was unrealistic to expect that the Germans should treat the United States as neutral in the war, when the U.S. had been shipping great amounts of war materials to Germany's enemies. In early 1915, the British liner Lusitania was torpedoed and sunk by a German submarine. She sank in 18 minutes, and 1,198 people died, including 124 Americans. The United States claimed the Lusitania carried an innocent cargo, and therefore the torpedoing was a monstrous German atrocity. Actually, the Lusitania was heavily armed. It carried 1,248 cases of 3-inch shells, 4,927 boxes of cartridges, 1,000 rounds in each box, and 2,000 more cases of small arms ammunition. Her manifests were falsified to hide this fact, and the British and American governments lied about the cargo. Hofstadter wrote of economic necessities behind Wilson's war policy. In 1914, a serious recession had begun in the United States. J.P. Morgan later testified, "The war opened during a period of hard times. Business throughout the country was depressed. Farm prices were deflated. Unemployment was serious. The heavy industries were working far below capacity, and bank clearings were off." But by 1915, war orders for the Allies, mostly England, had stimulated the economy, and by April 1917, more than $2 billion worth of goods had been sold to the Allies. As Hofstadter says, America became bound up with the Allies in a fateful union of war and prosperity. Prosperity depended much on foreign markets. It was believed by the leaders of the country. In 1897, the private foreign investments of the United States amounted to $700 million. By 1914, they were $3.5 billion. Wilson's Secretary of State, William Jennings Bryan, while a believer in neutrality in the war, also believed that the United States needed overseas markets. In May of 1914, he praised the president as one who had opened the doors of the weaker countries to an invasion of American capital and American enterprise. Back in 1907, Woodrow Wilson had said in a lecture at Columbia University, "Concessions obtained by financiers must be safeguarded by ministers of state, even if the sovereignty of unwilling nations be outraged in the process. The doors of the nations which are closed must be battered down." In his 1912 campaign, he said, "Our domestic markets no longer suffice. We need foreign markets." In a memo to Bryan, he described his aim as an open door to the world, and in 1914, he said he supported the righteous conquest of foreign markets. With World War I, England became more and more a market for American goods and for loans at interest. J.P. Morgan and Company acted as agents for the Allies, and when in 1915 Wilson lifted the ban on private bank loans to the Allies, Morgan could now begin lending money in such great amounts as to both make great profit and tie American finance closely to the interest of a British victory in the war against Germany. The industrialists and the political leaders talked of prosperity as if it were classless, as if everyone gained from Morgan's loans. True, the war meant more production, more employment, but did the workers in the steel plants gain as much as U.S. Steel, which made $348 million in profit in 1916 alone? When the United States entered the war, it was the rich who took even more direct charge of the economy. Financier Bernard Baruch headed the War Industries Board, the most powerful of the wartime government agencies. Bankers, railroad men, and industrialists dominated these agencies. A remarkably perceptive article on the nature of the First World War appeared in May 1915 in the Atlantic Monthly. Written by W.E.B. Du Bois, it was titled, "The African Roots of War." It was a war for empire, of which the struggle between Germany and the Allies over Africa was both symbol and reality. In a very real sense, Africa is a prime cause of this terrible overturning of civilization, which we have lived to see. Africa, Du Bois said, is the land of the 20th century, because of the gold and diamonds of South Africa, the cocoa of Angola and Nigeria, the rubber and ivory of the Congo, the palm oil of the West Coast. Du Bois saw more than that. He was writing several years before Lenin's imperialism, which noted the new possibility of giving the working class of the imperial country a share of the loot. He pointed to the paradox of greater democracy in America alongside increased aristocracy and hatred toward darker races. He explained the paradox by the fact that the white working man has been asked to share the spoil of exploiting chinks and niggers. Yes, the average citizen of England, France, Germany, the United States had a higher standard of living than before. But whence comes this new wealth? It comes primarily from the darker nations of the world, Asia and Africa, South and Central America, the West Indies and the islands of the South Seas. Du Bois saw the ingenuity of capitalism in uniting exploiter and exploited, creating a safety valve for explosive class conflict. It is no longer simply the merchant prince or the aristocratic monopoly or even the employing class that is exploiting the world. It is the nation, a new democratic nation composed of united capital and labor. The United States fitted that idea of Du Bois. American capitalism needed international rivalry and periodic war to create an artificial community of interest between rich and poor, supplanting the genuine community of interest among the poor that showed itself in sporadic movements. How conscious of this were individual entrepreneurs and statesmen? That is hard to know. But their actions, even if half-conscious, instinctive drives to survive, matched such a scheme. And in 1917, This demanded a national consensus for war. The government quickly succeeded in creating such a consensus, according to traditional histories. Woodrow Wilson's biographer Arthur Link wrote, "In the final analysis, American policy was determined by the President and public opinion." In fact, there is no way of measuring public opinion at that time, and there is no persuasive evidence that the public wanted war. The government had to work hard to create its consensus. That there was no spontaneous urge to fight is suggested by the strong measures taken, a draft of young men, an elaborate propaganda campaign throughout the country, and harsh punishment for those who refused to get in line. Despite the rousing words of Wilson about a war to end all wars and to make the world safe for democracy, Americans did not rush to enlist. 1 million men were needed, but in the first 6 weeks after the declaration of war, only 73,000 volunteered. Congress voted overwhelmingly for a draft. George Creel, a veteran newspaperman, became the government's official propagandist for the war. He set up a committee on public information to persuade Americans the war was right. It sponsored 75,000 speakers who gave 750,000 4-minute speeches in 5,000 American cities and towns. It was a massive effort to excite a reluctant public. At the beginning of 1917, a member of the National Civic Federation had complained that neither working men nor farmers were taking any part or interest in the efforts of the security or defense leagues or other movements for national preparedness. The day after Congress declared war, the Socialist Party met in emergency convention in St. Louis and called the declaration a crime against the people in the United States. In the summer of 1917, socialist anti-war meetings in Minnesota drew large crowds, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 farmers protesting the war, the draft, profiteering. A local newspaper in Wisconsin, the Plymouth Review, said that probably no party ever gained more rapidly in strength than the Socialist Party just at the present time. It reported that thousands assemble to hear socialist speakers in places where ordinarily a few hundred are considered large assemblages. The Akron Beacon Journal, a conservative newspaper in Ohio, said there was scarcely a political observer but will admit that there were an election to come now, a mighty tide of socialism would inundate the Middle West. It said the country had never embarked upon a more unpopular war. In the municipal elections of 1917, against the tide of propaganda and patriotism, the socialists made remarkable gains. Their candidate for mayor of New York, Morris Hillquit, got 22% of the vote, 5 times the normal socialist vote there. 10 socialists were elected to the New York State legislature. In Chicago, the party vote went from 3.6% in 1915 to 34.7% in 1917. In Buffalo, it went from 2.6% to 30.2%. George Creel and the government were behind the formation of an American Alliance for Labor and Democracy, whose president was Samuel Gompers, and whose aim was to unify sentiment in the nation for the war. There were branches in 164 cities. Many labor leaders went along. According to James Weinstein, however, the alliance did not work. Rank-and-file working-class support for the war remained lukewarm. And although some prominent socialists, Jack London, Upton Sinclair, Clarence Darrow, became pro-war after the U.S. entered, most socialists continued their opposition. Congress passed and Wilson signed in June of 1917 the Espionage Act. From its title, one would suppose it was an act against spying. However, it had a clause that provided penalties of up to 20 years in prison for whoever, when the United States is at war, shall willfully cause or attempt to cause insubordination, disloyalty, mutiny, or refusal of duty in the military or naval forces of the United States, or shall willfully obstruct the recruiting or enlistment service of the U.S. Unless one had a theory about the nature of governments, it was not clear how the Espionage Act would be used. It even had a clause that said, "Nothing in this section shall be construed to limit or restrict any discussion, comment, or criticism of the acts or policies of the government." But its double talk concealed a singleness of purpose. The Espionage Act was used to imprison Americans who spoke or wrote against the war. 2 months after the law passed, a socialist named Charles Schenck was arrested in Philadelphia for printing and distributing 15,000 leaflets that denounced the draft law and the war. The leaflet recited the 13th Amendment provision against involuntary servitude and said the Conscription Act violated this. Conscription, it said, was a monstrous deed against humanity in the interests of the financiers of Wall Street, and do not submit to intimidation. Schenck was indicted, tried, found guilty, and sentenced to 6 months in jail for violating the Espionage Act. It turned out to be one of the shortest sentences given in such cases. Schenck appealed, arguing that the act, by prosecuting speech and writing, violated the First Amendment. Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press. The Supreme Court's decision was unanimous and was written by its most famous liberal, Oliver Wendell Holmes. He summarized the contents of the leaflet and said it was undoubtedly intended to obstruct the carrying out of the draft law. Was Schenck protected by the First Amendment? Holmes said, "The most stringent protection of free speech would not protect a man in falsely shouting fire in a theater and causing panic. The question in every case is whether the words used are used in such circumstances and are of such a nature as to create a clear and present danger that they will bring about the substantive evils that Congress has a right to prevent." Holmes' analogy was clever and attractive. Few people would think free speech should be conferred on someone shouting fire in a theater and causing a panic. But did that example fit criticism of the war? Zechariah Chaffee, a Harvard Law School professor, wrote later, Free Speech in the United States, that a more apt analogy for Schenck was someone getting up between the acts at a theater and declaring that there were not enough fire exits. To play further with the example, was not Schenck's act more like someone shouting, not falsely but truly, to people about to buy tickets and enter a theater, that there was a fire raging inside? Perhaps free speech could not be tolerated by any reasonable person if it constituted a clear and present danger to life and liberty. After all, free speech must compete with other vital rights. But was not the war itself a clear and present danger? Indeed, more clear and more present and more dangerous to life than any argument against it? Did citizens not have a right to object to war, a right to be a danger to dangerous policies? The Espionage Act, thus approved by the Supreme Court, has remained on the books all these years since World War I, and although it is supposed to apply only in wartime, it has been constantly in force since 1950 because the United States has legally been in a state of emergency since the Korean War. In 1963, the Kennedy administration pushed a bill, unsuccessfully, to apply the Espionage Act to statements uttered by Americans abroad. It was concerned, in the words of a cable from Secretary of State Rusk to Ambassador Lodge in Vietnam, about journalists in Vietnam writing critical articles on Zinn and his government that were likely to impede the war effort. The case of Eugene Debs soon came before the Supreme Court. In June of 1918, Debs visited 3 socialists who were in prison for opposing the draft, and then spoke across the street from the jail to an audience he kept enthralled for 2 hours. He was one of the country's great orators, and was interrupted again and again by laughter and applause. Why, the other day, by a vote of 5-4, a kind of craps game, come 7, come 11, they declared the child labor law unconstitutional. He spoke of his comrades in jail. He dealt with the charges that socialists were pro-German. I hate, I loathe, I despise Junkers and Junkerdom. I have no earthly use for the Junkers of Germany, and not one particle more use for the Junkers in the United States. Thunderous applause and cheers. They tell us that we live in a great free republic, that our institutions are democratic, that we are a free and self-governing people. That is too much even for a joke. Wars throughout history have been waged for conquest and plunder, and that is war in a nutshell. The master class has always declared the wars. The subject class has always fought the battles. Debs was arrested for violating the Espionage Act. There were draft-age youths in his audience, and his words would obstruct the recruiting or enlistment service. His words were intended to do much more than that. Yes, in good time we are going to sweep into power in this nation and throughout the world. We are going to destroy all enslaving and degrading capitalist institutions and recreate them as free and humanizing institutions. The world is daily changing before our eyes. The sun of capitalism is setting. The sun of socialism is rising. In due time the hour will strike, and this great cause triumphant will proclaim the emancipation of the working class and the brotherhood of all mankind. Thunderous and prolonged applause. Debs refused at his trial to take the stand in his defense or to call witnesses on his behalf. He denied nothing about what he said, but before the jury began its deliberations, he spoke to them. I have been accused of obstructing the war. I admit it. Gentlemen, I abhor war. I would oppose war if I stood alone. I have sympathy with the suffering, struggling people everywhere. It does not make any difference under what flag they were born or where they live. The jury found him guilty of violating the Espionage Act. Debs addressed the judge before sentencing. Your Honor, years ago I recognized my kinship with all living beings, and I made up my mind that I was not one bit better than the meanest on earth. I said then, and I say now, that while there is a lower class, I am in it. While there is a criminal element, I am of it. While there is a soul in prison, I am not free. The judge denounced those who would strike the sword from the hand of this nation while she is engaged in defending herself against a foreign and brutal power. He sentenced Debs to 10 years in prison. Debs' appeal was not heard by the Supreme Court until 1919. The war was over. Oliver Wendell Holmes, for a unanimous court, affirmed Debs' guilt. Holmes discussed Debs' speech. He then expressed opposition to Prussian militarism in a way that naturally might have been thought to be intended to include the mode of proceeding here in the United States. Holmes said Debs made the usual contrasts between capitalists and laboring men, with the implication running through it all that the working men are not concerned in the war. Thus, Holmes said, the natural and intended effect of Debs' speech would be to obstruct recruiting. Debs was locked up in the West Virginia State Penitentiary and then in the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, where he spent 32 months until, at the age of 66, he was released by President Harding in 1921. About 900 people went to prison under the Espionage Act. This substantial opposition was put out of sight, while the visible national mood was represented by military bands, flag-waving, the mass buying of war bonds, the majority's acquiescence to the draft and the war. This acquiescence was achieved by shrewd public relations and by intimidation, an effort organized with all the power of the federal government and the money of big business behind it. The magnitude of that campaign to discourage opposition says something about the spontaneous feelings of the population toward the war. The newspapers helped create an atmosphere of fear for possible opponents of the war. In April of 1917, the New York Times quoted Elihu Root, former Secretary of War, a corporation lawyer, as saying, "We must have no criticism now." A few months later it quoted him again that, "There are men walking about the streets of this city tonight who ought to be taken out at sunrise tomorrow and shot for treason." At the same time, Theodore Roosevelt was talking to the Harvard Club about socialists, IWWs, and others who wanted peace as a whole raft of sexless creatures. In the summer of 1917, the American Defense Society was formed. The New York Herald reported, "More than 100 men enrolled yesterday in the American Vigilante Patrol at the offices of the American Defense Society. The patrol was formed to put an end to seditious street oratory." The Department of Justice sponsored an American Protective League, which by June of 1917 had units in 600 cities and towns, a membership of nearly 100,000. The press reported that their members were the leading men in their communities, bankers, railroad men, hotel men. One study of the League describes their methods. "The males are supposed to be sacred, but let us call the American Protective League sometimes almost clairvoyant as to letters done by suspects. It is supposed that breaking and entering a man's home or office place without warrant is burglary. Granted. But the League has done that thousands of times and has never been detected." The League claimed to have found 3 million cases of disloyalty. Even if these figures are exaggerated, the very size and scope of the League gives a clue to the amount of disloyalty. The states organized vigilante groups. The Minnesota Commission of Public Safety, set up by state law, closed saloons and moving picture theaters, took count of land owned by aliens, boosted Liberty Bonds, tested people for loyalty. The Minneapolis Journal carried an appeal by the commission for all patriots to join in the suppression of anti-draft and seditious acts and sentiment. The national press cooperated with the government. The New York Times in the summer of 1917 carried an editorial. "It is the duty of every good citizen to communicate to proper authorities any evidence of sedition that comes to his notice." And the Literary Digest asked its readers to clip and send to us any editorial utterances they encounter which seem to them seditious or treasonable. Creel's Committee on Public Information advertised that people should report the man who spreads pessimistic stories, report him to the Department of Justice. In 1918, the Attorney General said, "It is safe to say that never in its history has this country been so thoroughly policed." Why these huge efforts? On August 1, 1917, the New York Herald reported that in New York City, 90 of the first 100 draftees claimed exemption. In Minnesota, headlines in the Minneapolis Journal of August 6 and 7 read, "Draft opposition fast spreading in state," and "Conscripts give false addresses." In Florida, 2 Negro farmhands went into the woods with a shotgun and mutilated themselves to avoid the draft. One blew off 4 fingers of his hand. The other shot off his arm below the elbow. Senator Thomas Hardwick of Georgia said, "There was undoubtedly general and widespread opposition on the part of many thousands to the enactment of the draft law. Numerous and largely attended mass meetings held in every part of the state protested against it." Ultimately, over 330,000 men were classified as draft evaders. In Oklahoma, the Socialist Party and the IWW had been active among tenant farmers and sharecroppers who formed a working-class union. At a mass meeting of the union, Plans were made to destroy a railroad bridge and cut telegraph wires in order to block military enlistments. A march on Washington was planned for draft objectors throughout the country. This was called the Green Corn Rebellion because they planned to eat green corn on their march. Before the Union could carry out its plans, its members were rounded up and arrested, and soon 450 individuals accused of rebellion were in the state penitentiary. Leaders were given 3 to 10 years in jail, others 60 days to 2 years. On July 1, 1917, radicals organized a parade in Boston against the war with banners. "Is this a popular war? Why conscription? Who stole Panama? Who crushed Haiti? We demand peace." The New York Call said 8,000 people marched, including 4,000 members of the Central Labor Union, 2,000 members of the Lettish socialist organizations, 1,500 Lithuanians, Jewish members of cloak trades, and other branches of the party. The parade was attacked by soldiers and sailors on orders from their officers. The Post Office Department began taking away the mailing privileges of newspapers and magazines that printed anti-war articles. The Masses, a socialist magazine of politics, literature, and art, was banned from the mails. It had carried an editorial by Max Eastman in the summer of 1917 saying, among other things, "For what specific purposes are you shipping our bodies and the bodies of our sons to Europe? For my part, I do not recognize the right of a government to draft me to a war whose purposes I do not believe in." In Los Angeles, a film was shown that dealt with the American Revolution and depicted British atrocities against the colonists. It was called The Spirit of 76. The man who made the film was prosecuted under the Espionage Act because the judge said the film tended to question the good faith of our ally, Great Britain. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. The case was officially listed as U.S. versus Spirit of 76. In a small town in South Dakota, a farmer and socialist named Fred Fairchild, during an argument about the war, said, according to his accusers, "If I were of conscription age and had no dependents and were drafted, I would refuse to serve. They could shoot me, but they could not make me fight." He was tried under the Espionage Act, sentenced to a year and a day at Leavenworth Penitentiary. And so it went, multiplied 2,000 times the number of prosecutions under the Espionage Act. About 65,000 men declared themselves conscientious objectors and asked for non-combatant service. At the army bases where they worked, they were often treated with sadistic brutality. 3 men who were jailed at Fort Riley, Kansas, for refusing to perform any military duties, combatant or non-combatant, were taken one by one into the corridor, and a hemp rope slung over the railing of the upper tier was put about their necks, hoisting them off their feet until they were at the point of collapse. Meanwhile, the officers punched them on their ankles and shins. They were then lowered and the rope was tied to their arms, and again they were hoisted off their feet. This time a garden hose was played on their faces with a nozzle about 6 inches from them until they collapsed completely. Schools and universities discouraged opposition to the war. At Columbia University, J. McKean Cattell, a psychologist, a longtime critic of the Board of Trustees' control of the university, and an opponent of the war, was fired. A week later, in protest, the famous historian Charles Beard resigned from the Columbia faculty, charging the trustees with being reactionary and visionless in politics, narrow and medieval in religion. In Congress, a few voices spoke out against the war. The first woman in the House of Representatives, Jeanette Rankin, did not respond when her name was called in the roll call on the declaration of war. One of the veteran politicians of the House, a supporter of the war, went to her and whispered, "Little woman, you cannot afford not to vote. You represent the womanhood of the country." On the next roll call, she stood up. "I want to stand by my country, but I cannot vote for war. I vote no." A popular song of the time was, "I didn't raise my boy to be a soldier." It was overwhelmed, however, by songs like "Over There," "It's a Grand Old Flag," and "Johnny, Get Your Gun." Socialist Kate Richards O'Hare, speaking in North Dakota in July of 1917, said, it was reported, that the women of the United States were nothing more nor less than brood sows to raise children to get into the army and be made into fertilizer. She was arrested, tried, found guilty, and sentenced to 5 years in the Missouri State Penitentiary. In prison, she continued to fight. When she and fellow prisoners protested the lack of air because the window above the cell block was kept shut, she was pulled out in the corridor by guards for punishment. In her hand she was carrying a book of poems, and as she was dragged out, she flung the book up at the window and broke it, the fresh air streaming in, her fellow prisoners cheering. Emma Goldman and her fellow anarchist, Alexander Berkman, he had already been locked up 14 years in Pennsylvania, she had served a year on Blackwell's Island, were sentenced to prison for opposing the draft. She spoke to the jury. "Verily, poor as we are in democracy, how can we give of it to the world? A democracy conceived in the military servitude of the masses, in their economic enslavement and nurtured in their tears and blood, is not democracy at all. It is despotism, the cumulative result of a chain of abuses which, according to that dangerous document, the Declaration of Independence, the people have the right to overthrow." The war gave the government its opportunity to destroy the IWW. The IWW newspaper, The Industrial Worker, just before the declaration of war, wrote, "Capitalists of America, we will fight against you, not for you. Conscription, there is not a power in the world that can make the working class fight if they refuse." Philip Foner, in his History of the IWW, says that the Wobblies were not as active against the war as the socialists, perhaps because they were fatalistic, saw the war as inevitable, and thought that only victory in class struggle, only revolutionary change could end war. In early September 1917, Department of Justice agents made simultaneous raids on 48 IWW meeting halls across the country, seizing correspondence and literature that would become courtroom evidence. Later that month, 165 IWW leaders were arrested for conspiring to hinder the draft, encourage desertion, and intimidate others in connection with labor disputes. 101 went on trial in April 1918. It lasted 5 months, the longest criminal trial in American history up to that time. John Reed, the socialist writer just back from reporting on the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia, 10 Days That Shook the World, covered the IWW trial for The Masses magazine and described the defendants. "I doubt if ever in history there has been a sight just like them. 101 lumberjacks, harvest hands, miners, editors, who believe the wealth of the world belongs to him who creates it, the outdoor men, hard rock blasters, tree fellers, wheat binders, longshoremen, the boys who do the strong work of the world." The IWW people used the trial to tell about their activities, their ideas. 61 of them took the stand, including Big Bill Haywood, who testified for 3 days. One IWW man told the court, "You ask me why the IWW is not patriotic to the United States. If you were a bum without a blanket, if you had left your wife and kids when you went west for a job and had never located them since, if your job had never kept you long enough in a place to qualify you to vote, if you slept in a lousy, sour bunkhouse and ate food just as rotten as they could give you and get by with it, if deputy sheriffs shot your cooking cans full of holes and spilled your grub on the ground, if your wages were lowered on you when the bosses thought they had you down, if there was one law for Ford, Seward, and Mooney and another for Harry Thaw, if every person who represented law and order and the nation beat you up, railroaded you to jail, and the good Christian people cheered and told them to go to it. How in hell do you expect a man to be patriotic? This war is a businessman's war, and we don't see why we should go out and get shot in order to save the lovely state of affairs that we now enjoy." The jury found them all guilty. The judge sentenced Haywood and 14 others to 20 years in prison. 33 were given 10 years, the rest shorter sentences. They were fined a total of $2,500,000. The IWW was shattered. Haywood jumped bail and fled to revolutionary Russia, where he remained until his death 10 years later. The war ended in November 1918. 50,000 American soldiers had died, and it did not take long, even in the case of patriots, for bitterness and disillusionment to spread through the country. This was reflected in the literature of the post-war decade. John Dos Passos, in his novel 1919, wrote of the death of John Doe. "In the tar-paper morgue at Chalons-sur-Marne, in the reek of chloride, of lime and the dead, they picked out the pine box that held all that was left of John Doe, the scraps of dried viscera and skin bundled in khaki. They took to Chalons-sur-Marne, and laid it out neat in a pine coffin, and took it home to God's country on a battleship, and buried it in a sarcophagus in the Memorial Amphitheater in the Arlington National Cemetery, and draped the Old Glory over it, and the bugler played taps. And Mr. Harding prayed to God, and the diplomats and the generals and the admirals and the brass hats and the politicians and the handsomely dressed ladies out of the society column of the Washington Post stood up solemn, and thought how beautiful, sad, Old Glory, God's country it was to have the bugler play taps and the 3 volleys made their ears ring. Where his chest ought to have been, they pinned the Congressional Medal." Ernest Hemingway would write A Farewell to Arms. Years later, a college student named Irwin Shaw would write a play, Bury the Dead. And a Hollywood screenwriter named Dalton Trumbo would write a powerful and chilling anti-war novel about a torso and brain left alive on the battlefield of World War I, Johnny Got His Gun. Ford Madox Ford wrote, No More Parades. With all the wartime jailings, the intimidation, the drive for national unity, when the war was over, the establishment still feared socialism. There seemed to be a need again for the twin tactics of control in the face of revolutionary challenge, reform, and repression. The first was suggested by George L. Record, one of Wilson's friends, who wrote to him in early 1919 that something would have to be done for economic democracy to meet this menace of socialism. He said, "You should become the real leader of the radical forces in America and present to the country a constructive program of fundamental reform which shall be an alternative to the program represented by the socialists and the Bolsheviks." That summer of 1919, Wilson's advisor, Joseph Tumulty, reminded him that the conflict between the Republicans and Democrats was unimportant compared with that which threatened them both. What happened in Washington last night in the attempt upon the Attorney General's life is but a symptom of the terrible unrest that is stalking about the country. As a Democrat, I would be disappointed to see the Republican Party regain power. That is not what depresses one so much as to see, growing steadily from day to day, under our very eyes, a movement that, if not checked, is bound to express itself in attack upon everything we hold dear. In this era of industrial and social unrest, both parties are in disrepute with the average man. What happened in Washington last night was the explosion of a bomb in front of the home of Wilson's Attorney General, A. Mitchell Palmer. 6 months after that bomb exploded, Palmer carried out the first of his mass raids on aliens, immigrants who were not citizens, a law passed by Congress near the end of the war, provided for the deportation of aliens who opposed organized government or advocated the destruction of property. Palmer's men, on December 21, 1919, picked up 249 aliens of Russian birth, including Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman, put them on a transport, and deported them to what had become Soviet Russia. The Constitution gave no right to Congress to deport aliens, but the Supreme Court had said back in 1892, in affirming the right of Congress to exclude Chinese, that as a matter of self-preservation, this was a natural right of the government. In January 1920, 4,000 persons were rounded up all over the country, held in seclusion for long periods of time, brought into secret hearings and ordered deported. In Boston, Department of Justice agents, aided by local police, arrested 600 people by raiding meeting halls or by invading their homes in the early morning. A troubled federal judge described the process. Pains were given to give spectacular publicity to the raid and to make it appear that there was a great and imminent public danger. The arrested aliens, in most instances perfectly quiet and harmless working people, many of them not long ago Russian peasants, were handcuffed in pairs, and then, for the purposes of transfer on trains and through the streets of Boston, chained together. In the spring of 1920, a typesetter and anarchist named Andrea Salcedo was arrested in New York by FBI agents and held for 8 weeks in the FBI offices on the 14th floor of the Park Row building, not allowed to contact family or friends or lawyers. Then his crushed body was found on the pavement below the building, and the FBI said he had committed suicide by jumping from the 14th floor window. 2 friends of Salcedo, anarchists and working men in the Boston area, having just learned of his death, began carrying guns. They were arrested on a streetcar in Brockton, Massachusetts, and charged with a hold-up and murder that had taken place 2 weeks before at a shoe factory. These were Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti. They went on trial, were found guilty, and spent 7 years in jail while appeals went on, and while all over the country and the world people became involved in their case. The trial record and the surrounding circumstances suggested that Sacco and Vanzetti were sentenced to death because they were anarchists and foreigners. In August 1927, as police broke up marches and picket lines with arrests and beatings, and troops surrounded the prison, they were electrocuted. Sacco's last message to his son Dante, in his painfully learned English, was a message to millions of others in the years to come. So, son, instead of crying, be strong so as to be able to comfort your mother. Take her for a long walk in the quiet country, gathering wild flowers here and there. But remember always, Dante, in the play of happiness, don't you use all for yourself only. Help the persecuted and the victim, because they are your better friends. In this struggle of life, you will find more, and love, and you will be loved. There had been reforms. The patriotic fervor had been invoked. The courts and jails had been used to reinforce the idea that certain ideas, certain kinds of resistance could not be tolerated. And still, even from the cells of the condemned, the message was going out. The class war was still on in that supposedly classless society, the United States. Through the 20s and the 30s, it was still on. Chapter 15. Self-Help in Hard Times. The war was hardly over. It was February 1919. The IWW leadership was in jail. But the IWW idea of the general strike became reality for 5 days in Seattle, Washington, when a walkout of 100,000 working people brought the city to a halt. It began with 35,000 shipyard workers striking for a wage increase. They appealed for support to the Seattle Central Labor Council, which recommended a citywide strike, and in 2 weeks, 110 locals, mostly American Federation of Labor, only a few IWW, voted to strike. The rank and file of each striking local elected 3 members to a general strike committee, and on February 6, 1919 at 10 a.m., the strike began. Unity was not easy to achieve. The IWW locals were in tension with the AFL locals. Japanese locals were admitted to the General Strike Committee, but were not given a vote. Still, 60,000 union members were out, and 40,000 other workers joined in sympathy. Seattle workers had a radical tradition. During the war, the president of the Seattle AFL, a socialist, was imprisoned for opposing the draft, was tortured, and there were great labor rallies in the streets to protest. The city now stopped functioning, except for activities organized by the strikers to provide essential needs. Firemen agreed to stay on the job. Laundry workers handled only hospital laundry. Vehicles authorized to move carried signs, exempted by the General Strike Committee. 35 neighborhood milk stations were set up. Every day, 30,000 meals were prepared in large kitchens, then transported to halls all over the city and served cafeteria style, with strikers paying 25 cents a meal, the general public 35 cents. People were allowed to eat as much as they wanted of the beef stew, spaghetti, bread, and coffee. A labor war veterans guard was organized to keep the peace. On the blackboard at one of its headquarters was written, "The purpose of this organization is to preserve law and order without the use of force. No volunteer will have any police power or be allowed to carry weapons of any sort, but to use persuasion only." During the strike, crime in the city decreased. The commander of the U.S. Army detachment sent into the area told the strikers' committee that in 40 years of military experience, he hadn't seen so quiet and orderly a city. A poem printed in the Seattle Union Record, a daily newspaper put out by labor people, by someone named Anise. What scares them most is that nothing happens. They are ready for disturbances. They have machine guns and soldiers, but this smiling silence is uncanny. The businessmen don't understand that sort of weapon. It is your smile that is upsetting. Their reliance on artillery, brother, it is the garbage wagons that go along the street marked exempt by strike committee. It is the milk stations that are getting better daily, and the 300 war veterans of labor handling the crowds without guns. For these things speak of a new power and a new world that they do not feel at home in. The mayor swore in 2,400 special deputies, many of them students at the University of Washington. Almost 1,000 sailors and Marines were brought into the city by the U.S. government. The general strike ended after 5 days, according to the General Strike Committee, because of pressure from the international officers of the various unions, as well as the difficulties of living in a shut-down city. The strike had been peaceful, but when it was over, there were raids and arrests on the Socialist Party headquarters, on a printing plant. 39 members of the IWW were jailed as ringleaders of anarchy. In Centralia, Washington, where the IWW had been organizing lumber workers, the lumber interests made plans to get rid of the IWW. On November 11, 1919, Armistice Day, the Legion paraded through town with rubber hoses and gas pipes, and the IWW prepared for an attack. When the Legion passed the IWW hall, shots were fired. It is unclear who fired first. They stormed the hall. There was more firing, and 3 Legion men were killed. Inside the headquarters was an IWW member, a lumberjack named Frank Everett, who had been in France as a soldier while the IWW national leaders were on trial for obstructing the war effort. Everett was in army uniform and carrying a rifle. He emptied it into the crowd, dropped it, and ran for the woods, followed by a mob. He started to wade across the river, found the current too strong, turned, shot the leading man dead, threw his gun into the river, and fought the mob with his fists. They dragged him back to town behind an automobile, suspended him from a telegraph pole, took him down, locked him in jail. That night, his jailhouse door was broken down. He was dragged out, put on the floor of a car, his genitals were cut off, and then he was taken to a bridge, hanged, and his body riddled with bullets. No one was ever arrested for Everett's murder, but 11 Wobblies were put on trial for killing an American Legion leader during the parade, and 6 of them spent 15 years in prison. Why such a reaction to the general strike, to the organizing of the Wobblies? A statement by the mayor of Seattle suggests that the establishment feared not just the strike itself, but what it symbolized. He said, "The so-called sympathetic Seattle strike was an attempted revolution. That there was no violence does not alter the fact. The intent, openly and covertly announced, was for the overthrow of the industrial system. Here first, then everywhere. True, there were no flashing guns, no bombs, no killings. Revolution, I repeat, doesn't need violence. The general strike, as practiced in Seattle, is of itself the weapon of revolution, all the more dangerous because quiet. To succeed, it must suspend everything, stop the entire life stream of a community. That is to say, it puts the government out of operation, and that is all there is to revolt, no matter how achieved." Furthermore, the Seattle general strike took place in the midst of a wave of post-war rebellion all over the world. A writer in The Nation commented that year, "The most extraordinary phenomenon of the present time is the unprecedented revolt of the rank and file. In Russia, it has dethroned the Tsar. In Korea and India and Egypt and Ireland, it keeps up an unyielding resistance to political tyranny. In England, it brought about the railway strike against the judgment of the men's own executives. In Seattle and San Francisco, it has resulted in the stevedores' recent refusal to handle arms or supplies destined for the overthrow of the Soviet government. In one district of Illinois, it manifested itself in a resolution of striking miners, unanimously requesting their state executive to go to hell. In Pittsburgh, according to Mr. Gompers, it compelled the reluctant American Federation officers to call the steel strike, lest the control pass into the hands of the IWWs and other radicals. In New York, it brought about the longshoremen strike and kept the men out in defiance of union officials, and caused the upheaval in the printing trade, which the international officers, even though the employers worked hand in glove with them, were completely unable to control. The common man, losing faith in the old leadership, has experienced a new access of self-confidence, or at least a new recklessness, a readiness to take chances on his own account. Authority cannot any longer be imposed from above. It comes automatically from below. In the steel mills of western Pennsylvania, later in 1919, where men worked 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, doing exhausting work under intense heat, 100,000 steelworkers were signed up in 20 different AFL craft unions. A national committee attempting to tie them together in their organizing drive found in the summer of 1919, "The men are letting it be known that if we do not do something for them, they will take the matter into their own hands." The National Council was getting telegrams like the one from the Johnstown Steelworkers Council. "Unless the National Committee authorizes a national strike vote to be taken this week, we will be compelled to go out on strike here alone." William Z. Foster, later a communist leader, at this time secretary-treasurer to the National Committee in charge of organizing, received a telegram from organizers in the Youngstown district. "We cannot be expected to meet the enraged workers who will consider us traitors if strike is postponed." There was pressure from President Woodrow Wilson and Samuel Gompers, AFL president, to postpone the strike. But the steel workers were too insistent, and in September 1919, not only the 100,000 Union men, but 250,000 others went out on strike. The sheriff of Allegheny County swore in as deputies 5,000 employees of U.S. Steel who had not gone on strike, and announced that outdoor meetings would be forbidden. A report of the Interchurch World Movement made at the time said, "In Monessen, the policy of the state police was simply to club men off the streets and drive them into their homes. In Braddock, when a striker was clubbed in the street, he would be taken to jail, kept there overnight. Many of those arrested in Newcastle were ordered not to be released until the strike was over." The Department of Justice moved in, carrying out raids on workers who were aliens, holding them for deportation. At Gary, Indiana, federal troops were sent in. Other factors operated against the strikers. Most were recent immigrants of many nationalities, many languages. Sherman Service Incorporated, hired by the steel corporations to break the strike, instructed its men in South Chicago, "We want you to stir up as much bad feeling as you possibly can between the Serbians and the Italians. Spread data among the Serbians that the Italians are going back to work. Urge them to go back to work or the Italians will get their jobs." More than 30,000 black workers were brought into the area as strikebreakers. They had been excluded from AFL unions and so felt no loyalty to unionism. As the strike dragged on, the mood of defeat spread, and workers began to drift back to work. After 10 weeks, the number of strikers was down to 110,000, and then the National Committee called the strike off. In the year following the war, 120,000 textile workers struck in New England and New Jersey, and 30,000 silk workers struck in Paterson, New Jersey. In Boston, the police went out on strike, and in New York City, cigar makers, shirt makers, carpenters, bakers, teamsters, and barbers were out on strike. In Chicago, the press reported, "More strikes and lockouts accompany the midsummer heat than ever known before at any one time. 5,000 workers at International Harvester and 5,000 city workers were in the streets." When the 20s began, however, the situation seemed under control. The IWW was destroyed, the Socialist Party falling apart. The strikes were beaten down by force, and the economy was doing just well enough for just enough people to prevent mass rebellion. Congress in the 20s put an end to the dangerous, turbulent flood of immigrants, 14 million between 1900 and 1920, by passing laws setting immigration quotas. The quotas favored Anglo-Saxons, kept out black and yellow people, limited severely the coming of Latins, Slavs, Jews. No African country could send more than 100 people. 100 was the limit for China, for Bulgaria, for Palestine. 34,007 could come from England or Northern Ireland, but only 3,845 from Italy. 51,227 from Germany, but only 124 from Lithuania. 28,567 from the Irish Free State, but only 2,248 from Russia. The Ku Klux Klan was revived in the 1920s, and it spread into the North. By 1924, it had 4.5 million members. The NAACP seemed helpless in the face of mob violence and race hatred everywhere. The impossibility of the black person's ever being considered equal in white America was the theme of the nationalist movement led in the 1920s by Marcus Garvey. He preached black pride, racial separation, and a return to Africa, which to him held the only hope for black unity and survival. But Garvey's movement, inspiring as it was to some blacks, could not make much headway against the powerful white supremacy currents of the post-war decade. There was some truth to the standard picture of the 20s as a time of prosperity and fun. The jazz age, the roaring 20s. Unemployment was down, from 4,270,000 in 1921 to a little over 2 million in 1927. The general level of wages for workers rose. Some farmers made a lot of money. The 40% of all families who made over $2,000 a year could buy new gadgets, autos, radios, refrigerators. Millions of people were not doing badly, and they could shut out of the picture the others, the tenant farmers, black and white, the immigrant families in the big cities, either without work or not making enough to get the basic necessities. But prosperity was concentrated at the top. While from 1922 to 1929, real wages in manufacturing went up per capita 1.4% a year, the holders of common stocks gained 16.4% a year. 6 million families, 42% of the total, made less than $1,000 a year. 0.1% of the families at the top received as much income as 42% of the families at the bottom, according to a report of the Brookings Institution. Every year in the 1920s, about 25,000 workers were killed on the job, and 100,000 permanently disabled. 2 million people in New York City lived in tenements condemned as fire traps. The country was full of little industrial towns like Muncie, Indiana, where, according to Robert and Helen Lind, Middletown, the class system was revealed by the time people got up in the morning for 2/3 of the city's families. The father gets up in the dark in winter, eats hastily in the kitchen in the gray dawn, and is at work from an hour to 2¼ hours before his children have to be at school. There were enough well-off people to push the others into the background, and with the rich controlling the means of dispensing information, who would tell? Historian Merle Curti observed about the 20s. It was, in fact, only the upper 10% of the population that enjoyed a marked increase in real income. But the protests, which such facts normally have evoked, could not make themselves widely or effectively felt. This was in part the result of the grand strategy of the major political parties. In part it was the result of the fact that almost all the chief avenues to mass opinion were now controlled by large-scale publishing industries. Some writers tried to break through: Theodore Dreiser, Sinclair Lewis, Lewis Mumford. F. Scott Fitzgerald, in an article, Echoes of the Jazz Age, said, "It was borrowed time anyway. The whole upper tenth of a nation living with the insouciance of a Grand Duke and the casualness of chorus girls. He saw ominous signs amid that prosperity: drunkenness, unhappiness, violence. A classmate killed his wife and himself on Long Island. Another tumbled accidentally from a skyscraper in Philadelphia. Another purposely from a skyscraper in New York. One was killed in a speakeasy in Chicago. Another was beaten to death in a speakeasy in New York and crawled home to the Princeton Club to die. Still another had his skull crushed by a maniac's axe in an insane asylum where he was confined." Sinclair Lewis captured the false sense of prosperity, the shallow pleasure of the new gadgets for the middle classes in his novel Babbitt. It was the best of nationally advertised and quantitatively produced alarm clocks, with all modern attachments, including cathedral chime, intermittent alarm, and phosphorescent dial. Babbitt was proud of being awakened by such a rich device. Socially, it was almost as creditable as buying expensive cord tires. He sulkily admitted now that there was no more escape. But he lay and detested the grind of the real estate business, and disliked his family, and disliked himself for disliking them. Women had finally, after long agitation, won the right to vote in 1920 with the passage of the 19th Amendment, but voting was still a middle-class and upper-class activity. Eleanor Flexner, recounting the history of the movement, says the effect of female suffrage was that women have shown the same tendency to divide along orthodox party lines as male voters. Few political figures spoke out for the poor of the 20s. One was Fiorello LaGuardia, a congressman from the district of poor immigrants in East Harlem, who ran oddly on both socialist and Republican tickets. In the mid-20s, he was made aware by people in his district of the high price of meat. When LaGuardia asked Secretary of Agriculture William Jardine to investigate the high price of meat, the secretary sent him a pamphlet on how to use meat economically. LaGuardia wrote back, "I asked for help, and you send me a bulletin. The people of New York City cannot feed their children on department bulletins. Your bulletins are of no use to the tenement dweller of this great city. The housewives of New York have been trained by hard experience on the economical use of meat. What we want is the help of your department on the meat profiteers who are keeping the hard-working people of this city from obtaining proper nourishment." During the presidencies of Harding and Coolidge in the 20s, the Secretary of the Treasury was Andrew Mellon, one of the richest men in America. In 1923, Congress was presented with the Mellon Plan, calling for what looked like a general reduction of income taxes, except that the top income brackets would have their tax rates lowered from 50% to 25%, while the lowest income group would have theirs lowered from 4% to 3%. A few congressmen from working-class districts spoke against the bill, like William P. Connery of Massachusetts. "I am not going to have my people who work in the shoe factories of Lynn and in the mills in Lawrence and the leather industry of Peabody, in these days of so-called Republican prosperity, when they are working but 3 days in the week, think that I am in accord with the provisions of this bill. When I see a provision in this Mellon tax bill, which is going to save Mr. Mellon himself $800,000 on his income tax and his brother $600,000 on his, I cannot give my support." The Mellon Plan passed. In 1928, LaGuardia toured the poorer districts of New York and said, "I confess I was not prepared for what I actually saw. It seemed almost incredible that such conditions of poverty could really exist." Buried in the general news of prosperity in the 20s were, from time to time, stories of bitter labor struggles. In 1922, coal miners and railroad men went on strike, and Senator Burton Wheeler of Montana, a progressive elected with labor votes, visited the strike area and reported, "All day long I have listened to heart-rending stories of women evicted from their homes by the coal companies. I heard pitiful pleas of little children crying for bread. I stood aghast as I heard most amazing stories from men brutally beaten by private policemen. It has been a shocking and nerve-wracking experience." A textile strike in Rhode Island in 1922 among Italian and Portuguese workers failed. But class feelings were awakened, and some of the strikers joined radical movements. Luigi Nardella recalled, "My oldest brother, Guido, he started the strike. Guido pulled the handles on the looms in the Royal Mills, going from one section to the next, shouting, 'Strike! Strike!' When the strike started, we didn't have any union organizers. We got together a group of girls and went from mill to mill, and that morning we got 5 mills out. We'd motion to the girls in the mills, 'Come out, come out!' Then we'd go on to the next. Somebody from the Young Workers' League came out to bring a check and invited me to a meeting, and I went. Then I joined, and in a few years I was in the Risorgimento Club in Providence. We were anti-fascists. I spoke on street corners, bring a stand, jump up and talk to good crowds, and we led the support for Sacco and Vanzetti." After the war, with the Socialist Party weakened, a Communist Party was organized, and Communists were involved in the organization of the Trade Union Education League, which tried to build a militant spirit inside the AFL. When a Communist named Ben Gold of the Furrier section of the TUEL challenged the AFL union leadership at a meeting, he was knifed and beaten. But in 1926, He and other communists organized a strike of furriers who formed mass picket lines, battled the police to hold their lines, were arrested and beaten, but kept striking until they won a 40-hour week and a wage increase. Communists again played a leading part in the great textile strike that spread through the Carolinas and Tennessee in the spring of 1929. The mill owners had moved to the South to escape unions, to find more subservient workers among the poor whites. But these workers rebelled against the long hours, the low pay. They particularly resented the stretch-out and intensification of work. For instance, a weaver who had operated 24 looms and got $18.91 a week would be raised to $23, but he would be stretched out to 100 looms and had to work at a punishing pace. The first of the textile strikes was in Tennessee, where 500 women in one mill walked out in protest against wages of $9 to $10 a week. Then at Gastonia, North Carolina, workers joined a new union, the National Textile Workers Union, led by communists, which admitted both blacks and whites to membership. When some of them were fired, half of the 2,000 workers went out on strike. An atmosphere of anti-communism and racism built up, and violence began. Textile strikes began to spread across South Carolina. One by one, the various strikes were settled, with some gains, but not at Gastonia. There, with the textile workers living in a tent colony and refusing to renounce the communists and their leadership, the strike went on. But strikebreakers were brought in and the mills kept operating. Desperation grew. There were violent clashes with the police. One dark night, the chief of police was killed in a gun battle, and 16 strikers and sympathizers were indicted for murder, including Fred Beale, a Communist Party organizer. Ultimately, 7 were tried and given sentences of from 5 to 20 years. They were released on bail and left the state. The Communists escaped to Soviet Russia. Through all the defeats, the beatings, the murders, it was the beginning of textile mill unionism in the South. The stock market crash of 1929, which marked the beginning of the Great Depression of the United States, came directly from wild speculation which collapsed and brought the whole economy down with it. But, as John Galbraith says in his study of that event, the Great Crash, behind that speculation was the fact that the economy was fundamentally unsound. He points to very unhealthy corporate and banking structures, an unsound foreign trade, much economic misinformation, and the bad distribution of income. The highest 5% of the population received about 1/3 of all personal income. A socialist critic would go further and say that the capitalist system was by its nature unsound, a system driven by the one overriding motive of corporate profit, and therefore unstable, unpredictable, and blind to human needs. The result of all that, permanent depression for many of its people, and periodic crises for almost everybody. Capitalism, despite its attempts at self-reform, its organization for better control, was still in 1929 a sick and undependable system. After the crash, the economy was stunned, barely moving. Over 5,000 banks closed, and huge numbers of businesses, unable to get money, closed too. Those that continued laid off employees and cut the wages of those who remained again and again. Industrial production fell by 50%, and by 1933, perhaps 15 million, no one knew exactly, 1/4 or 1/3 of the labor force were out of work. The Ford Motor Company, which in the spring of 1929 had employed 128,000 workers, was down to 37,000 by August of 1931. By the end of 1930, almost half the 280,000 textile mill workers in New England were out of work. Former President Calvin Coolidge commented with his customary wisdom, "When more and more people are thrown out of work, unemployment results." He spoke again in 1931. This country is not in good condition. Clearly, those responsible for organizing the economy did not know what had happened, were baffled by it, refused to recognize it, and found reasons other than the failure of the system. Herbert Hoover had said not long before the crash, "We in America today are nearer to the final triumph over poverty than ever before in the history of any land." Henry Ford, in March 1931, said the crisis was here because the average man won't really do a day's work unless he is caught and cannot get out of it. There's plenty of work to do if people would do it. A few weeks later, he laid off 75,000 workers. There were millions of tons of food around, but it was not profitable to transport it, to sell it. Warehouses were full of clothing, but people could not afford it. There were lots of houses, but they stayed empty because people couldn't pay the rent, had been evicted, and now lived in shacks in quickly formed Hoovervilles built on garbage dumps. Brief glimpses of reality in the newspapers could have been multiplied by the millions. A New York Times story in early 1932. After vainly trying to get a stay of dispossession until January 15th from his apartment at 46 Hancock Street in Brooklyn yesterday, Peter J. Cornell, 48 years old, a former roofing contractor, out of work and penniless, fell dead in the arms of his wife. A doctor gave the cause of his death as heart disease, and the police said it had at least partly been caused by the bitter disappointment of a long day's fruitless attempt to prevent himself and his family being put out on the street. Cornell owed $5 in rent in arrears and $39 for January, which his landlord required in advance. Failure to produce the money resulted in a dispossess order being served on the family yesterday and to take effect at the end of the week. After vainly seeking assistance elsewhere, he was told during the day by the Home Relief Bureau that it would have no funds with which to help him until January 15th. A dispatch from Wisconsin to the nation in late 1932. Throughout the Middle West, the tension between the farmers and authorities has been growing as a result of tax and foreclosure sales. In many cases, evictions have been prevented only by mass action on the part of the farmers. However, until the Seashone homestead near Elkhorn, Wisconsin was besieged on December 6 by a host of deputy sheriffs armed with machine guns, rifles, shotguns, and tear gas bombs, there had been no actual violence. Mac Seashone's property was auctioned off at a foreclosure sale last August, but he refused to allow either the buyer or the authorities to approach his home. He held off unwelcome visitors with a shotgun. The sheriff called upon Seashone to submit peacefully. When he refused to do so, the sheriff ordered deputies to lay down a barrage of machine gun and rifle fire. Seashone is now in jail in Elkhorn, and his wife and 2 children who were with him in the house are being cared for in the county hospital. Seashone is not a troublemaker. He enjoys the confidence of his neighbors, who only recently elected him Justice of the Peace of the town of Sugar Creek. That a man of his standing and disposition should go to such lengths in defying the authorities is a clear warning that we may expect further trouble in the agricultural districts unless the farmers are soon helped. A tenement dweller on 113th Street in East Harlem wrote to Congressman Fiorello LaGuardia in Washington, "You know my condition is bad. I used to get pension from the government and they stopped. It is now nearly 7 months I am out of work. I hope you will try to do something for me. I have 4 children who are in need of clothes and food. My daughter, who is 8, is very ill and not recovering. My rent is due 2 months, and I am afraid of being put out." In Oklahoma, the farmers found their farms sold under the auctioneer's hammer, their farms turning to dust, the tractors coming in and taking over. John Steinbeck, in his novel of the Depression, The Grapes of Wrath, describes what happened. And the dispossessed, the migrants, flowed into California, 250,000 and 300,000. Behind them, new tractors were going on the land, and the tenants were being forced off. And new waves were on the way, new waves of the dispossessed and the homeless, hard, intent, and dangerous. And a homeless, hungry man, driving the road with his wife beside him and his thin children in the back seat, could look at the fallow fields which might produce food but not profit, and that man could know how a fallow field is a sin, and the unused land a crime against the thin children. And in the south he saw the golden oranges hanging on the trees, the little golden oranges on the dark green trees, and guards with shotguns patrolling the lines, so a man might not pick an orange for a thin child, oranges to be dumped if the price was low. These people were becoming dangerous, as Steinbeck said. The spirit of rebellion was growing. Moritz Hallgren, in a 1933 book, Seeds of Revolt, compiled newspaper reports of things happening around the country. England, Arkansas, January 3, 1931. The long drought that ruined hundreds of Arkansas farms last summer had a dramatic sequel late today when some 500 farmers, most of them white men, and many of them armed, marched on the business section of this town. Shouting that they must have food for themselves and their families, the invaders announced their intention to take it from the stores unless it were provided from some other source without cost. Detroit, July 9, 1931. An incipient riot by 500 unemployed men turned out of the city lodging house for lack of funds was quelled by police reserves in Cadillac Square tonight. Indiana Harbor, Indiana, August 5, 1931. 1,500 jobless men stormed the plant of the Fruit Growers Express Company here, demanding that they be given jobs to keep from starving. The company's answer was to call the city police, who routed the jobless with menacing clubs. Boston, November 10, 1931. 20 persons were treated for injuries. 3 were hurt so seriously that they may die, and dozens of others were nursing wounds from flying bottles, lead pipe, and stones after clashes between striking longshoremen and Negro strikebreakers along the Charlestown, East Boston waterfront. Detroit, November 28, 1931. A mounted patrolman was hit on the head with a stone and unhorsed, and one demonstrator was arrested during a disturbance in Grand Circus Park this morning when 2,000 men and women met there in defiance of police orders. Chicago, April 1, 1932. 500 school children, most with haggard faces and in tattered clothes, paraded through Chicago's downtown section to the Board of Education offices to demand that the school system provide them with food. Boston, June 3, 1932. 25 hungry children raided a buffet lunch set up for Spanish War veterans during a Boston parade. 2 automobile loads of police were called in to drive them away. New York, January 21, 1933. Several hundred jobless surrounded a restaurant just off Union Square today, demanding they be fed without charge. Seattle, February 16, 1933. A 2-day siege of the County City building, occupied by an army of about 5,000 unemployed, was ended early tonight. Deputy sheriffs and police evicting the demonstrators after nearly 2 hours of efforts. Yip Harburg, the songwriter, told Studs Terkel about the year 1932. I was walking along the street at that time, and you'd see the bread lines. The biggest one in New York City was owned by William Randolph Hearst. He had a big truck with several people on it and big cauldrons of hot soup, bread. Fellas with burlap on their feet were lined up all around Columbus Circle and went for blocks and blocks around the park waiting. Harburg had to write a song for the show Americana. He wrote, "Brother, can you spare a dime?" Once in khaki suits, gee, we looked swell, full of that Yankee doodly-dum. 500,000 boots went slogging through hell. I was the kid with the drum. Say, don't you remember they called me Al? It was Al all the time. Say, don't you remember I'm your pal? Brother, can you spare a dime?
It was not just a song of despair, as Yip Harburg told Turkel. In the song, the man is really saying, I made an investment in this country. Where the hell are my dividends? It's more than just a bit of pathos. It doesn't reduce him to a beggar. It makes him a dignified human, asking questions, and a bit outraged, too, as he should be. The anger of the veteran of the First World War, now without work, his family hungry, led to the march of the Bonus Army to Washington in the spring and summer of 1932. War veterans, holding government bonus certificates which were due years in the future, demanded that Congress pay off on them now, when the money was desperately needed. And so they began to move to Washington from all over the country, with wives and children or alone. They came in broken-down old autos, stealing rides on freight trains or hitchhiking. They were miners from West Virginia, sheet metal workers from Columbus, Georgia, and unemployed Polish veterans from Chicago. One family, husband, wife, 3-year-old boy, spent 3 months on freight trains coming from California. Chief Running Wolf, a jobless Mescalero Indian from New Mexico, showed up in full Indian dress with bow and arrow. More than 20,000 came. Most camped across the Potomac River from the capital on Anacostia Flats, where, as John Dos Passos wrote, the men are sleeping in little lean-tos built out of old newspapers, cardboard boxes, packing crates, bits of tin or tar paper roofing, every kind of cockeyed makeshift shelter from the rain scrapped together out of the city dump. The bill to pay off on the bonus passed the House, but was defeated in the Senate, and some veterans, discouraged, left. Most stayed, some encamped in government buildings near the Capitol, the rest on Anacostia Flats, and President Hoover ordered the Army to evict them. 4 troops of cavalry, 4 companies of infantry, a machine gun squadron, and 6 tanks assembled near the White House. General Douglas MacArthur was in charge of the operation, Major Dwight Eisenhower his aide. George S. Patton was one of the officers. MacArthur led his troops down Pennsylvania Avenue, used tear gas to clear veterans out of the old buildings, and set the buildings on fire. Then the Army moved across the bridge to Anacostia. Thousands of veterans, wives, children, began to run as the tear gas spread. The soldiers set fire to some of the huts, and soon the whole encampment was ablaze. When it was all over, 2 veterans had been shot to death, an 11-week-old baby had died, an 8-year-old boy was partially blinded by gas, 2 police had fractured skulls, and 1,000 veterans were injured by gas. The hard, hard times, the inaction of the government in helping, the action of the government in dispersing war veterans, all had their effect on the election of November 1932. Democratic Party candidate Franklin D. Roosevelt defeated Herbert Hoover overwhelmingly, took office in the spring of 1933, and began a program of reform legislation, which became famous as the New Deal. When a small veterans' march on Washington took place early in his administration, he greeted them and provided coffee. They met with one of his aides and went home. It was a sign of Roosevelt's approach. The Roosevelt reforms went far beyond previous legislation. They had to meet 2 pressing needs: to reorganize capitalism in such a way to overcome the crisis and stabilize the system, also to head off the alarming growth of spontaneous rebellion in the early years of the Roosevelt administration, organization of tenants and the unemployed, movements of self-help, general strikes in several cities. That first objective, to stabilize the system for its own protection, was most obvious in the major law of Roosevelt's first months in office, the National Recovery Act, NRA. It was designed to take control of the economy through a series of codes agreed on by management, labor, and the government, fixing prices and wages, limiting competition. From the first, the NRA was dominated by big business and served their interests. As Bernard Bellish says, the failure of the NRA,
Its Title I turned much of the nation's power over to highly organized, well-financed trade associations and industrial combines. The unorganized public, otherwise known as the consumer, along with the members of the fledgling trade union movement, had virtually nothing to say about the initial organization of the National Recovery Administration or the formulation of basic policy. Where organized labor was strong, Roosevelt moved to make some concessions to working people. But where organized labor was weak, Roosevelt was unprepared to withstand the pressures of industrial spokesmen to control the NRA codes. Barton Bernstein, Towards a New Past, confirms this. Despite the annoyance of some big businessmen with Section 7A, the NRA reaffirmed and consolidated their power. Bellish sums up his view of the NRA. The White House permitted the National Association of Manufacturers, the Chamber of Commerce, and allied business and trade associations to assume overriding authority. Indeed, private administration became public administration, and private government became public government, ensuring the marriage of capitalism with statism. When the Supreme Court in 1935 declared the NRA unconstitutional, it claimed it gave too much power to the president, but according to Bellish, FDR surrendered an inordinate share of the power of government through the NRA to industrial spokesmen throughout the country. Also passed in the first months of the new administration, the AAA, Agricultural Adjustment Administration, was an attempt to organize agriculture. It favored the larger farmers as the NRA favored big business. The TVA, Tennessee Valley Authority, was an unusual entrance of government into business, a government-owned network of dams and hydroelectric plants to control floods and produce electric power in the Tennessee Valley. It gave jobs to the unemployed, helped the consumer with lower electric rates, and in some respect deserved the accusation that it was socialistic. But the New Deal's organization of the economy was aimed mainly at stabilizing the economy and secondly at giving enough help to the lower classes to keep them from turning a rebellion into a real revolution. That rebellion was real when Roosevelt took office. Desperate people were not waiting for the government to help them. They were helping themselves, acting directly. Aunt Molly Jackson, a woman who later became active in labor struggles in Appalachia, recalled how she walked into the local store, asked for a 24-pound sack of flour, gave it to her little boy to take it outside, then filled a sack of sugar, and said to the storekeeper, "Well, I'll see you in 90 days. I have to feed some children. I'll pay you, don't worry." And when he objected, she pulled out her pistol, which, as a midwife traveling alone through the hills, she had a permit to carry, and said, "Martin, if you try to take this grub away from me, God knows that if they electrocute me for it tomorrow, I'll shoot you 6 times in a minute." Then, as she recalls, "I walked out, I got home, and these 7 children were so hungry that they was a-grabbing the raw dough off of their mother's hands and cramming it into their mouths and swallowing it whole." All over the country, people organized spontaneously to stop evictions. In New York, in Chicago, in other cities, when word spread that someone was being evicted, a crowd would gather. The police would remove the furniture from the house, put it out in the street, and the crowd would bring the furniture back. The Communist Party was active in organizing workers' alliance groups in the city. Mrs. Will-I Jeffries, a black woman, told Studs Terkel about evictions. "A lot of 'em was put out. They'd call and have the bailiffs come and sit them out, and as soon as they'd leave, we would put 'em back where they came out. All we had to do was call Brother Hilton. Look, such and such a place, there's a family sitting out there." Everybody passed through the neighborhood was a member of the Workers' Alliance, had one person they would call. When that person would come, he'd have about 50 people with him. Take that stuff right on back up there. The men would connect those lights and go to the hardware and get gas pipe and connect that stove back. Put the furniture back just like you had it so it don't look like you've been out the door. Unemployed councils were formed all over the country. They were described by Charles R. Walker, writing in The Forum in 1932. I find it is no secret that communists organize unemployed councils in most cities and usually lead them, but the councils are organized democratically and the majority rules. In one I visited at Lincoln Park, Michigan, there were 300 members, of which 11 were communists. The council had a right wing, a left wing, and a center. The chairman of the council was also the local commander of the American Legion. In Chicago, there were 45 branches of the Unemployed Council, with a total membership of 22,000. The council's weapon is democratic force of numbers, and their function is to prevent evictions of the destitute, or, if evicted, to bring pressure to bear on the Relief Commission to find a new home. If an unemployed worker has his gas or his water turned off because he can't pay for it, to see the proper authorities, to see that the unemployed who are shoeless and clothless get both, to eliminate through publicity and pressure discriminations between Negroes and white persons, or against the foreign-born in matters of relief, to march people down to relief headquarters and demand that they be fed and clothed. Finally, to provide legal defense for all unemployed arrested for joining parades, hunger marches, or attending union meetings. People organized to help themselves, since business and government were not helping them in 1931 and 1932. In Seattle, the Fishermen's Union caught fish and exchanged them with people who picked fruit and vegetables, and those who cut wood exchanged that. There were 22 locals, each with a commissary where food and firewood were exchanged for other goods and services. Barbers, seamstresses, and doctors gave of their skills in return for other things. By the end of 1932, there were 330 self-help organizations in 37 states, with over 300,000 members. By early 1933, they seemed to have collapsed. They were attempting too big a job in an economy that was more and more a shambles. Perhaps the most remarkable example of self-help took place in the coal district of Pennsylvania, where teams of unemployed miners dug small mines on company property, mined coal, trucked it to cities, and sold it below the commercial rate. By 1934, 5 million tons of this bootleg coal were produced by 20,000 men using 4,000 vehicles. When attempts were made to prosecute, local juries would not convict. Local jailers would not imprison. These were simple actions taken out of practical need, but they had revolutionary possibilities. Paul Maddock, a Marxist writer, commented, "All that is really necessary for the workers to do in order to end their miseries is to perform such simple things as to take from where there is, without regard to established property principles or social philosophies, and to start to produce for themselves. Done on a broad social scale, it will lead to lasting results. On a local, isolated plane, it will be defeated. The bootleg miners have shown in a rather clear and impressive way that the so much bewailed absence of a socialist ideology on the part of the workers really does not prevent workers from acting quite anti-capitalistically, quite in accordance with their own needs. Breaking through the confines of private property in order to live up to their own necessities, the miners' action is, at the same time, a manifestation of the most important part of class consciousness, namely, that the problems of the workers can be solved only by themselves. Were the New Dealers, Roosevelt and his advisers, the businessmen who supported him, also class conscious? Did they understand that measures must be quickly taken in 1933 and 1934 to give jobs, food baskets, relief, to wipe out the idea that the problems of the workers can be solved only by themselves? Perhaps, like the workers' class consciousness, it was a set of actions arising not from held theory, but from instinctive practical necessity. Perhaps it was such a consciousness that led to the Wagner-Connery Bill, introduced in Congress in early 1934 to regulate labor disputes. The bill provided elections for union representation, a board to settle problems and handle grievances. Was this not exactly the kind of legislation to do away with the idea that the problems of the workers can be solved only by themselves? Big business thought it was too helpful to labor and opposed it. Roosevelt was cool to it. But in the year 1934, a series of labor outbursts suggested the need for legislative action. 1.5 million workers in different industries went on strike in 1934. That spring and summer, longshoremen on the West Coast, in a rank-and-file insurrection against their own union leadership as well as against the shippers, held a convention, demanded the abolition of the shape-up, a kind of early-morning slave market where work gangs were chosen for the day, and went out on strike. 2,000 miles of Pacific coastline were quickly tied up. The Teamsters cooperated, refusing to truck cargo to the piers, and maritime workers joined the strike. When the police moved in to open the piers, the strikers resisted en masse, and 2 were killed by police gunfire. A mass funeral procession for the strikers brought together tens of thousands of supporters. And then a general strike was called in San Francisco, with 130,000 workers out, the city immobilized. 500 special police were sworn in, and 4,500 National Guardsmen assembled, with infantry, machine gun, tank, and artillery units. The Los Angeles Times wrote, "The situation in San Francisco is not correctly described by the phrase general strike. What is actually in progress there is an insurrection, a communist-inspired and led revolt against organized government. There is but one thing to be done: put down the revolt with any force necessary." The pressure became too strong. There were the troops. There was the AFL pushing to end the strike. The longshoremen accepted a compromise settlement, but they had shown the potential of a general strike. That same summer of 1934, a strike of Teamsters in Minneapolis was supported by other working people, and soon nothing was moving in the city except milk, ice, and coal trucks given exemptions by the strikers. Farmers drove their products into town and sold them directly to the people in the city. The police attacked, and 2 strikers were killed. 50,000 people attended a mass funeral. There was an enormous protest meeting and a march on City Hall. After a month, the employers gave in to the Teamsters' demands. In the fall of that same year, 1934, came the largest strike of all, 325,000 textile workers in the South. They left the mills and set up flying squadrons in trucks and autos to move through the strike areas, picketing, battling guards, entering the mills, unbelting machinery. Here, too, as in the other cases, the strike impetus came from the rank and file, against a reluctant union leadership at the top. The New York Times said, "The grave danger of the situation is that it will get completely out of the hands of the leaders." Again, the machinery of the state was set in motion. Deputies and armed strikebreakers in South Carolina fired on pickets, killing 7, wounding 20 others. But the strike was spreading to New England. In Lowell, Massachusetts, 2,500 textile workers rioted. In Salesville, Rhode Island, a crowd of 5,000 people defied state troopers who were armed with machine guns and shut down the textile mill. In Woonsocket, Rhode Island, 2,000 people, aroused because someone had been shot and killed by the National Guard, stormed through the town and closed the mill. By September 18th, 421,000 textile workers were on strike throughout the country. There were mass arrests, organizers were beaten, and the death toll rose to 13. Roosevelt now stepped in and set up a board of mediation, and the union called off the strike. In the rural South, too, organizing took place, often stimulated by communists, but nourished by the grievances of poor whites and blacks who were tenant farmers or farm laborers, always in economic difficulties, but hit even harder by the Depression. The Southern Tenant Farmers Union started in Arkansas with black and white sharecroppers and spread to other areas. Roosevelt's AAA was not helping the poorest of farmers. In fact, by encouraging farmers to plant less, it forced tenants and sharecroppers to leave the land. By 1935, of 6,800,000 farmers, 2,800,000 were tenants. The average income of a sharecropper was $312 a year. Farm laborers, moving from farm to farm, area to area, no land of their own, in 1933, were earning about $300 a year. Black farmers were the worst off, and some were attracted to the strangers who began appearing in their area during the Depression, suggesting they organize. Nate Shaw recalls in Theodore Rosengarten's remarkable interview, All God's Dangers. And during of the pressure years, a union began to operate in this country, called it the Sharecroppers Union. That was a nice name, I thought. And I knowed what was going on was a turnabout on the Southern man, white and colored. It was something unusual, and I heard about it being an organization for the poor class of people. Well, that's just what I wanted to get into, too. I wanted to know the secrets of it enough that I could become in the knowledge of it. Max Sloan, white man, said, "You stay out of it. These niggers running around here carrying on some kind of meeting. You better stay out of it." I said to myself, "You a fool if you think you can keep me from joining." I went right on and joined it, just as quick as the next meeting come, and he done just the thing to push me into it, give me orders not to join. The teachers of this organization began to drive through this country, and they couldn't let what they was doing be known. One of 'em was a colored fella. I just remember his name, but he did a whole lot of time holding meetings with us. That was part of this job. Had the meetings at our houses or anywhere we could keep a look and a watch out that nobody was coming in on us. Small meetings sometimes there'd be a dozen. Niggers was scared. Niggers was scared. That's telling the truth. Nate Shaw told of what happened when a black farmer who hadn't paid his debts was about to be dispossessed. The deputy said, "I'm going to take all old Virgil Jones got this morning. I begged him not to do it, begged him. You'll dispossess him of being able to feed his family." Nate Shaw then told the deputy he was not going to allow it. The deputy came back with more men, and one of them shot and wounded Shaw, who then got his gun and fired back. He was arrested in late 1932 and served 12 years in an Alabama prison. His story is a tiny piece of the great unrecorded drama of the Southern poor in those years of the Sharecroppers Union. Years after his release from prison, Nate Shaw spoke his mind on color and class. "Oh, it's as plain as your hand. The poor white man and the poor black man is sitting in the same saddle today. Big dudes done branched 'em off that way. The control of a man, the control and power is in the hands of the rich man. That class is standing together, and the poor white man is out there on the colored list. I've caught that. Ways and actions a heap of times speaks louder than words." Hosea Hudson, a black man from rural Georgia at the age of 10, a plowhand, later an iron worker in Birmingham, was aroused by the case of the Scottsboro Boys in 1931. 9 black youths accused of raping 2 white girls and convicted on flimsy evidence by all-white juries. That year he joined the Communist Party. In 1932 and 1933, he organized unemployed blacks in Birmingham. He recalls, "Deep in the winter of 1932, we party members organized an unemployed mass meeting to be held on the old courthouse steps on 3rd Avenue, North Birmingham. It was about 7,000 or more people turned out, Negroes and whites. In 1932 and 33, we began to organize these unemployed block committees in the various communities of Birmingham. If someone get out of food, we wouldn't go around and just say, 'That's too bad.' We make it our business to go see this person, and if the person was willing, we'd work with them. Block committees would meet every week, had a regular meeting.
We talked about the welfare question, what was happening. We read the Daily Worker and the Southern Worker to see what was going on about unemployed relief, what people doing in Cleveland, struggles in Chicago. Or we talk about the latest developments in the Scottsboro case. We kept up. We was on top. So people always wanted to come because we had something different to tell them every time. In 1934 and 1935, hundreds of thousands of workers, left out of the tightly controlled, exclusive unions of the American Federation of Labor, began organizing in the new mass production industries, auto, rubber, packing house. The AFL could not ignore them. It set up a committee for industrial organization to organize these workers outside of craft lines by industry, all workers in a plant belonging to one union. This committee, headed by John Lewis, then broke away and became the CIO, the Congress of Industrial Organizations. But it was rank-and-file strikes and insurgencies that pushed the union leadership, AFL and CIO, into action. Jeremy Brecker tells the story in his book, Strike. A new kind of tactic began among rubber workers in Akron, Ohio, in the early 30s, the sit-down strike. The workers stayed put in the plant instead of walking out, and this had clear advantages. They were directly blocking the use of strikebreakers. They did not have to act through union officials, but were in direct control of the situation themselves. They did not have to walk outside in the cold and rain, but had shelter. They were not isolated as in their work or on the picket line. They were thousands under one roof, free to talk to one another, to form a community of struggle. Louis Adamick, a labor writer, describes one of the early sit-downs. Sitting by their machines, cauldrons, boilers, and workbenches, they talked. Some realized for the first time how important they were in the process of rubber production. 12 men had practically stopped the works. Superintendents, foremen, and straw bosses were dashing about. In less than an hour, the dispute was settled. Full victory for the men. In early 1936, at the Firestone rubber plant in Akron, makers of truck tires, their wages already too low to pay for food and rent, were faced with a wage cut. When several union men were fired, others began to stop work, to sit down on the job. In one day, the whole of plant number 1 was sitting down. In 2 days, plant number 2 was sitting down, and management gave in. In the next 10 days, there was a sit-down at Goodyear. A court issued an injunction against mass picketing. It was ignored, and 150 deputies were sworn in. But they soon faced 10,000 workers from all over Akron. In a month, the strike was won. The idea spread through 1936. In December of that year began the longest sit-down strike of all, at Fisher Body Plant No. 1 in Flint, Michigan. It started when 2 brothers were fired, and it lasted until February 1937. For 40 days there was a community of 2,000 strikers. It was like war, one said. The guys with me became my buddies. Sidney Fine in Sit Down describes what happened. Committees organized recreation, information, classes, a postal service, sanitation. Courts were set up to deal with those who didn't take their turn washing dishes, or who threw rubbish or smoked where it was prohibited, or brought in liquor. The punishment consisted of extra duties. The ultimate punishment was expulsion from the plant. A restaurant owner across the street prepared 3 meals a day for 2,000 strikers. There were classes in parliamentary procedure, public speaking, history of the labor movement. Graduate students at the University of Michigan gave courses in journalism and creative writing. There were injunctions, but a procession of 5,000 armed workers encircled the plant, and there was no attempt to enforce the injunction. Police attacked with tear gas, and the workers fought back with fire hoses. 13 strikers were wounded by gunfire, but the police were driven back. The governor called out the National Guard. By this time, the strike had spread to other General Motors plants. Finally, there was a settlement.
A 6-month contract leaving many questions unsettled, but recognizing that from now on the company would have to deal not with individuals, but with a union. In 1936, there were 48 sit-down strikes. In 1937, there were 477. Electrical workers in St. Louis, shirt workers in Pulaski, Tennessee, broom workers in Pueblo, Colorado, trash collectors in Bridgeport, Connecticut, grave diggers in New Jersey, 17 blind workers at the New York Guild for the Jewish Blind, prisoners in an Illinois penitentiary, and even 30 members of a National Guard company who had served in the Fisher Body sit-down and now sat down themselves because they had not been paid. The sit-downs were especially dangerous to the system because they were not controlled by the regular union leadership. An AFL business agent for the hotel and restaurant employees said, "You'd be sitting in the office any March day of 1937, and the phone would ring and the voice at the other end would say, 'My name is Mary Jones. I'm a soda clerk at Liggett's. We've thrown the manager out and we've got the keys. What do we do now?' And you'd hurry over to the company to negotiate, and over there they'd say, 'I think it's the height of irresponsibility to call a strike before you've ever asked for a contract.' And all you could answer was, 'You're so right.'" It was to stabilize the system in the face of labor unrest that the Wagner Act of 1935, setting up a National Labor Relations Board, had been passed. The wave of strikes in 1936, 1937, 1938 made the need even more pressing. In Chicago on Memorial Day 1937, a strike at Republic Steel brought the police out, firing at a mass picket line of strikers, killing 10 of them. Autopsies showed the bullets had hit the workers in the back as they were running away. This was the Memorial Day Massacre. But Republic Steel was organized, and so was Ford Motor Company, and the other huge plants in steel, auto, rubber, meatpacking, the electrical industry. The Wagner Act was challenged by a steel corporation in the courts, but the Supreme Court found it constitutional, that the government could regulate interstate commerce, and that strikes hurt interstate commerce. From the trade union's point of view, the new law was an aid to union organizing. From the government's point of view, it was an aid to the stability of commerce. Unions were not wanted by employers, but they were more controllable, more stabilizing for the system than the wildcat strikes, the factory occupations of the rank and file. In the spring of 1937, a New York Times article carried the headline, "Unauthorized Sit-Downs Fought by CIO Unions." The story read, "Strict orders have been issued to all organizers and representatives that they will be dismissed if they authorize any stoppages of work without the consent of the international officers." The Times quoted John L. Lewis, dynamic leader of the CIO. "A CIO contract is adequate protection against sit-downs, lie-downs, or any other kind of strike." The Communist Party, some of whose members played critical roles in organizing CIO unions, seemed to take the same position. One communist leader in Akron was reported to have said at a party strategy meeting after the sit-downs, "Now we must work for regular relations between the union and the employers, and strict observance of union procedure on the part of the workers." Thus, two sophisticated ways of controlling direct labor action developed in the mid-30s. First, the National Labor Relations Board would give unions legal status, listen to them, settling certain of their grievances. Thus, it could moderate labor rebellion by channeling energy into elections, just as the constitutional system channeled possibly troublesome energy into voting. The NLRB would set limits in economic conflict as voting did in political conflict. And second, the workers' organization itself, the union, even a militant and aggressive union like the CIO, would channel the workers' insurrectionary energy into contracts, negotiations, union meetings, and try to minimize strikes in order to build large, influential, even respectable organizations. The history of those years seems to support the argument of Richard Cloward and Francis Piven in their book, Poor People's Movements, that labor won most during its spontaneous uprisings, before the unions were recognized or well organized. Factory workers had their greatest influence and were able to exact their most substantial concessions from government during the Great Depression, in the years before they were organized into unions. Their power during the Depression was not rooted in organization, but in disruption. Piven and Cloward point out that union membership rose enormously in the 40s, during the Second World War. The CIO and AFL had over 6 million members each by 1945. But its power was less than before. Its gains from the use of strikes kept getting whittled down. The members appointed to the NLRB were less sympathetic to labor. The Supreme Court declared sit-downs to be illegal, and state governments were passing laws to hamper strikes, picketing, boycotts. The coming of World War II weakened the old labor militancy of the 30s, because the war economy created millions of new jobs at higher wages. The New Deal had succeeded only in reducing unemployment from 13 million to 9 million. It was the war that put almost everyone to work, and the war did something else. Patriotism, the push for unity of all classes against enemies overseas, made it harder to mobilize anger against the corporations. During the war, the CIO and AFL pledged to call no strikes. Still, the grievances of workers were such, wartime controls meant their wages were being controlled better than prices, that they felt impelled to engage in many wildcat strikes. There were more strikes in 1944 than in any previous year in American history, says Jeremy Brecker. The 30s and 40s showed more clearly than before the dilemma of working people in the United States. The system responded to workers' rebellions by finding new forms of control, internal control by their own organizations as well as outside control by law and force. But along with the new controls came new concessions. These concessions didn't solve basic problems. For many people, they solved nothing. But they helped enough people to create an atmosphere of progress and improvement to restore some faith in the system. The minimum wage of 1938, which established the 40-hour week and outlawed child labor, left many people out of its provisions and set very low minimum wages, 25 cents an hour the first year. But it was enough to dull the edge of resentment. Housing was built for only a small percentage of the people who needed it. A modest, even parsimonious beginning, Paul Konkin says, FDR and the Origins of the Welfare State. But the sight of federally subsidized housing projects, playgrounds, vermin-free apartments, replacing dilapidated tenements was refreshing. The TVA suggested exciting possibilities for regional planning to give jobs, improve areas, and provide cheap power with local instead of national control. The Social Security Act gave retirement benefits and unemployment insurance and matched state funds for mothers and dependent children. But it excluded farmers, domestic workers, and old people, and offered no health insurance. As Konkin says, the meager benefits of Social Security were insignificant in comparison to the building of security for large, established businesses. The New Deal gave federal money to put thousands of writers, artists, actors, and musicians to work in a federal theater project, a federal writers project, a federal art project. Murals were painted on public buildings. Plays were put on for working-class audiences who had never seen a play. Hundreds of books and pamphlets were written and published. People heard a symphony for the first time. It was an exciting flowering of arts for the people, such as never happened before in American history, and which has not been duplicated since. But in 1939, with the country more stable and the New Deal reform impulse weakened, programs to subsidize the arts were eliminated. When the New Deal was over, capitalism remained intact. The rich still controlled the nation's wealth, as well as its laws, courts, police, newspapers, churches, colleges. Enough help had been given to enough people to make Roosevelt a hero to millions. But the same system that had brought depression and crisis, the system of waste, of inequality, of concern for profit over human need, remained. For black people, the New Deal was psychologically encouraging. Mrs. Roosevelt was sympathetic. Some blacks got posts in the administration. But most blacks were ignored by the New Deal programs. As tenant farmers, as farm laborers, as migrants, as domestic workers, they didn't qualify for unemployment insurance, minimum wages, Social Security, or farm subsidies. Roosevelt, careful not to offend Southern white politicians whose political support he needed, did not push a bill against lynching. Blacks and whites were segregated in the armed forces, and black workers were discriminated against in getting jobs. They were the last hired, the first fired. Only when A. Philip Randolph, head of the Sleeping Car Porters Union, threatened a massive march on Washington in 1941, would Roosevelt agree to sign an executive order establishing a Fair Employment Practices Committee. But the FEPC had no enforcement powers and changed little. Black Harlem, with all the New Deal reforms, remained as it was. There, 350,000 people lived, 233 persons per acre, compared with 133 for the rest of Manhattan. In 25 years, its population had multiplied 6 times. 10,000 families lived in rat-infested cellars and basements. Tuberculosis was common. Perhaps half of the married women worked as domestics. They traveled to the Bronx and gathered on street corners, slave markets they were called, to be hired. Prostitution crept in. 2 young black women, Ella Baker and Marvel Cook, wrote about this in The Crisis in 1935. Not only is human labor bartered and sold for the slave wage, but human love is also a marketable commodity. Whether it is labor or love, the women arrive as early as 8 a.m. and remain as late as 1 p.m. or until they are hired. In rain or shine, hot or cold, they wait to work for 10, 15, and 20 cents per hour. In Harlem Hospital in 1932, proportionately twice as many people died as in Bellevue Hospital, which was in the white area downtown. Harlem was a place that bred crime, the bitter blossom of poverty, as Roy Otley and William Weatherby say in their essay, The Negro in New York. On March 19, 1935, even as the New Deal reforms were being passed, Harlem exploded. 10,000 Negroes swept through the streets, destroying the property of white merchants. 700 policemen moved in and brought order. 2 blacks were killed. In the mid-30s, a young black poet named Langston Hughes wrote a poem, Let America Be America Again. I am the poor white, fooled and pushed apart. I am the Negro bearing slavery's scars. I am the red man driven from the land. I am the immigrant clutching the hope I seek, and finding only the same old stupid plan of dog-eat-dog, of mighty crush the weak. Oh, let America be America again, the land that never has been yet, and yet must be, the land where every man is free. The land that's mine, the poor man's, Indians, Negroes, me, who made America, whose sweat and blood, whose faith and pain, whose hand at the foundry, whose plow in the rain, must bring back our mighty dream again. Sure, call me any ugly name you choose, the steel of freedom does not stain. From those who live like leeches on the people's lives, we must take back our land again. America. To white Americans of the 30s, however, North and South, blacks were invisible. Only the radicals made an attempt to break the racial barriers, socialists, Trotskyists, communists most of all. The CIO, influenced by the communists, was organizing blacks in the mass production industries. Blacks were still being used as strikebreakers, but now there were also attempts to bring blacks and whites together against their common enemy. A woman named Molly Lewis, writing in The Crisis in 1938, told of her experience in a steel strike in Gary, Indiana. While the municipal government of Gary continues to keep the children apart in a system of separate schools, their parents are getting together in the union and in the auxiliary. The only public eating place in Gary, where both races may be freely served, is a cooperative restaurant largely patronized by members of the union and auxiliary. When the black and white workers and members of their families are convinced that their basic economic interests are the same, they may be expected to make common cause for the advancement of these interests. There was no great feminist movement in the 30s, but many women became involved in the labor organizing of those years. A Minnesota poet, Meridel LeSueur, was 34 when the Great Teamster Strike tied up Minneapolis in 1934. She became active in it and later described her experiences. "I have never been in a strike before. The truth is, I was afraid. 'Do you need any help?' I said eagerly. We kept on pouring thousands of cups of coffee, feeding thousands of men. The cars were coming back. The announcer cried, 'This is murder!' I saw them taking men out of cars and putting them on the hospital cots on the floor. The picket cars kept coming in. Some men have walked back from the market holding their own blood in. Men, women, and children are massing outside, a living circle close packed for protection. We have living blood on our skirts." Tuesday, the day of the funeral, 1,000 more militia were massed downtown. It was over 90 in the shade. I went to the funeral parlors, and thousands of men and women were massed there, waiting in the terrific sun. One block of women and children were standing 2 hours waiting. I went over and stood near them. I didn't know whether I could march. I didn't like marching in parades. 3 women drew me in. "We want all to march," they said gently. "Come with us." Sylvia Woods spoke to Alice and Stoughton Lind years later about her experiences in the 30s as a laundry worker and union organizer. "You have to tell people things they can see. Then they'll say, 'Oh, I never thought of that,' or 'I have never seen it like that.' Like Tennessee. He hated black people, a poor sharecropper. He danced with a black woman. So I have seen people change. This is the faith you've got to have in people." Many Americans began to change their thinking in those days of crisis and rebellion. In Europe, Hitler was on the march. Across the Pacific, Japan was invading China. The Western empires were being threatened by new ones. For the United States, war was not far off.
Chapter 16. A People's War? We, the governments of Great Britain and the United States, in the name of India, Burma, Malaya, Australia, British East Africa, British Guinea, Hong Kong, Siam, Singapore, Egypt, Palestine, Canada, New Zealand, Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales, as well as Puerto Rico, Guam, the Philippines, Hawaii, Alaska, and the Virgin Islands, hereby declare most emphatically that this is not an imperialist war. Thus went a skit put on in the United States in the year 1939 by the Communist Party. 2 years later, Germany invaded Soviet Russia, and the American Communist Party, which had repeatedly described the war between the Axis powers and the Allied powers as an imperialist war, now called it a people's war against fascism. Indeed, almost all Americans were now in agreement, capitalists, communists, Democrats, Republicans, poor, rich, and middle class, that this was indeed a people's war. Was it? By certain evidence, it was the most popular war the United States had ever fought. Never had a greater proportion of the country participated in a war. 18 million served in the armed forces, 10 million overseas, 25 million workers gave of their pay envelope regularly for war bonds. But could this be considered a manufactured support, since all the power of the nation, not only of the government, but the press, the church, and even the chief radical organizations, was behind the calls for all-out war? Was there an undercurrent of reluctance? Were there unpublicized signs of resistance? It was a war against an enemy of unspeakable evil. Hitler's Germany was extending totalitarianism, racism, militarism, and overt aggressive warfare beyond what an already cynical world had experienced. And yet, did the governments conducting this war, England, the United States, the Soviet Union, represent something significantly different, so that their victory would be a blow to imperialism, racism, totalitarianism, militarism in the world? Would the behavior of the United States during the war, in military action abroad, in treatment of minorities at home, be in keeping with a people's war? Would the country's wartime policies respect the rights of ordinary people everywhere to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? And would post-war America, in its policies at home and overseas, exemplify the values for which the war was supposed to have been fought? These questions deserve thought. At the time of World War II, the atmosphere was too dense with war fervor to permit them to be aired. For the United States to step forward as a defender of helpless countries matched its image in American high school history textbooks, but not its record in world affairs. It had opposed the Haitian Revolution for independence from France at the start of the 19th century. It had instigated a war with Mexico and taken half of that country. It had pretended to help Cuba win freedom from Spain, and then planted itself in Cuba with a military base, investments, and rights of intervention. It had seized Hawaii, Puerto Rico, Guam, and fought a brutal war to subjugate the Filipinos. It had opened Japan to its trade with gunboats and threats. It had declared an open-door policy in China as a means of assuring that the United States would have opportunities equal to other imperial powers in exploiting China. It had sent troops to Peking with other nations to assert Western supremacy in China and kept them there for over 30 years. While demanding an open door in China, it had insisted, with the Monroe Doctrine and many military interventions, on a closed door in Latin America, that is, closed to everyone but the United States. It had engineered a revolution against Colombia and created the independent state of Panama in order to build and control the canal. It sent 5,000 Marines to Nicaragua in 1926 to counter a revolution and kept a force there for 7 years. It intervened in the Dominican Republic for the 4th time in 1916 and kept troops there for 8 years. It intervened for the 2nd time in Haiti in 1915 and kept troops there for 19 years. Between 1900 and 1933, the United States intervened in Cuba 4 times, in Nicaragua twice, in Panama 6 times, in Guatemala once, in Honduras 7 times. By 1924, the finances of half of the 20 Latin American states were being directed to some extent by the United States. By 1935, over half of U.S. steel and cotton exports were being sold in Latin America. Just before World War I ended in 1918, an American force of 7,000 landed at Vladivostok as part of an Allied intervention in Russia and remained until early 1920. 5,000 more troops were landed at Archangel, another Russian port, also as part of an Allied expeditionary force, and stayed for almost a year. The State Department told Congress, all these operations were to offset effects of the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. In short, if the entrance of the United States into World War II was, as so many Americans believed at the time, observing the Nazi invasions, to defend the principle of non-intervention in the affairs of other countries, The nation's record casts doubt on its ability to uphold that principle. What seemed clear at the time was that the United States was a democracy with certain liberties, while Germany was a dictatorship persecuting its Jewish minority, imprisoning dissidents, whatever their religion, while proclaiming the supremacy of the Nordic race. However, blacks, looking at anti-Semitism in Germany, might not see their own situation in the U.S. as much different. And the United States had done little about Hitler's policies of persecution. Indeed, it had joined England and France in appeasing Hitler throughout the 30s. Roosevelt and his Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, were hesitant to criticize publicly Hitler's anti-Semitic policies. When a resolution was introduced in the Senate in January 1934, asking the Senate and the President to express surprise and pain at what the Germans were doing to the Jews and to ask restoration of Jewish rights, the State Department caused this resolution to be buried in committee, according to Arnold Offner, American Appeasement. When Mussolini's Italy invaded Ethiopia in 1935, the U.S. declared an embargo on munitions, but let American businesses send oil to Italy in huge quantities, which was essential to Italy's carrying on the war. When a fascist rebellion took place in Spain in 1936 against the elected socialist liberal government, the Roosevelt administration sponsored a Neutrality Act that had the effect of shutting off help to the Spanish government, while Hitler and Mussolini gave critical aid to Franco. Offner says, "The United States went beyond even the legal requirements of its neutrality legislation. Had aid been forthcoming from the United States and from England and France, considering that Hitler's position on aid to Franco was not firm at least until November 1936, the Spanish Republicans could well have triumphed. Instead, Germany gained every advantage from the Spanish Civil War." Was this simply poor judgment, an unfortunate error? Or was it the logical policy of a government whose main interest was not stopping fascism, but advancing the imperial interests of the United States? For those interests, in the 30s, an anti-Soviet policy seemed best. Later, when Japan and Germany threatened U.S. world interests, a pro-Soviet anti-Nazi policy became preferable. Roosevelt was as much concerned to end the oppression of Jews as Lincoln was to end slavery during the Civil War. Their priority in policy, whatever their personal compassion for victims of persecution, was not minority rights, but national power. It was not Hitler's attacks on the Jews that brought the United States into World War II, any more than the enslavement of 4 million blacks brought civil war in 1861. Italy's attack on Ethiopia, Hitler's invasion of Austria, his takeover of Czechoslovakia, his attack on Poland, none of those events caused the United States to enter the war, although Roosevelt did begin to give important aid to England. What brought the United States fully into the war was the Japanese attack on the American naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, on December 7, 1941. Surely it was not the humane concern for Japan's bombing of civilians that led to Roosevelt's outraged call for war. Japan's attack on China in 1937, her bombing of civilians at Nanking, had not provoked the United States to war. It was the Japanese attack on a link in the American Pacific Empire that did it. So long as Japan remained a well-behaved member of that imperial club of great powers, who, in keeping with the open-door policy, were sharing the exploitation of China, the United States did not object. It had exchanged notes with Japan in 1917 saying, "The government of the United States recognizes that Japan has special interests in China." In 1928, according to Akira Arie, After Imperialism, American consuls in China supported the coming of Japanese troops. It was when Japan threatened potential U.S. markets by its attempted takeover of China, but especially as it moved toward the tin, rubber, and oil of Southeast Asia, that the United States became alarmed and took those measures which led to the Japanese attack: a total embargo on scrap iron, a total embargo on oil in the summer of 1941. As Bruce Russett says, no clear and present danger. Throughout the 1930s, the United States government had done little to resist the Japanese advance on the Asian continent. But the Southwest Pacific area was of undeniable economic importance to the United States. At the time, most of America's tin and rubber came from there, as did substantial quantities of other raw materials. Pearl Harbor was presented to the American public as a sudden, shocking, immoral act. Immoral it was, like any bombing, but not really sudden or shocking to the American government. Russett says, Japan's strike against the American naval base climaxed a long series of mutually antagonistic acts. In initiating economic sanctions against Japan, the United States undertook actions that were widely recognized in Washington as carrying grave risks of war. Putting aside the wild accusations against Roosevelt, that he knew about Pearl Harbor and didn't tell, or that he deliberately provoked the Pearl Harbor raid, these are without evidence. It does seem clear that he did as James Polk had done before him in the Mexican War, and Lyndon Johnson after him in the Vietnam War. He lied to the public for what he thought was a right cause. In September and October 1941, he misstated the facts in two incidents involving German submarines and American destroyers. A historian sympathetic to Roosevelt, Thomas A. Bailey, has written, Franklin Roosevelt repeatedly deceived the American people during the period before Pearl Harbor. He was like the physician who must tell the patient lies for the patient's own good, because the masses are notoriously short-sighted and generally cannot see danger until it is at their throats. One of the judges in the Tokyo war crimes trial after World War II, Radhabinod Pal, dissented from the general verdicts against Japanese officials and argued that the United States had clearly provoked the war with Japan and expected Japan to act. Richard Menier, Victor's Justice, sums up Pal's view of the embargoes on scrap iron and oil, that these measures were a clear and potent threat to Japan's very existence. The records show that a White House conference 2 weeks before Pearl Harbor anticipated a war and discussed how it should be justified. A State Department memorandum on Japanese expansion a year before Pearl Harbor did not talk of the independence of China or the principle of self-determination. It said, Our general diplomatic and strategic position would be considerably weakened by our loss of Chinese, Indian, and South Seas markets, and by our loss of much of the Japanese market for our goods, as Japan would become more and more self-sufficient, as well as by insurmountable restrictions upon our access to the rubber, tin, jute, and other vital materials of the Asian and oceanic regions. Once joined with England and Russia in the war, Germany and Italy declared war on the United States right after Pearl Harbor. Did the behavior of the United States show that her war aims were humanitarian or centered on power and profit? Was she fighting the war to end the control by some nations over others, or to make sure the controlling nations were friends of the United States? In August 1941, Roosevelt and Churchill met off the coast of Newfoundland and released to the world the Atlantic Charter, setting forth noble goals for the post-war world, saying their countries seek no aggrandizement, territorial or other, and that they respected the right of all peoples to choose the form of government under which they will live. The Charter was celebrated as declaring the rights of nations to self-determination. 2 weeks before the Atlantic Charter, however, The U.S. Acting Secretary of State Sumner Welles had assured the French government that they could keep their empire intact after the end of the war. This government, mindful of its traditional friendship for France, has deeply sympathized with the desire of the French people to maintain their territories and to preserve them intact. The Department of Defense History of Vietnam, the Pentagon Papers, itself pointed to what it called an ambivalent policy toward Indochina, noting that, in the Atlantic Charter and other pronouncements, the U.S. proclaimed support for national self-determination and independence, but also, early in the war, repeatedly expressed or implied to the French an intention to restore to France its overseas empire after the war. In late 1942, Roosevelt's personal representative assured French General Henri Giraud, "It is thoroughly understood that French sovereignty will be re-established as soon as possible throughout all the territory, metropolitan or colonial, over which flew the French flag in 1939. These pages, like the others in the Pentagon Papers, are marked top secret, sensitive. By 1945, the ambivalent attitude was gone. In May, Truman assured the French he did not question her sovereignty over Indochina. That fall, the United States urged nationalist China, put temporarily in charge of the northern part of Indochina by the Potsdam Conference, to turn it over to the French, despite the obvious desire of the Vietnamese for independence. That was a favor for the French government. But what about the United States' own imperial ambitions during the war? What about the aggrandizement, territorial or other, that Roosevelt had renounced in the Atlantic Charter? In the headlines were the battles and troop movements, the invasion of North Africa in 1942, Italy in 1943, the massive, dramatic cross-channel invasion of German-occupied France in 1944, the bitter battles as Germany was pushed back toward and over her frontiers, the increasing bombardment by the British and American air forces, and at the same time the Russian victories over the Nazi armies. The Russians, by the time of the cross-channel invasion, had driven the Germans out of Russia and were engaging 80% of the German troops. In the Pacific in 1943 and 1944, there was the island-by-island move of American forces toward Japan, finding closer and closer bases for the thunderous bombardment of Japanese cities. Quietly, behind the headlines and battles and bombings, American diplomats and businessmen worked hard to make sure that when the war ended, American economic power would be second to none in the world. United States business would penetrate areas that up to this time had been dominated by England. The open-door policy of equal access would be extended from Asia to Europe, meaning that the United States intended to push England aside and move in. That is what happened to the Middle East and its oil. In August 1945, a State Department officer said that a review of the diplomatic history of the past 35 years will show that petroleum has historically played a larger part in the external relations of the United States than any other commodity. Saudi Arabia was the largest oil pool in the Middle East. The Aramco Oil Corporation, through Secretary of the Interior Harold Ickes, got Roosevelt to agree to lend-lease aid to Saudi Arabia, which would involve the U.S. government there and create a shield for the interests of Aramco. In 1944, Britain and the U.S. signed a pact on oil agreeing on the principle of equal opportunity, and Lloyd Gardner concludes, Economic Aspects of New Deal Diplomacy, that the open-door policy was triumphant throughout the Middle East. Historian Gabriel Kolko, after a close study of American wartime policy, the politics of war, concludes that the American economic war aim was to save capitalism at home and abroad. In April 1944, a State Department official said, As you know, we've got to plan on enormously increased production in this country after the war, and the American domestic market can't absorb all that production indefinitely. There won't be any question about our needing greatly increased foreign markets. Anthony Sampson, in his study of the international oil business, The Seven Sisters, says, by the end of the war, the dominant influence in Saudi Arabia was unquestionably the United States. King Ibn Saud was regarded no longer as a wild desert warrior, but as a key piece in the power game to be wooed by the West. Roosevelt, on his way back from Yalta in February 1945, entertained the king on the cruiser Quincy, together with his entourage of 50, including 2 sons, a prime minister, an astrologer, and flocks of sheep for slaughter. Roosevelt then wrote to Ibn Saud, promising the United States would not change its Palestine policy without consulting the Arabs. In later years, the concern for oil would constantly compete with political concern for the Jewish state in the Middle East. But at this point, oil seemed more important. With British imperial power collapsing during World War II, the United States was ready to move in. Hull said early in the war, leadership toward a new system of international relationships and trade and other economic affairs will devolve very largely upon the United States because of our great economic strength. We should assume this leadership and the responsibility that goes with it, primarily for reasons of pure national self-interest. Before the war was over, the administration was planning the outlines of the new international economic order based on partnership between government and big business. Lloyd Gardner says of Roosevelt's chief advisor, Harry Hopkins, who had organized the relief programs of the New Deal, no conservative outdid Hopkins in championing foreign investment and its protection. The poet Archibald MacLeish, then an Assistant Secretary of State, spoke critically of what he saw in the post-war world. As things are now going, the peace we will make, the peace we seem to be making, will be a piece of oil, a piece of gold, a piece of shipping, a peace, in brief, without moral purpose or human interest. During the war, England and the United States set up the International Monetary Fund to regulate international exchanges of currency. Voting would be proportional to capital contributed, so American dominance would be assured. The International Bank for Reconstruction and Development was set up, supposedly to help reconstruct war-destroyed areas, but one of its first objectives was, in its own words, to promote foreign investment. The economic aid countries would need after the war was already seen in political terms. Averell Harriman, ambassador to Russia, said in early 1944, economic assistance is one of the most effective weapons at our disposal to influence European political events in the direction we desire. The creation of the United Nations during the war was presented to the world as international cooperation to prevent future wars. But the UN was dominated by the Western imperial countries, the United States, England, and France, and a new imperial power with military bases and powerful influence in Eastern Europe, the Soviet Union. An important conservative Republican senator, Arthur Vandenberg, wrote in his diary about the United Nations Charter. The striking thing about it is that it is so conservative from a nationalist standpoint. It is based virtually on a four-power alliance. This is anything but a wild-eyed internationalist dream of a world state. I am deeply impressed and surprised to find Hull so carefully guarding our American veto in his scheme of things. The plights of Jews in German-occupied Europe, which many people thought was at the heart of the war against the Axis, was not a chief concern of Roosevelt. Henry Feingold's research, The Politics of Rescue, shows that while the Jews were being put in camps and the process of annihilation was beginning that would end in the horrifying extermination of 6 million Jews and millions of non-Jews, Roosevelt failed to take steps that might have saved thousands of lives. He did not see it as a high priority. He left it to the State Department. And in the State Department, anti-Semitism and a cold bureaucracy became obstacles to action. Was the war being fought to establish that Hitler was wrong in his ideas of white Nordic supremacy over inferior races? The United States Armed Forces were segregated by race. When troops were jammed onto the Queen Mary in early 1945 to go to combat duty in the European theater, the blacks were stowed down in the depths of the ship near the engine room, as far as possible from the fresh air of the deck, in a bizarre reminder of the slave voyages of old. The Red Cross, with government approval, separated the blood donations of black and white. It was ironically a black physician named Charles Drew who developed the blood bank system. He was put in charge of the wartime donations and then fired when he tried to end blood segregation. Despite the urgent need for wartime labor, blacks were still being discriminated against for jobs. A spokesman for a West Coast aviation plant said, "The Negro will be considered only as janitors and in other similar capacities. Regardless of their training as aircraft workers, we will not employ them." Roosevelt never did anything to enforce the orders of the Fair Employment Practices Commission he had set up. The fascist nations were notorious in their insistence that the woman's place was in the home. Yet the war against fascism, although it utilized women in defense industries where they were desperately needed, took no special steps to change the subordinate role of women. The War Manpower Commission, despite the large numbers of women in war work, kept women off its policy-making bodies. A report of the Women's Bureau of the Department of Labor by its director, Mary Anderson, said, "The War Manpower Commission had doubts and uneasiness about what was then regarded as a developing attitude of militancy or a crusading spirit on the part of women leaders." In one of its policies, the United States came close to direct duplication of fascism. This was in its treatment of the Japanese Americans living on the West Coast. After the Pearl Harbor attack, anti-Japanese hysteria spread in the government. One congressman said, "I'm for catching every Japanese in America, Alaska, and Hawaii now and putting them in concentration camps. Damn them. Let's get rid of them." Franklin D. Roosevelt did not share this frenzy, but he calmly signed Executive Order 9066 in February 1942, giving the Army the power, without warrants or indictments or hearings, to arrest every Japanese American on the West Coast, 110,000 men, women, and children, to take them from their homes, transport them to camps far into the interior, and keep them there under prison conditions. 3/4 of these were Nisei, children born in the United States of Japanese parents, and therefore American citizens. The other fourth, the Issei, born in Japan, were barred by law from becoming citizens. In 1944, the Supreme Court upheld the forced evacuation on the grounds of military necessity. The Japanese remained in those camps for over 3 years. Michi Weglin was a young girl when her family experienced evacuation and detention. She tells, in Years of Infamy, of bungling in the evacuation, of misery, confusion, anger, but also of Japanese-American dignity and fighting back. There were strikes, petitions, mass meetings, refusal to sign loyalty oaths, riots against the camp authorities. The Japanese resisted to the end. Not until after the war did the story of the Japanese Americans begin to be known to the general public. The month the war ended in Asia, September 1945, an article appeared in Harper's Magazine by Yale law professor Eugene V. Rostow, calling the Japanese evacuation our worst wartime mistake. Was it a mistake? Or was it an action to be expected from a nation with a long history of racism, and which was fighting a war not to end racism, but to retain the fundamental elements of the American system? It was a war waged by a government whose chief beneficiary, despite volumes of reforms, was a wealthy elite. The alliance between big business and the government went back to the very first proposals of Alexander Hamilton to Congress after the Revolutionary War. By World War II, that partnership had developed and intensified. During the Depression, Roosevelt had once denounced the economic royalists, but he always had the support of certain important business leaders. During the war, as Bruce Catton saw it from his post in the War Production Board, the economic royalists, denounced and derided, had a part to play now. Catton, the warlords of Washington, described the process of industrial mobilization to carry on the war, and how in this process wealth became more and more concentrated in fewer and fewer large corporations. In 1940, the United States had begun sending large amounts of war supplies to England and France. By 1941, 3/4 of the value of military contracts were handled by 56 large corporations. A Senate report, Economic Concentration and World War II, noted that the government contracted for scientific research and industry during the war, and although 2,000 corporations were involved, of $1 billion spent, $400 million went to 10 large corporations. Management remained firmly in charge of decision-making during the war, and although 12 million workers were organized in the CIO and AFL, labor was in a subordinate position. Labor management committees were set up in 5,000 factories as a gesture toward industrial democracy, but they acted mostly as disciplinary groups for absentee workers and devices for increasing production. Catton writes, "The big operators who made the working decisions had decided that nothing very substantial was going to be changed. Despite the overwhelming atmosphere of patriotism and total dedication to winning the war, despite the no-strike pledges of the AFL and CIO, many of the nation's workers, frustrated by the freezing of wages while business profits rocketed skyward, went on strike. During the war, there were 14,000 strikes involving 6,770,000 workers, more than in any comparable period in American history. In 1944 alone, 1 million workers went on strike, in the mines, in the steel mills, in the auto and transportation equipment industries. When the war ended, the strikes continued in record numbers. 3 million on strike in the first half of 1946. According to Jeremy Brecker, strike, if not for the disciplinary hand of the unions, there might have been a general confrontation between the workers of a great many industries and the government supporting the employers. In Lowell, Massachusetts, for example, according to an unpublished manuscript by Mark Miller, The Irony of Victory, Lowell during World War II, there were as many strikes in 1943 and 1944 as in 1937. It may have been a people's war, but here was dissatisfaction at the fact that the textile mill profits grew 600% from 1940 to 1946, while wage increases in cotton goods industries went up 36%. How little the war changed the difficult condition of women workers is shown by the fact that in Lowell, among women war workers with children, only 5% could have their children taken care of by nursery schools. The others had to make their own arrangements. Beneath the noise of enthusiastic patriotism, there were many people who thought war was wrong, even in the circumstances of fascist aggression. Out of 10 million drafted for the armed forces during World War II, only 43,000 refused to fight. But this was 3 times the proportion of conscientious objectors in World War I. Of these 43,000, about 6,000 went to prison, which was proportionately 4 times the number of COs who went to prison during World War I. Of every 6 men in federal prison, 1 was there as a CO. Many more than 43,000 reviewers did not show up for the draft at all. The government lists about 350,000 cases of draft evasion, including technical violations as well as actual desertion, so it is hard to tell the true number. But it may be that the number of men who either did not show up or claimed CO status was in the hundreds of thousands, not a small number. And this in the face of an American community almost unanimously for the war. Among those soldiers who were not conscientious objectors, who seemed willing fighters, it is hard to know how much resentment there was against authority, against having to fight in a war whose aims were unclear, inside a military machine whose lack of democracy was very clear. No one recorded the bitterness of enlisted men against the special privileges of officers in the army of a country known as a democracy. To give just one instance, combat crews in the Air Force in the European theater, going to the base movies between bombing missions, found 2 lines, an officer's line, short, and an enlisted men's line, very long. There were 2 mess halls, even as they prepared to go into combat. The enlisted men's food was different, worse, than the officers. The literature that followed World War II, James Jones' From Here to Eternity, Joseph Heller's Catch-22, and Norman Mailer's The Naked and the Dead, captured this GI anger against the Army brass. In The Naked and the Dead, the soldiers talk in battle, and one of them says, "The only thing wrong with this army is it never lost a war." Tolio was shocked. "You think we ought to lose this one?" Red found himself carried away. "What have I against the goddamn Japs? You think I care if they keep this fucking jungle? What's it to me if Cummings gets another star?" "General Cummings, he's a good man," Martinez said. "There ain't a good officer in the world," Red stated. There seemed to be widespread indifference, even hostility on the part of the Negro community to the war, despite the attempts of Negro newspapers and Negro leaders to mobilize black sentiment. Lawrence Whitner, Rebels Against War, quotes a black journalist. "The Negro is angry, resentful, and utterly apathetic about the war. Fight for what, he is asking. This war doesn't mean a thing to me. If we win, I lose. So what?" A black Army officer, home on furlough, told friends in Harlem he had been in hundreds of bull sessions with Negro soldiers and found no interest in the war. A student at a Negro college told his teacher, "The Army Jim Crows us. The Navy lets us serve only as messmen. The Red Cross refuses our blood. Employers and labor unions shut us out. Lynchings continue. We are disenfranchised, Jim Crowed, spat upon. What more could Hitler do than that?" NAACP leader Walter White repeated this to a black audience of several thousand people in the Midwest, thinking they would disapprove, but instead, he recalled, "To my surprise and dismay, the audience burst into such applause that it took me some 30 or 40 seconds to quiet it." In January 1943, there appeared in a Negro newspaper this draftee's prayer.
Dear Lord, today I go to war, to fight, to die. Tell me, what for? Dear Lord, I'll fight, I do not fear, Germans or Japs, my fears are here, America.
But there was no organized Negro opposition to the war. In fact, there was little organized opposition from any source. The Communist Party was enthusiastically in support. The Socialist Party was divided, unable to make a clear statement one way or the other. A few small anarchist and pacifist groups refused to back the war. The Women's International League for Peace and Freedom said, War between nations or classes or races cannot permanently settle conflicts or heal the wounds that brought them into being. The Catholic Worker wrote, "We are still pacifists." The difficulty of merely calling for peace in a world of capitalism, fascism, communism, dynamic ideologies, aggressive actions, troubled some pacifists. They began to speak of revolutionary nonviolence. A.J. Muste of the Fellowship of Reconciliation said in later years, "I was not impressed with the sentimental, easygoing pacifism of the early part of the century. People then felt that if they sat and talked pleasantly of peace and love, they would solve the problems of the world." The world was in the midst of a revolution, Muste realized, and those against violence must take revolutionary action, but without violence. A movement of revolutionary pacifism would have to make effective contacts with oppressed and minority groups such as Negroes, sharecroppers, industrial workers. Only one organized socialist group opposed the war unequivocally. This was the Socialist Workers' Party. The Espionage Act of 1917, still on the books, applied to wartime statements. But in 1940, with the United States not yet at war, Congress passed the Smith Act. This took Espionage Act prohibitions against talk or writing that would lead to refusal of duty in the armed forces and applied them to peacetime. The Smith Act also made it a crime to advocate the overthrow of the government by force and violence, or to join any group that advocated this, or to publish anything with such ideas. In Minneapolis in 1943, 18 members of the Socialist Workers' Party were convicted for belonging to a party whose ideas, expressed in its Declaration of Principles and in the Communist Manifesto, were said to violate the Smith Act. They were sentenced to prison terms, and the Supreme Court refused to review their case. A few voices continued to insist that the real war was inside each nation. Dwight MacDonald's wartime magazine, Politics, presented in early 1945 an article by the French worker philosopher Simone Weil. Whether the mask is labeled fascism, democracy, or a dictatorship of the proletariat, our great adversary remains the apparatus, the bureaucracy, the police, the military. Not the one facing us across the frontier or the battle lines, which is not so much our enemy as our brother's enemy, but the one that calls itself our protector and makes us its slaves. No matter what the circumstances, the worst betrayal will always be to subordinate ourselves to this apparatus and to trample underfoot in its service all human values in ourselves and in others. Still, the vast bulk of the American population was mobilized in the army and in civilian life to fight the war, and the atmosphere of war enveloped more and more Americans. Public opinion polls show large majorities of soldiers favoring the draft for the post-war period. Hatred against the enemy, against the Japanese particularly, became widespread. Racism was clearly at work. Time magazine, reporting the Battle of Iwo Jima, said, "The ordinary unreasoning Jap is ignorant. Perhaps he is human. Nothing indicates it." So there was a mass base of support for what became the heaviest bombardment of civilians ever undertaken in any war, the aerial attacks on German and Japanese cities. One might argue that this popular support made it a people's war. But if people's war means a war of people against attack, a defensive war, if it means a war fought for humane reasons instead of for the privileges of an elite, a war against the few, not the many, then the tactics of all-out aerial assault against the populations of Germany and Japan destroy that notion. Italy had bombed cities in the Ethiopian War. Italy and Germany had bombed civilians in the Spanish Civil War. At the start of World War II, German planes dropped bombs on Rotterdam in Holland, Coventry in England, and elsewhere. Roosevelt had described these as inhuman barbarism that has profoundly shocked the conscience of humanity. These German bombings were very small compared with the British and American bombings of German cities. In January 1943, the Allies met at Casablanca and agreed on large-scale air attacks to achieve the destruction and dislocation of the German military, industrial, and economic system, and the undermining of the morale of the German people to the point where their capacity for armed resistance is fatally weakened. And so, the saturation bombing of German cities began, with 1,000-plane raids on Cologne, Essen, Frankfurt, Hamburg. The English flew at night with no pretense of aiming at military targets. The Americans flew in the daytime and pretended precision, but bombing from high altitudes made that impossible. The climax of this terror bombing was the bombing of Dresden in early 1945, in which the tremendous heat generated by the bombs created a vacuum into which fire leaped swiftly in a great firestorm through the city. More than 100,000 died in Dresden. Winston Churchill, in his wartime memoirs, confined himself to this account of the incident. "We made a heavy raid in the latter month on Dresden, then a center of communication of Germany's Eastern Front. The bombing of Japanese cities continued the strategy of saturation bombing to destroy civilian morale. One nighttime firebombing of Tokyo took 80,000 lives. And then, on August 6, 1945, came the lone American plane in the sky over Hiroshima, dropping the first atomic bomb, leaving perhaps 100,000 Japanese dead and tens of thousands more slowly dying from radiation poisoning. 12 U.S. Navy flyers in the Hiroshima City Jail were killed in the bombing, a fact that the U.S. government has never officially acknowledged, according to historian Martin Sherwin, A World Destroyed. 3 days later, a second atomic bomb was dropped on the city of Nagasaki, with perhaps 50,000 killed. The justification for these atrocities was that this would end the war quickly, making unnecessary an invasion of Japan. Such an invasion would cost a huge number of lives, the government said, 1 million according to Secretary of State Burns. 500,000, Truman claimed, was the figure given him by General George Marshall. When the papers of the Manhattan Project, the project to build the atom bomb, was released years later, they showed that Marshall urged a warning to the Japanese about the bomb, so people could be removed and only military targets hit. These estimates of invasion losses were not realistic, and seem to have been pulled out of the air to justify bombings, which, as their effects became known, horrified more and more people. Japan, by August 1945, was in desperate shape and ready to surrender. New York Times military analyst Hanson Baldwin wrote shortly after the war, "The enemy, in a military sense, was in a hopeless strategic position by the time the Potsdam demand for unconditional surrender was made on July 26th. Such then was the situation when we wiped out Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Need we have done it? No one can, of course, be positive, but the answer is almost certainly negative." The United States Strategic Bombing Survey, set up by the War Department in 1944 to study the results of aerial attacks in the war, interviewed hundreds of Japanese civilian and military leaders after Japan surrendered and reported just after the war. Based on a detailed investigation of all the facts and supported by the testimony of the surviving Japanese leaders involved, it is the survey's opinion that certainly prior to 31st December 1945, and in all probability prior to 1st November 1945, Japan would have surrendered even if the atomic bombs had not been dropped, even if Russia had not entered the war, and even if no invasion had been planned or contemplated. But could American leaders have known this in August 1945? The answer is, clearly, yes. The Japanese code had been broken, and Japan's messages were being intercepted. It was known the Japanese had instructed their ambassador in Moscow to work on peace negotiations with the Allies. Japanese leaders had begun talking of surrender a year before this, and the emperor himself had begun to suggest in June 1945 that alternatives to fighting to the end be considered. On July 13th, Foreign Minister Shigenori Togo wired his ambassador in Moscow. Unconditional surrender is the only obstacle to peace. Martin Sherwin, after an exhaustive study of the relevant historical documents, concludes, having broken the Japanese code before the war, American intelligence was able to, and did, relay this message to the president, but it had no effect whatever on efforts to bring the war to a conclusion. If only the Americans had not insisted on unconditional surrender, that is, if they were willing to accept one condition to the surrender, that the emperor, a holy figure to the Japanese, remain in place, the Japanese would have agreed to stop the war. Why did the United States not take that small step to save both American and Japanese lives? Was it because too much money and effort had been invested in the atomic bomb not to drop it? General Leslie Groves, head of the Manhattan Project, described Truman as a man on a toboggan, the momentum too great to stop it. Or was it, as a British scientist, PMS Blackett, suggested, fear, war, and the bomb, that the United States was anxious to drop the bomb before the Russians entered the war against Japan?
The Russians had secretly agreed they were officially not at war with Japan. They would come into the war 90 days after the end of the European War.
That turned out to be May 8th, and so on August 8th, the Russians were due to declare war on Japan. But by then, the big bomb had been dropped, and the next day, a second one would be dropped on Nagasaki. The Japanese would surrender to the United States, not the Russians, and the United States would be the occupier of post-war Japan. In other words, Blackett says, the dropping of the bomb was the first major operation of the cold diplomatic war with Russia. Blackett is supported by American historian Gar Alperowitz, Atomic Diplomacy, who notes a diary entry for July 28, 1945, by Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal, describing Secretary of State James F. Burns as most anxious to get the Japanese affair over with before the Russians got in. Truman had said, "The world will note that the first atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, a military base. That was because we wished in this first attack to avoid, insofar as possible, the killings of civilians." It was a preposterous statement. Those 100,000 killed in Hiroshima were almost all civilians. The U.S. Strategic Bombing Service said in its official report, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were chosen as targets because of their concentration of activities and population. The dropping of the second bomb on Nagasaki seems to have been scheduled in advance, and no one has ever been able to explain why it was dropped. Was it because this was a plutonium bomb, whereas the Hiroshima bomb was a uranium bomb? Were the dead and irradiated of Nagasaki victims of a scientific experiment? Martin Sherwin says that among the Nagasaki dead were probably American prisoners of war. He notes a message of July 31st from headquarters, U.S. Army Strategic Air Forces, Guam, to the War Department. Reports prisoner of war sources, not verified by photos, give location of Allied prisoner of war camp 1 mile north of center of city of Nagasaki. Does this influence the choice of this target for initial centerboard operation? Request immediate reply. The reply: targets previously assigned for centerboard remain unchanged. True, the war then ended quickly. Italy had been defeated a year earlier. Germany had recently surrendered, crushed primarily by the armies of the Soviet Union on the Eastern Front, aided by the Allied armies on the West. Now Japan surrendered. The fascist powers were destroyed. But what about fascism as idea, as reality? Were its essential elements, militarism, racism, imperialism, now gone? Or were they absorbed into the already poisoned bones of the victors? A.J. Muste, the revolutionary pacifist, had predicted in 1941, "The problem after a war is with the victor. He thinks he has just proved that war and violence pay. Who will now teach him a lesson?" The victors were the Soviet Union and the United States. Also England, France, and nationalist China, but they were weak. Both these countries now went to work, without swastikas, goose-stepping, or officially declared racism, but under the cover of socialism on one side and democracy on the other, to carve out their own empires of influence. They proceeded to share and contest with one another the domination of the world, to build military machines far greater than the fascist countries had built, to control the destinies of more countries than Hitler, Mussolini, and Japan had been able to do. They also acted to control their own populations, each country with its own techniques. Crude in the Soviet Union, sophisticated in the United States, to make their rule secure. The war not only put the United States in a position to dominate much of the world, it created conditions for effective control at home. The unemployment, the economic distress, and the consequent turmoil that had marked the 30s, only partly relieved by New Deal measures, had been pacified, overcome by the greater turmoil of the war. The war brought higher prices for farmers, higher wages, enough prosperity for enough of the population to assume against the rebellions that so threatened the 30s. As Lawrence Whitner writes, the war rejuvenated American capitalism. The biggest gains were in corporate profits, which rose from $6.4 billion in 1940 to $10.8 billion in 1944. But enough went to workers and farmers to make them feel the system was doing well for them. It was an old lesson learned by governments, that war solves problems of control.
Charles E. Wilson, the president of General Motors, was so happy about the wartime situation that he suggested a continuing alliance between business and the military for a permanent war economy.
That is what happened. When right after the war, the American public, war-weary, seemed to favor demobilization and disarmament, the Truman administration, Roosevelt had died in April 1945, worked to create an atmosphere of crisis and Cold War. True, the rivalry with the Soviet Union was real. That country had come out of the war with its economy wrecked and 20 million people dead, but was making an astounding comeback, rebuilding its industry, regaining military strength. The Truman administration, however, presented the Soviet Union as not just a rival, but an immediate threat. In a series of moves abroad and at home, it established a climate of fear, a hysteria about communism, which would steeply escalate the military budget and stimulate the economy with war-related orders. This combination of policies would permit more aggressive actions abroad, more repressive actions at home. Revolutionary movements in Europe and Asia were described to the American public as examples of Soviet expansionism, thus recalling the indignation against Hitler's aggressions. In Greece, which had been a right-wing monarchy and dictatorship before the war, a popular left-wing National Liberation Front, the EAM, was put down by a British army of intervention immediately after the war. A right-wing dictatorship was restored. When opponents of the regime were jailed and trade union leaders removed, a left-wing guerrilla movement began to grow against the regime, soon consisting of 17,000 fighters, 50,000 active supporters, and perhaps 250,000 sympathizers in a country of 7 million. Great Britain said it could not handle the rebellion and asked the United States to come in. As a State Department officer said later, Great Britain had within the hour handed the job of world leadership to the United States. The United States responded with the Truman Doctrine, the name given to a speech Truman gave to Congress in the spring of 1947, in which he asked for $400 million in military and economic aid to Greece and Turkey. Truman said the U.S. must help free peoples who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressures. In fact, the biggest outside pressure was the United States. The Greek rebels were getting some aid from Yugoslavia, but no aid from the Soviet Union, which during the war had promised Churchill a free hand in Greece if he would give the Soviet Union its way in Romania, Poland, Bulgaria. The Soviet Union, like the United States, did not seem to be willing to help revolutions it could not control. Truman said the world must choose between alternative ways of life. One was based on the will of the majority, distinguished by free institutions. The other was based on the will of a minority, terror and oppression, the suppression of personal freedoms. Truman's advisor, Clark Clifford, had suggested that in his message, Truman connect the intervention in Greece to something less rhetorical, more practical. The great natural resources of the Middle East. Clifford meant oil. But Truman didn't mention that. The United States moved into the Greek Civil War, not with soldiers, but with weapons and military advisors. In the last 5 months of 1947, 74,000 tons of military equipment were sent by the United States to the right-wing government in Athens, including artillery, dive bombers, and stocks of napalm. 250 Army officers, headed by General James Van Fleet, advised the Greek army in the field. Van Fleet started a policy, standard in dealing with popular insurrections, of forcibly removing thousands of Greeks from their homes in the countryside to try to isolate the guerrillas, to remove the source of their support. With that aid, the rebellion was defeated by 1949. United States economic and military aid continued to the Greek government. Investment capital from Esso, Dow Chemical, Chrysler, and other U.S. corporations flowed into Greece. But illiteracy, poverty, and starvation remained widespread there, with the country in the hands of what Richard Barnett, Intervention and Revolution, called a particularly brutal and backward military dictatorship. In China, a revolution was already underway when World War II ended, led by a communist movement with enormous mass support. A Red Army, which had fought against the Japanese, now fought to oust the corrupt dictatorship of Chiang Kai-shek, which was supported by the United States. The United States, by 1949, had given $2 billion in aid to Chiang Kai-shek's forces. But, according to the State Department's own white paper on China, Chiang Kai-shek's government had lost the confidence of its own troops and its own people. In January 1949, Chinese communist forces moved into Peking. The Civil War was over, and China was in the hands of a revolutionary movement, the closest thing in the long history of that ancient country to a people's government, independent of outside control. The United States was trying, in the post-war decade, to create a national consensus, excluding the radicals who could not support a foreign policy aimed at suppressing revolution, of conservatives and liberals, Republicans and Democrats, around the policies of Cold War and anti-communism. Such a coalition could best be created by a liberal democratic president whose aggressive policy abroad would be supported by conservatives and whose welfare programs at home, Truman's Fair Deal, would be attractive to liberals. If, in addition, liberals and traditional Democrats could, the memory of the war was still fresh, support a foreign policy against aggression, the radical liberal bloc created by World War II would be broken up. And perhaps, if the anti-communist mood became strong enough, Liberals could support repressive moves at home, which in ordinary times would be seen as violating the liberal tradition of tolerance. In 1950, there came an event that speeded the formation of the liberal-conservative consensus: Truman's undeclared war in Korea. Korea, occupied by Japan for 35 years, was liberated from Japan after World War II and divided into North Korea, a socialist dictatorship, part of the Soviet sphere of influence, and South Korea, a right-wing dictatorship in the American sphere. There had been threats back and forth between the two Koreas, and when on June 25, 1950, North Korean armies moved southward across the 38th parallel in an invasion of South Korea, the United Nations, dominated by the United States, asked its members to help repel the armed attack. Truman ordered the American armed forces to help South Korea, and the American army became the UN Army. Truman said, "A return to the rule of force in international affairs would have far-reaching effects. The United States will continue to uphold the rule of law." The United States' response to the rule of force was to reduce Korea, North and South, to a shambles in 3 years of bombing and shelling. Napalm was dropped, and a BBC journalist described the result. In front of us, a curious figure was standing, a little crouched, legs straddled, arms held out from his sides. He had no eyes, and the whole of his body, nearly all of which was visible through tatters of burnt rags, was covered with a hard black crust, speckled with yellow pus. He had to stand because he was no longer covered with a skin, but with a crust-like crackling which broke easily. I thought of the hundreds of villages reduced to ash, which I had personally seen, and realized the sort of casualty list which must be mounting up along the Korean front. Perhaps 2 million Koreans, North and South, were killed in the Korean War, all in the name of opposing the rule of force. As for the rule of law Truman spoke about, the American military move seemed to go beyond that. The UN resolution had called for action to repel the armed attack and to restore peace and security in the area. But the American armies, after pushing the North Koreans back across the 38th parallel, advanced all the way up through North Korea to the Yalu River on the border of China, which provoked the Chinese into entering the war. The Chinese then swept southward, and the war was stalemated at the 38th parallel, until peace negotiations restored, in 1953, the old boundary between North and South. The Korean War mobilized liberal opinion behind the war and the president. It created the kind of coalition that was needed to sustain a policy of intervention abroad, militarization of the economy at home. This meant trouble for those who stayed outside the coalition as radical critics. Alonzo Hamby noted, beyond the New Deal, that the Korean War was supported by the New Republic, by the Nation, and by Henry Wallace, who in 1948 had run against Truman on a left coalition Progressive Party ticket. The liberals didn't like Senator Joseph McCarthy, who hunted for communists everywhere, even among liberals. But the Korean War, as Hamby says, had given McCarthyism a new lease on life. The left had become very influential in the hard times of the 30s and during the war against fascism. The actual membership of the Communist Party was not large, fewer than 100,000 probably. But it was a potent force in trade unions numbering millions of members, in the arts, and among countless Americans who may have been led by the failure of the capitalist system in the 30s to look favorably on communism and socialism. Thus, if the establishment after World War II was to make capitalism more secure in the country and to build a consensus of support for the American empire, it had to weaken and isolate the left. 2 weeks after presenting to the country the Truman Doctrine for Greece and Turkey, Truman issued on March 22, 1947, Executive Order 9835,
initiating a program to search out any infiltration of disloyal persons in the U.S. government. In their book, The 50s, Douglas Miller and Marion Nowak comment, though Truman would later complain of the great wave of hysteria sweeping the nation, his commitment to victory over communism, to completely safeguarding the United States from external and internal threats, was in large measure responsible for creating that very hysteria. Between the launching of his security program in March 1947 and December 1952, some 6.6 million persons were investigated. Not a single case of espionage was uncovered, though about 500 persons were dismissed in dubious cases of questionable loyalty. All of this was conducted with secret evidence, secret and often paid informers, and neither judge nor jury. Despite the failure to find subversion, the broad scope of the official Red Hunt gave popular credence to the notion that the government was riddled with spies. A conservative and fearful reaction coursed the country. Americans became convinced of the need for absolute security and the preservation of the established order. World events right after the war made it easier to build up public support for the anti-communist crusade at home. In 1948, the Communist Party in Czechoslovakia ousted non-communists from the government and established their own rule. The Soviet Union that year blockaded Berlin, which was a jointly occupied city isolated inside the Soviet sphere of East Germany, forcing the United States to airlift supplies into Berlin. In 1949, there was the communist victory in China. And in that year also, the Soviet Union exploded its first atomic bomb. In 1950, the Korean War began. These were all portrayed to the public as signs of a world communist conspiracy. Not as publicized as the communist victories, but just as disturbing to the American government, was the upsurge all over the world of colonial peoples demanding independence. Revolutionary movements were growing, in Indochina against the French, in Indonesia against the Dutch, in the Philippines, armed rebellion against the United States. In Africa, there were rumblings of discontent in the form of strikes. Basil Davidson, Let Freedom Come, tells of the longest recorded strike, 160 days, in African history, of 19,000 railwaymen in French West Africa in 1947, whose message to the Governor-General showed the new mood of militancy. Open your prisons, make ready your machine guns and cannon. Nevertheless, at midnight on 10th of October, if our demands are not met, we declare the general strike. The year before in South Africa, 100,000 gold mine workers stopped work, demanding 10 shillings, about $2.50, a day in wages, the greatest strike in the history of South Africa. And it took a military attack to get them back to work. In 1950, in Kenya, there was a general strike against starvation wages. So it was not just Soviet expansion that was threatening to the United States government and to American business interests. In fact, China, Korea, Indochina, the Philippines represented local communist movements, not Russian fomentation. It was a general wave of anti-imperialist insurrection in the world, which would require gigantic American effort to defeat. National unity for militarization of the budget, for the suppression of domestic opposition to such a foreign policy. Truman and the liberals in Congress proceeded to try to create a new national unity for the post-war years, with the executive order on loyalty oaths, Justice Department prosecutions, and anti-communist legislation. In this atmosphere, Senator Joseph McCarthy of Wisconsin could go even further than Truman. Speaking to a women's Republican club in Wheeling, West Virginia in early 1950, he held up some papers and shouted, "I have here in my hand a list of 205, a list of names that were made known to the Secretary of State as being members of the Communist Party and who nevertheless are still working and shaping policy in the State Department. The next day, speaking in Salt Lake City, McCarthy claimed he had a list of 57, the number kept changing, such communists in the State Department. Shortly afterward, he appeared on the floor of the Senate with photostatic copies of about 100 dossiers from State Department loyalty files. The dossiers were 3 years old, and most of the people were no longer with the State Department. But McCarthy read from them anyway, inventing, adding, and changing as he read. In one case, he changed the dossier's description of liberal to communistically inclined. In another form, active fellow traveler to active communist, and so on. McCarthy kept on like this for the next few years. As chairman of the Permanent Investigations Subcommittee of a Senate Committee on Government Operations, he investigated the State Department's information program, its Voice of America, and its overseas libraries, which included books by people McCarthy considered communists. The State Department reacted in panic, issuing a stream of directives to its library centers across the world. 40 books were removed, including The Selected Works of Thomas Jefferson, edited by Philip Foner, and The Children's Hour by Lillian Hellman. Some books were burned. McCarthy became bolder. In the spring of 1954, he began hearings to investigate supposed subversives in the military. When he began attacking generals for not being hard enough on suspected communists, he antagonized Republicans as well as Democrats. And in December 1954, the Senate voted overwhelmingly to censure him for conduct unbecoming a member of the United States Senate. The censure resolution avoided criticizing McCarthy's anti-communist lies and exaggerations. It concentrated on minor matters, on his refusal to appear before a Senate subcommittee on privileges and elections, and his abuse of an Army general at his hearings. At the very time the Senate was censuring McCarthy, Congress was putting through a whole series of anti-communist bills. Liberal Hubert Humphrey introduced an amendment to one of them to make the Communist Party illegal, saying, "I do not intend to be a half-patriot. Either senators are for recognizing the Communist Party for what it is, or they will continue to trip over the niceties of legal technicalities and details." The liberals in the government were themselves acting to exclude, persecute, fire, and even imprison communists. It was just that McCarthy had gone too far, attacking not only communists, but liberals, endangering that broad liberal-conservative coalition which was considered essential. For instance, Lyndon Johnson, as Senate Minority Leader, worked not only to pass the censure resolution on McCarthy, but also to keep it within the narrow bounds of conduct unbecoming a member of the United States Senate, rather than questioning McCarthy's anti-communism. John F. Kennedy was cautious on the issue, didn't speak out against McCarthy. He was absent when the censure vote was taken, and never said how he would have voted. McCarthy's insistence that communism had won in China because of softness on communism in the American government was close to Kennedy's own view, expressed in the House of Representatives, January 1949, when the Chinese communists took over Peking. Kennedy said, "Mr. Speaker, over this weekend we have learned the extent of the disaster that has befallen China and the United States. The responsibility for the failure of our foreign policy in the Far East rests squarely with the White House and the Department of State. The continued insistence that aid would not be forthcoming unless a coalition government with the communists was formed was a crippling blow to the national government. So concerned were our diplomats and their advisers, the Lattimores and the Fairbanks, both scholars in the field of Chinese history, Owen Lattimore, a favorite target of McCarthy, John Fairbank, a Harvard professor. With the imperfection of the democratic system in China after 20 years of war, and the tales of corruption in high places, that they lost sight of our tremendous stake in a non-communist China. This House must now assume the responsibility of preventing the onrushing tide of communism from engulfing all of Asia. When in 1950 Republicans sponsored an Internal Security Act for the registration of organizations found to be Communist Action or Communist Front, liberal senators did not fight that head-on. Instead, some of them, including Hubert Humphrey and Herbert Lehman, proposed a substitute measure, the setting up of detention centers, really concentration camps, for suspected subversives, who, when the president declared an internal security emergency, would be held without trial. The detention camp bill became not a substitute for, but an addition to, the Internal Security Act, and the proposed camps were set up, ready for use. In 1968, a time of general disillusionment with anti-communism, this law was repealed. Truman's executive order on loyalty in 1947 required the Department of Justice to draw up a list of organizations it decided were totalitarian, fascist, communist, or subversive, or as seeking to alter the form of government of the United States by unconstitutional means. Not only membership in, but also sympathetic association with any organization on the Attorney General's list would be considered in determining disloyalty. By 1954, there were hundreds of groups on this list, including, beside the Communist Party and the Ku Klux Klan, the Chopin Cultural Center, the Cervantes Fraternal Society, the Committee for the Negro in the Arts, the Committee for the Protection of the Bill of Rights, the League of American Writers, the Nature Friends of America, People's Drama, the Washington Bookshop Association, and the Yugoslav Seamen's Club. It was not McCarthy and the Republicans, but the liberal, democratic Truman administration, whose Justice Department initiated a series of prosecutions that intensified the nation's anti-communist mood. The most important of these was the prosecution of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg in the summer of 1950. The Rosenbergs were charged with espionage. The major evidence was supplied by a few people who had already confessed to being spies, and who were either in prison or under indictment. David Greenglass, the brother of Ethel Rosenberg, was the key witness. He had been a machinist at the Manhattan Project Laboratory in Los Alamos, New Mexico, in 1944 to 1945, when the atomic bomb was being made there, and testified that Julius Rosenberg had asked him to get information for the Russians. Greenglass said he had made sketches from memory for his brother-in-law of experiments with lenses to be used to detonate atomic bombs. He said Rosenberg had given him half of the cardboard top to a box of Jell-O, and told him a man would show up in New Mexico with the other half, and that in June 1945, Harry Gold appeared with the other half of the box top, and Greenglass gave him information he had memorized. Gold, already serving a 30-year sentence in another espionage case, came out of jail to corroborate Greenglass's testimony. He had never met the Rosenbergs, but said a Soviet embassy official gave him half of a Jell-O box top, and told him to contact Greenglass, saying, "I come from Julius." Gold said he took the sketches Greenglass had drawn from memory and gave them to the Russian official. There were troubling aspects to all this. Did Gold cooperate in return for early release from prison? After serving 15 years of his 30-year sentence, he was paroled. Did Greenglass, under indictment at the time he testified, also know that his life depended on his cooperation? He was given 15 years, served half of it, and was released. How reliable a memorizer of atomic information was David Greenglass, an ordinary-level machinist, not a scientist, who had taken 6 courses at Brooklyn Polytechnical Institute and flunked 5 of them? Gold's and Greenglass's stories had first not been in accord, but they were both placed on the same floor of the Tombs prison in New York before the trial, giving them a chance to coordinate their testimony. How reliable was Gold's testimony? It turned out that he had been prepared for the Rosenberg case by 400 hours of interviews with the FBI. It also turned out that Gold was a frequent and highly imaginative liar. He was a witness in a later trial where defense counsel asked Gold about his invention of a fictional wife and fictional children. The attorney asked, "You lied for a period of 6 years." Gold responded, "I lied for a period of 16 years, not alone 6 years." Gold was the only witness at the trial to connect Julius Rosenberg and David Greenglass to the Russians. The FBI agent who had questioned Gold was interviewed 20 years after the case by a journalist. He was asked about the password Gold was supposed to have used. "Julius sent me." The FBI man said, "Gold couldn't remember the name he had given. He thought he had said, 'I come from,' or something like that. I suggested, 'Might it have been Julius?' That refreshed his memory." When the Rosenbergs were found guilty, and Judge Irving Kaufman pronounced sentence, he said, "I believe your conduct in putting into the hands of the Russians the A-bomb years before our best scientists predicted Russia would perfect the bomb has already caused the communist aggression in Korea, with the resultant casualties exceeding 50,000 Americans, and who knows but that millions more of innocent people may pay the price of your treason." He sentenced them both to die in the electric chair. Morton Sobel was also on trial as a co-conspirator with the Rosenbergs. The chief witness against him was an old friend, the best man at his wedding, a man who was facing possible perjury charges by the federal government for lying about his political past. This was Max Elitcher, who testified that he had once driven Sobel to a Manhattan housing project where the Rosenbergs lived, and that Sobel got out of the car, took from the glove compartment what appeared to be a film can, went off, and then returned without the can. There was no evidence about what was in the film can. The case against Sobel seemed so weak that Sobel's lawyer decided there was no need to present a defense. But the jury found Sobel guilty, and Kaufman sentenced him to 30 years in prison. He was sent to Alcatraz. Parole was repeatedly denied, and he spent 19 years in various prisons before he was released. FBI documents subpoenaed in the 1970s show that Judge Kaufman had conferred with the prosecutor secretly about the sentences he would give in the case. Another document shows that after 3 years of appeal, a meeting took place between Attorney General Herbert Brownell and Chief Justice Fred Vinson of the Supreme Court, and the Chief Justice assured the Attorney General that if any Supreme Court justice gave a stay of execution, he would immediately call a full court session and override it. There had been a worldwide campaign of protest. Albert Einstein, whose letter to Roosevelt early in the war had initiated work on the atomic bomb, appealed for the Rosenbergs, as did Jean-Paul Sartre, Pablo Picasso, and the sister of Bartolomeo Vanzetti. There was an appeal to President Truman just before he left office in the spring of 1953. It was turned down. Then another appeal to the new president, Dwight Eisenhower, who also turned down. At the last moment, Justice William O. Douglas granted a stay of execution. Chief Justice Vinson sent out special jets to bring the vacationing justices back to Washington from various parts of the country. They canceled Douglas's stay in time for the Rosenbergs to be executed June 19, 1953. It was a demonstration to the people of the country, though very few could identify with the Rosenbergs, of what lay at the end of the line for those the government decided were traitors. In that same period of the early 50s, the House Un-American Activities Committee was at its heyday, interrogating Americans about their communist connections, holding them in contempt if they refused to answer, distributing millions of pamphlets to the American public. 100 Things You Should Know About Communism, Where can communists be found? Everywhere. Liberals often criticize the committee, but in Congress, liberals and conservatives alike voted to fund it year after year. By 1958, only one member of the House of Representatives, James Roosevelt, voted against giving it money. Although Truman criticized the committee, his own Attorney General had expressed, in 1950, the same idea that motivated its investigations. There are today many communists in America. They are everywhere, in factories, offices, butcher shops, on street corners, in private business, and each carries in himself the germs of death for society. Liberal intellectuals rode the anti-communist bandwagon. Commentary magazine denounced the Rosenbergs and their supporters. One of Commentary's writers, Irving Kristol, asked in March 1952, "Do we defend our rights by protecting communists?" His answer, no. It was Truman's Justice Department that prosecuted the leaders of the Communist Party under the Smith Act, charging them with conspiring to teach and advocate the overthrow of the government by force and violence. The evidence consisted mostly of the fact that the Communists were distributing Marxist-Leninist literature, which the prosecution contended called for violent revolution. There was certainly not evidence of any immediate danger of violent revolution by the Communist Party. The Supreme Court decision was given by Truman's appointee, Chief Justice Vinson. He stretched the old doctrine of the clear and present danger by saying there was a clear and present conspiracy to make a revolution at some convenient time. And so the top leadership of the Communist Party was put in prison, and soon after, most of its organizers went underground. Undoubtedly, there was success in the attempt to make the general public fearful of communists and ready to take drastic actions against them, imprisonment at home, military action abroad. The whole culture was permeated with anti-communism. The large circulation magazines had articles like, "How Communists Get That Way," and "Communists Are After Your Child." The New York Times in 1956 ran an editorial. "We would not knowingly employ a Communist Party member in the news or editorial departments, because we would not trust his ability to report the news objectively or to comment on it honestly." An FBI informer's story about his exploits as a communist who became an FBI agent, "I Led 3 Lives," was serialized in 500 newspapers and put on television. Hollywood movies had titles like, "I Married a Communist," and "I Was a Communist for the FBI." Between 1948 and 1954, more than 40 anti-communist films came out of Hollywood. Even the American Civil Liberties Union, set up specifically to defend the liberties of communists and all other political groups, began to wilt in the Cold War atmosphere. It had already started in this direction back in 1940, when it expelled one of its charter members, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, because she was a member of the Communist Party. In the 50s, the ACLU was hesitant to defend Corliss Lamont, its own board member, and Owen Lattimore when both were under attack. It was reluctant to defend publicly the communist leaders during the first Smith Act trial, and kept completely out of the Rosenberg case, saying no civil liberties issues were involved. Young and old were taught that anti-communism was heroic. 3 million copies were sold of the book by Mickey Spillane, published in 1951, One Lonely Night, in which the hero, Mike Hammer, says, "I killed more people tonight than I have fingers on my hands. I shot them in cold blood and enjoyed every minute of it. They were commies, red sons of bitches who should have died long ago." A comic strip hero, Captain America, said, "Beware commies, spies, traitors, and foreign agents. Captain America, with all loyal free men behind him, is looking for you." And in the 50s, school children all over the country participated in air raid drills in which a Soviet attack on America was signaled by sirens. The children had to crouch under their desks until it was all clear. It was an atmosphere in which the government could get mass support for a policy of rearmament. The system, so shaken in the 30s, had learned that war production could bring stability and high profits. Truman's anti-communism was attractive. The business publication Steel had said in November 1946, even before the Truman Doctrine, that Truman's policies gave the firm assurance that maintaining and building our preparations for war will be big business in the United States for at least a considerable period ahead. That prediction turned out to be accurate. At the start of 1950, the total U.S. budget was about $40 billion, and the military part of it was about $12 billion. But by 1955, the military part alone was $40 billion out of a total of $62 billion. A small but courageous movement against the military buildup, led by the War Resisters League and other groups, failed to stop it. In 1960, the military budget was $45.8 billion, 49.7% of the budget. That year, John F. Kennedy was elected president, and he immediately moved to increase military spending. In 14 months, the Kennedy administration added $9 billion to defense funds, according to Edgar Batome, The Balance of Terror. By 1962, based on a series of invented scares about Soviet military buildups, a false bomber gap, and a false missile gap, the United States had overwhelming nuclear superiority. It had the equivalent in nuclear weapons of 1,500 Hiroshima-size atomic bombs, far more than enough to destroy every major city in the world. The equivalent, in fact, of 10 tons of TNT for every man, woman, and child on Earth. To deliver these bombs, the United States had more than 50 intercontinental ballistic missiles, 80 missiles on nuclear submarines, 90 missiles on stations overseas, 1,700 bombers capable of reaching the Soviet Union, 300 fighter bombers on aircraft carriers able to carry atomic weapons, and 1,000 land-based supersonic fighters able to carry atomic bombs. The Soviet Union was obviously behind. It had between 50 and 100 intercontinental ballistic missiles and fewer than 200 long-range bombers. But the U.S. budget kept mounting. The hysteria kept growing. The profits of corporations getting defense contracts multiplied, and employment and wages moved ahead just enough to keep a substantial number of Americans dependent on war industries for their living. By 1970, the U.S. military budget was $80 billion, and the corporations involved in military production were making fortunes. 2/3 of the $40 billion spent on weapon systems was going to 12 or 15 giant industrial corporations, whose main reason for existence was to fulfill government military contracts. Senator Paul Douglas, an economist and chairman of the Joint Economic Committee of the Senate, noted that 6/7 of these contracts are not competitive. In the alleged interest of secrecy, the government picks a company and draws up a contract in more or less secret negotiations. C. Wright Mills, in his book of the 50s, The Power Elite, counted the military as part of the top elite, along with politicians and corporations. These elements were more and more intertwined. A Senate report showed that the 100 largest defense contractors, who held 67.4% of the military contracts, employed more than 2,000 former high-ranking officers of the military. Meanwhile, the United States, giving economic aid to certain countries, was creating a network of American corporate control over the globe and building its political influence over the countries it aided. The Marshall Plan of 1948, which gave $16 billion in economic aid to Western European countries in 4 years, had an economic aim: to build up markets for American exports. George Marshall, a general, then Secretary of State, was quoted in early 1948 State Department bulletin. "It is idle to think that a Europe left to its own efforts would remain open to American business in the same way that we have known it in the past. The Marshall Plan also had a political motive. The communist parties of Italy and France were strong, and the United States decided to use pressure and money to keep communists out of the cabinets of those countries. When the plan was beginning, Truman's Secretary of State Dean Acheson said, "These measures of relief and reconstruction have been only in part suggested by humanitarianism. Your Congress has authorized and your government is carrying out a policy of relief and reconstruction today chiefly as a matter of national self-interest." From 1952 on, foreign aid was more and more obviously designed to build up military power in non-communist countries. In the next 10 years, of the $50 billion in aid generated by the United States to 90 countries, only $5 billion was for non-military economic development. When John F. Kennedy took office, he launched the Alliance for Progress, a program of help for Latin America, emphasizing social reform to better the lives of people. But it turned out to be mostly military aid to keep in power right-wing dictatorships and enable them to stave off revolutions. From military aid, it was a short step to military intervention. What Truman had said at the start of the Korean War about the rule of force and the rule of law was again and again under Truman and his successors contradicted by American action. In Iran in 1953, the Central Intelligence Agency succeeded in overthrowing a government which nationalized the oil industry. In Guatemala in 1954, a legally elected government was overthrown by an invasion force of mercenaries trained by the CIA at military bases in Honduras and Nicaragua and supported by 4 American fighter planes flown by American pilots. The invasion put into power Colonel Carlos Castillo Armas, who had at one time received military training at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. The government that the United States overthrew was the most democratic Guatemala had ever had. The president, Jacobo Arbenz, was a left-of-center socialist. 4 of the 56 seats in the Congress were held by communists. What was most unsettling to American business interests was that Arbenz had expropriated 234,000 acres of land owned by United Fruit, offering compensation that United Fruit called unacceptable. Armas, in power, gave the land back to United Fruit, abolished the tax on interest and dividends to foreign investors, eliminated the secret ballot, and jailed thousands of political critics. In 1958, the Eisenhower government sent thousands of Marines to Lebanon to make sure the pro-American government there was not toppled by a revolution, and to keep an armed presence in that oil-rich area. The Democrat-Republican liberal-conservative agreement to prevent or overthrow revolutionary governments whenever possible, whether communist, socialist, or anti-United Fruit, became most evident in 1961 in Cuba. That little island, 90 miles from Florida, had gone through a revolution in 1959 by a rebel force led by Fidel Castro, in which the American-backed dictator Fulgencio Batista was overthrown. The revolution was a direct threat to American business interests. Franklin D. Roosevelt's good neighbor policy had repealed the Platt Amendment, which permitted American intervention in Cuba. But the United States still kept a naval base in Cuba at Guantanamo, and U.S. business interests still dominated the Cuban economy. American companies controlled 80 to 100% of Cuba's utilities, mines, cattle ranches, and oil refineries, 40% of the sugar industry, and 50% of the public railways. Fidel Castro had spent time in prison after he led an unsuccessful attack in 1953 on an army barracks in Santiago. Out of prison, he went to Mexico, met Argentine revolutionary Che Guevara, and returned in 1956 to Cuba. His tiny force fought guerrilla warfare from the jungles and mountains against Batista's army, drawing more and more popular support. Then came out of the mountains and marched across the country to Havana. The Batista government fell apart on New Year's Day, 1959. In power, Castro moved to set up a nationwide system of education, of housing, of land distribution to landless peasants. The government confiscated over 1 million acres of land from 3 American companies, including United Fruit. Cuba needed money to finance its programs, and the United States was not eager to lend it. The International Monetary Fund, dominated by the United States, would not loan money to Cuba because Cuba would not accept its stabilization conditions, which seemed to undermine the revolutionary program that had begun. When Cuba now signed a trade agreement with the Soviet Union, the American-owned oil companies in Cuba refused to refine crude oil that came from the Soviet Union. Castro seized these companies. The United States cut down on its sugar buying from Cuba, on which Cuba's economy depended, and the Soviet Union immediately agreed to buy all the 700,000 tons of sugar that the United States would not buy. Cuba had changed. The good neighbor policy did not apply. In the spring of 1960, President Eisenhower secretly authorized the Central Intelligence Agency to arm and train anti-Castro Cuban exiles in Guatemala for a future invasion of Cuba. When Kennedy took office in the spring of 1961, the CIA had 1,400 exiles armed and trained. He moved ahead with the plans, and on April 17, 1961, the CIA-trained force, with some Americans participating, landed at the Bay of Pigs on the southern shore of Cuba, 90 miles from Havana. They expected to stimulate a general rising against Castro, but it was a popular regime. There was no rising. In 3 days, the CIA forces were crushed by Castro's army. The whole Bay of Pigs affair was accompanied by hypocrisy and lying. The invasion was a violation, recalling Truman's rule of law, of a treaty the U.S. had signed, the Charter of the Organization of American States, which reads, "No state or group of states has the right to intervene directly or indirectly, for any reason whatever, in the internal or external affairs of any other state." 4 days before the invasion, because there had been press reports of secret bases and CIA training for invaders, President Kennedy told a press conference, "There will not be, under any conditions, any intervention in Cuba by United States armed forces." True, the landing force was Cuban, but it was all organized by the United States, and American warplanes, including American pilots, were involved. Kennedy had approved the use of unmarked Navy jets in the invasion. 4 American pilots of those planes were killed, and their families were not told the truth about how those men died. The success of the liberal-conservative coalition in creating a national anti-communist consensus was shown by how certain important news publications cooperated with the Kennedy administration in deceiving the American public on the Cuban invasion. The New Republic was about to print an article on the CIA training of Cuban exiles a few weeks before the invasion. Historian Arthur Schlesinger was given copies of the article in advance. He showed them to Kennedy, who asked that the article not be printed, and the New Republic went along. James Reston and Turner Catledge of the New York Times, on the government's request, did not run a story about the imminent invasion. Arthur Schlesinger said of the New York Times action, "This was another patriotic act, but in retrospect I have wondered whether if the press had behaved irresponsibly, it would not have spared the country a disaster." What seemed to bother him and other liberals in the Cold War consensus was not that the United States was interfering in revolutionary movements in other countries, but that it was doing so unsuccessfully. Around 1960, The 15-year effort since the end of World War II to break up the communist radical upsurge of the New Deal and wartime years seemed successful. The Communist Party was in disarray, its leaders in jail, its membership shrunken, its influence in the trade union movement very small. The trade union movement itself had become more controlled, more conservative. The military budget was taking half of the national budget, but the public was accepting this. The radiation from the testing of nuclear weapons had dangerous possibilities for human health, but the public was not aware of that. The Atomic Energy Commission insisted that the deadly effects of atomic tests were exaggerated, and an article in 1955 in the Reader's Digest, the largest circulation magazine in the United States, said, "The scare stories about this country's atomic tests are simply not justified." In the mid-50s, there was a flurry of enthusiasm for air raid shelters. The public was being told those would keep them safe from atomic blasts. A government consultant and scientist, Herman Kahn, wrote a book on thermonuclear war, in which he explained that it was possible to have a nuclear war without total destruction of the world, that people should not be so frightened of it. A political scientist named Henry Kissinger wrote a book published in 1957, in which he said, "With proper tactics, nuclear war need not be as destructive as it appears." The country was on a permanent war economy, which had big pockets of poverty, but there were enough people at work making enough money to keep things quiet. The distribution of wealth was still unequal. From 1944 to 1961, it had not changed much. The lowest fifth of the families received 5% of all the income. The highest fifth received 45% of all the income. In 1953, 1.6% of the adult population owned more than 80% of the corporate stock and nearly 90% of the corporate bonds. About 200 giant corporations out of 200,000 corporations, 0.1% of all corporations, controlled about 60% of the manufacturing wealth of the nation. When John F. Kennedy presented his budget to the nation after his first year in office, it was clear that, liberal Democrat or not, there would be no major change in the distribution of income or wealth or tax advantages. New York Times columnist James Reston summed up Kennedy's budget messages as avoiding any sudden transformation of the home front, as well as a more ambitious frontal attack on the unemployment problem. Reston said, he agreed to a tax break for business investment in plant expansion and modernization. He is not spoiling for a fight with the Southern conservatives over civil rights. He has been urging the unions to keep wage demands down so that prices can be competitive in the world markets and jobs increased. And he has been trying to reassure the business community that he does not want any Cold War with them on the home front. This week in his news conference, he refused to carry out his promise to bar discrimination in government-insured housing, but talked instead of postponing this until there was a national consensus in its favor. During these 12 months, the president has moved over into the decisive middle ground of American politics. On this middle ground, all seemed secure. Nothing had to be done for blacks. Nothing had to be done to change the economic structure. An aggressive foreign policy could continue. The country seemed under control. And then in the 1960s came a series of explosive rebellions in every area of American life, which showed that all the system's estimates of security and success were wrong.
Chapter 17. Or Does It Explode? The Black Revolt of the 1950s and 1960s, North and South, came as a surprise, but perhaps it should not have.
The memory of oppressed people is one thing that cannot be taken away, and for such people, with such memories, revolt is always an inch below the surface. For blacks in the United States, There was the memory of slavery, and after that of segregation, lynching, humiliation. And it was not just a memory, but a living presence, part of the daily lives of blacks in generation after generation. In the 1930s, Langston Hughes wrote a poem, Lenox Avenue Mural. What happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun, or fester like a sore and then run? Does it stink like rotten meat, or crust and sugar over like a syrupy sweet? Maybe it just sags like a heavy load, or does it explode? In a society of complex controls, both crude and refined, secret thoughts can often be found in the arts, and so it was in black society. Perhaps the blues, however pathetic, concealed anger, and the jazz, however joyful, portended rebellion. And then the poetry, the thoughts no longer so secret. In the 1920s, Claude McKay, one of the figures of what came to be called the Harlem Renaissance, wrote a poem that Henry Cabot Lodge put in the Congressional Record as an example of dangerous currents among young blacks. If we must die, let it not be like hogs, hunted and penned in an inglorious spot. Like men we'll face the murderous cowardly pack, pressed to the wall, dying but fighting back. County Cullen's poem, Incident, evoked memories, all different, all the same, out of every black American's childhood. Once riding in old Baltimore, heart-filled, head-filled with glee, I saw a Baltimorean keep looking straight at me. Now I was 8 and very small, and he was no whit bigger, and so I smiled, but he poked out his tongue and called me nigger. I saw the whole of Baltimore from May until December. Of all the things that happened there, that's all that I remember. At the time of the Scottsboro Boys incident, Cullen wrote a bitter poem noting that white poets had used their pens to protest in other cases of injustice, but now that blacks were involved, most were silent. His last stanza was, "Surely, I said, now will the poets sing, but they have raised no cry. I wonder why." Even outward subservience, Uncle Tom behavior in real situations, the comic or fawning Negro on the stage, the self-ridicule, the caution, concealed resentment, anger, energy. The black poet Paul Laurence Dunbar, in the era of the black minstrel, around the turn of the century, wrote, "We wear the mask. We wear the mask that grins and lies. It hides our cheeks and shades our eyes. We sing, but oh, the clay is vile beneath our feet and long the mile. But let the world dream otherwise. We wear the mask." Two black performers of that time played the minstrel and satirized it at the same time. When Bert Williams and George Walker billed themselves as two real coons, they were, Nathan Huggins says, intending to give style and comic dignity to a fiction that white men had created. By the 1930s, the mask was off for many black poets. Langston Hughes wrote, I too sing America. I am the darker brother. They send me to eat in the kitchen when company comes, but I laugh and eat well and grow strong. Tomorrow I'll be at the table when company comes. Gwendolyn Bennett wrote, I want to see lithe Negro girls etched dark against the sky while sunset lingers. I want to hear the chanting around a heathen fire of a strange black race. I want to feel the surging of my sad people's soul, hidden by a minstrel smile. There was Margaret Walker's prose poem, For My People. Let a new earth rise, let another world be born. Let a bloody peace be written in the sky. Let a second generation full of courage issue forth. Let a people loving freedom come to growth. Let a beauty full of healing and a strength of final clenching be the pulsing in our spirits and our blood. Let the martial songs be written, let the dirges disappear. Let a race of men now rise and take control. By the 1940s, there was Richard Wright, a gifted novelist, a black man. His autobiography of 1937, Black Boy, gave endless insights. For instance, how blacks were set against one another. When he told how he was prodded to fight another black boy for the amusement of white men, Black Boy expressed unashamedly every humiliation. And then, the white South said that I had a place in life. Well, I had never felt my place, or rather my deepest instincts had always made me reject the place to which the white South had assigned me. It had never occurred to me that I was in any way an inferior being, and no word that I had ever heard fall from the lips of Southern white men had ever made me really doubt the worth of my own humanity. It was all there in the poetry, the prose, the music, sometimes masked, sometimes unmistakably clear, the signs of a people unbeaten, waiting, hot, coiled. In Black Boy, Wright told about the training of black children in America to keep them silent. But also, how do Negroes feel about the way they live? How do they discuss it when alone among themselves? I think this question can be answered in a single sentence. A friend of mine who ran an elevator once told me, "Lord, man, if it wasn't for them polices and them old lynch mobs, there wouldn't be nothing but uproar down here." Richard Wright for a time joined the Communist Party. He tells of this period of his life and his disillusionment with the party and the God that failed. The Communist Party was known to pay special attention to the problem of race equality. When the Scottsboro case unfolded in the 30s in Alabama, it was the Communist Party that had become associated with the defense of these young black men imprisoned in the early years of the Depression by Southern injustice. The party was accused by liberals and NAACP of exploiting the issue for its own purposes, and there was a half-truth in it. But black people were realistic about the difficulty of having white allies who were pure in motive. The other half of the truth was that black communists in the South had earned the admiration of blacks by their organizing work against enormous obstacles. There was Hosea Hudson, the black organizer of the unemployed in Birmingham, for instance. And in Georgia, in 1932, a 19-year-old black youth named Angelo Herndon, whose father died of miner's pneumonia, who had worked in mines as a boy in Kentucky, joined an unemployment council in Birmingham organized by the Communist Party, and then joined the party. He wrote later, "All my life I'd been sweated and stepped on and Jim Crowed. I lay on my belly in the mines for a few dollars a week and saw my pay stolen and slashed and my buddies killed. I lived in the worst section of town and rode behind the colored signs on streetcars as though there was something disgusting about me. I heard myself called nigger and darky, and I had to say yessa to every white man, whether he had my respect or not. I had always detested it, but I had never known that anything could be done about it. And here, all of a sudden, I had found organizations in which Negroes and whites sat together and worked together and knew no difference of race or color." Herndon became a Communist Party organizer in Atlanta. He and his fellow communists organized block committees of unemployment councils in 1932, which got rent relief for needy people. They organized a demonstration to which 1,000 people came, 600 of them white, and the next day the city voted $6,000 in relief to the jobless. But soon after that, Herndon was arrested, held incommunicado and charged with violating a Georgia statute against insurrection. He recalled his trial. "The state of Georgia displayed the literature that had been taken from my room and read passages of it to the jury. They questioned me in great detail. Did I believe that the bosses in government ought to pay insurance to unemployed workers? That Negroes should have complete equality with white people? Did I believe in the demand for the self-determination of the Black Belt, that the Negro people should be allowed to rule the Black Belt territory, kicking out the white landlords and government officials? Did I feel that the working class could run the mills and mines and government? That it wasn't necessary to have bosses at all? I told them that I believed all of that and more. Herndon was convicted and spent 5 years in prison until, in 1937, the Supreme Court ruled unconstitutional the Georgia statute under which he was found guilty. It was men like him who represented to the establishment a dangerous militancy among blacks, made more dangerous when linked with the Communist Party. There were others who made that same connection, magnifying the danger. Benjamin Davis, the black lawyer who defended Herndon at his trial, nationally renowned men like singer and actor Paul Robeson, and writer and scholar W.E.B. Du Bois, who did not hide their support and sympathy for the Communist Party. The Negro was not as anti-communist as the white population. He could not afford to be. His friends were so few. So that Herndon, Davis, Robeson, Du Bois, however their political views might be maligned by the country as a whole, found admiration for their fighting spirit in the black community. The black militant mood, flashing here and there in the 30s, was reduced to a subsurface simmering during World War II, when the nation on the one hand denounced racism and on the other hand maintained segregation in the armed forces and kept blacks in low-paying jobs. When the war ended, a new element entered the racial balance in the United States: the enormous, unprecedented upsurge of black and yellow people in Africa and Asia. President Harry Truman had to reckon with this, especially as the Cold War rivalry with the Soviet Union began, and the dark-skinned revolt of former colonies all over the world threatened to take Marxist form. Action on the race question was needed, not just to calm a black population at home, emboldened by war promises, frustrated by the basic sameness of their condition. It was needed to present to the world a United States that could counter the continuous communist thrust at the most flagrant failure of American society, the race question. What Du Bois had said long ago, unnoticed, now loomed large in 1945. The problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line. President Harry Truman, in late 1946, appointed a Committee on Civil Rights, which recommended that the Civil Rights section of the Department of Justice be expanded, that there be a permanent commission on civil rights, that Congress pass laws against lynching and to stop voting discrimination, and suggested new laws to end racial discrimination in jobs. Truman's committee was blunt about its motivation in making these recommendations. Yes, it said, there was moral reason, a matter of conscience, but there was also an economic reason. Discrimination was costly to the country, wasteful of its talent, and perhaps most important, there was an international reason. Our position in the post-war world is so vital to the future that our smallest actions have far-reaching effects. We cannot escape the fact that our civil rights record has been an issue in world politics. The world's press and radio are full of it. Those with competing philosophies have stressed and are shamelessly distorting our shortcomings. They have tried to prove our democracy an empty fraud and our nation a consistent oppressor of underprivileged people. This may seem ludicrous to Americans, but it is sufficiently important to worry our friends. The United States is not so strong. The final triumph of the democratic ideal is not so inevitable that we can ignore what the world thinks of us or our record. The United States was out in the world now in a way it had never been. The stakes were large, world supremacy. And as Truman's committee said, our smallest actions have far-reaching effects. And so the United States went ahead to take small actions, hoping they would have large effects. Congress did not move to enact the legislation asked for by the Committee on Civil Rights. But Truman, 4 months before the presidential election of 1948, and challenged from the left in that election by Progressive Party candidate Henry Wallace, issued an executive order asking that the armed forces, segregated in World War II, institute policies of racial equality as rapidly as possible. The order may have been prompted not only by the election, but by the need to maintain black morale in the armed forces, as the possibility of war grew. It took over a decade to complete the desegregation in the military. Truman could have issued executive orders in other areas, but did not. The 14th and 15th Amendments, plus the set of laws passed in the late 1860s and early 1870s, gave the president enough authority to wipe out racial discrimination. The Constitution demanded that the president execute the laws. But no president had used that power. Neither did Truman. For instance, he asked Congress for legislation prohibiting discrimination in interstate transportation facilities. But specific legislation in 1887 already barred discrimination in interstate transportation and had never been enforced by executive action. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court was taking steps, 90 years after the Constitution had been amended to establish racial equality, to move toward that end. During the war, it ruled that the white primary, used to exclude blacks from voting in the Democratic Party primaries, which in the South were really the elections, was unconstitutional. In 1954, the court finally struck down the separate but equal doctrine that it had defended since the 1890s. The NAACP brought a series of cases before the court to challenge segregation in the public schools. And now, in Brown v. Board of Education, the court said the separation of school children generates a feeling of inferiority that may affect their hearts and minds in a way unlikely ever to be undone. In the field of public education, it said, the doctrine of separate but equal has no place. The court did not insist on immediate change. A year later, it said that segregated facilities should be integrated with all deliberate speed. By 1965, 10 years after the all deliberate speed guideline, more than 75% of the school districts in the South remained segregated. Still, it was a dramatic decision, and the message went around the world in 1954 that the American government had outlawed segregation. In the United States, too, for those not thinking about the customary gap between word and fact, it was an exhilarating sign of change. What to others seemed rapid progress, to blacks was apparently not enough. In the early 1960s, black people rose in rebellion all over the South. And in the late 1960s, they were engaging in wild insurrection in 100 northern cities. It was all a surprise to those without that deep memory of slavery, that everyday presence of humiliation registered in the poetry, the music, the occasional outbursts of anger, the more frequent sullen silences. Part of that memory was of words uttered, laws passed, decisions made, which turned out to be meaningless. For such a people, with such a memory and such daily recapitulation of history, revolt was always minutes away, in a timing mechanism which no one had set, but which might go off with some unpredictable set of events. Those events came at the end of 1955 in the capital city of Alabama, Montgomery. 3 months after her arrest, Mrs. Rosa Parks, a 43-year-old seamstress, explained why she refused to obey the Montgomery law providing for segregation on city buses, why she decided to sit down in the white section of the bus. Well, in the first place, I had been working all day on the job. I was quite tired after spending a full day working. I handle and work on clothing that white people wear. That didn't come in my mind, but this is what I wanted to know. When and how would we ever determine our rights as human beings? It just happened that the driver made a demand, and I just didn't feel like obeying his demand. He called a policeman, and I was arrested and placed in jail. Montgomery blacks called a mass meeting. A powerful force in the community was E.D. Nixon, a veteran trade unionist and experienced organizer. There was a vote to boycott all city buses. Carpools were organized to take Negroes to work. Most people walked. The city retaliated by indicting 100 leaders of the boycott and sent many to jail. White segregationists turned to violence. Bombs exploded in 4 Negro churches. A shotgun blast was fired through the front door of the home of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., the 27-year-old Atlanta-born minister who was one of the leaders of the boycott. King's home was bombed. But the black people of Montgomery persisted, and in November 1956, the Supreme Court outlawed segregation on local bus lines. Montgomery was the beginning. It forecast the style and mood of the vast protest movement that would sweep the South in the next 10 years. Emotional church meetings, Christian hymns adapted to current battles, references to lost American ideals, the commitment to nonviolence, the willingness to struggle and sacrifice. A New York Times reporter described a mass meeting in Montgomery during the boycott. One after the other, indicted Negro leaders took the rostrum in a crowded Baptist church tonight to urge their followers to shun the city's buses and walk with God. More than 2,000 Negroes filled the church from basement to balcony and overflowed into the street. They chanted and sang, they shouted and prayed, they collapsed in the aisles, and they sweltered in an 85-degree heat. They pledged themselves again and again to passive resistance. Under this banner they have carried on for 80 days a stubborn boycott of the city's buses. Martin Luther King, at that meeting, gave a preview of the oratory that would soon inspire millions of people to demand racial justice. He said the protest was not merely over buses, but over things that go deep down into the archives of history. He said, "We have known humiliation. We have known abusive language. We have been plunged into the abyss of oppression. And we decided to raise up only with the weapon of protest. It is one of the greatest glories of America that we have the right of protest. If we are arrested every day, if we are exploited every day, if we are trampled over every day, don't ever let anyone pull you so low as to hate them. We must use the weapon of love. We must have compassion and understanding for those who hate us. We must realize so many people are taught to hate us that they are not totally responsible for their hate. But we stand in life at midnight. We are always on the threshold of a new dawn." King's stress on love and nonviolence was powerfully effective in building a sympathetic following throughout the nation, among whites as well as blacks. But there were blacks who thought the message naive, that while there were misguided people who might be won over by love, there were others who would have to be bitterly fought, and not always with nonviolence. 2 years after the Montgomery boycott, in Monroe, North Carolina, an ex-Marine named Robert Williams, the president of the local NAACP, became known for his view that blacks should defend themselves against violence, with guns if necessary. When local Klansmen attacked the home of one of the leaders of the Monroe NAACP, Williams and other blacks, armed with rifles, fired back. The Klan left. The Klan was being challenged now with its own tactic of violence. A Klan raid on an Indian community in North Carolina was repelled by Indians firing rifles. Still, in the years that followed, Southern blacks stressed nonviolence. In February 1st, 1960, 4 freshmen at a Negro college in Greensboro, North Carolina, decided to sit down at the Woolworth's lunch counter downtown where only whites ate. They were refused service, and when they would not leave, the lunch counter was closed for the day. The next day they returned, and then, day after day, other Negroes came to sit silently. In the next 2 weeks, sit-ins spread to 15 cities in 5 southern states. A 17-year-old sophomore at Spelman College in Atlanta, Ruby Doris Smith, heard about Greensboro. When the student committee was formed, I told my older sister to put me on the list, and when 200 students were selected for the first demonstration, I was among them. I went through the food line in the restaurant at the state capitol with 6 other students, but when we got to the cashier, she wouldn't take our money. The lieutenant governor came down and told us to leave. We didn't and went to the county jail. In his Harlem apartment in New York, a young Negro teacher of mathematics named Bob Moses saw a photo in the newspapers of the Greensboro sit-inners. The students in that picture had a certain look on their faces, sort of sullen, angry, determined. Before, the Negro in the South had always looked on the defensive, cringing. This time they were taking the initiative. They were kids my age, and I knew this had something to do with my own life. There was violence against the sit-inners, but the idea of taking the initiative against segregation took hold. In the next 12 months, more than 50,000 people, mostly black, some white, participated in demonstrations of one kind or another in 100 cities, and over 3,600 people were put in jail. But by the end of 1960, lunch counters were open to blacks in Greensboro and many other places. A year after the Greensboro incident, a northern-based group dedicated to racial equality, CORE, Congress of Racial Equality, organized freedom rides in which blacks and whites traveled together on buses going through the South to try to break the segregation pattern in interstate travel. Such segregation had long been illegal, but the federal government never enforced the law in the South. The president now was John F. Kennedy, but he too seemed cautious about the race question, concerned about the support of Southern white leaders of the Democratic Party. The 2 buses that left Washington, D.C. on May 4, 1961, headed for New Orleans, never got there. In South Carolina, riders were beaten. In Alabama, a bus was set afire. Freedom riders were attacked with fists and iron bars. The Southern police did not interfere with any of this violence, nor did the federal government. FBI agents watched, took notes, did nothing. At this point, veterans of the sit-ins who had recently formed the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, dedicated to nonviolent but militant action for equal rights, organized another freedom ride from Nashville to Birmingham. Before they started out, they called the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., to ask for protection. As Ruby Doris Smith reported, the Justice Department said no, they couldn't protect anyone, but if something happened, they would investigate. You know how they do. The racially mixed SNCC Freedom Riders were arrested in Birmingham, Alabama, spent a night in jail, were taken to the Tennessee border by police, made their way back to Birmingham, took a bus to Montgomery, and there were attacked by whites with fists and clubs in a bloody scene. They resumed their trip to Jackson, Mississippi. By this time, the Freedom Riders were in the news all over the world, and the government was anxious to prevent further violence. Attorney General Robert Kennedy, instead of insisting on their right to travel without being arrested, agreed to the Freedom Riders being arrested in Jackson in return for Mississippi police protection against possible mob violence. As Victor Navasky comments in Kennedy Justice about Robert Kennedy, he didn't hesitate to trade the Freedom Riders' constitutional right to interstate travel for Senator Eastland's guarantee of their right to live. The Freedom Riders did not become subdued in jail. They resisted, protested, sang, demanded their rights. Stokely Carmichael recalled later how he and his fellow inmates were singing in the Parchman jail in Mississippi, and the sheriff threatened to take away their mattresses. I hung on to the mattress and said, "I think we have a right to them, and I think you're unjust." And he said, "I don't want to hear all that shit, nigger," and started to put on the wrist breakers. I wouldn't move and started to sing, "I'm going to tell God how you treat me," and everybody started singing it. And by this time, Tyson was really to pieces. He called to the trustees, "Get him in there," and he went out the door and slammed it and left everybody else with their mattresses. In Albany, Georgia, a small, deep South town where the atmosphere of slavery still lingered, mass demonstrations took place in the winter of 1961 and again in 1962. Of 22,000 black people in Albany, over 1,000 went to jail for marching, assembling, to protest segregation and discrimination. Here, as in all the demonstrations that would sweep over the South, little black children participated. A new generation was learning to act. The Albany police chief, after one of the mass arrests, was taking the names of prisoners lined up before his desk. He looked up and saw a Negro boy about 9 years old. "What's your name?" The boy looked straight at him and said, "Freedom, freedom." There is no way of measuring the effect of that Southern movement on the sensibilities of a whole generation of young black people, or of tracing the process by which some of them became activists and leaders. In Lee County, Georgia, after the events of 1961 to 1962, a black teenager named James Crawford joined SNCC and began taking black people to the county courthouse to vote. One day, bringing a woman there, he was approached by the deputy registrar. Another SNCC worker took notes on the conversation. "Registrar, what do you want?" "I brought this lady down to register." Registrar, after giving the woman a card to fill out and sending her outside in the hall. "Why did you bring this lady down here?" "Because she wants to be a first-class citizen like y'all." "Well, who are you to bring people down to register?" "It's my job." "Suppose you get 2 bullets in your head right now." "I got to die anyhow." "If I don't do it, I can get somebody else to do it." No reply. "Are you scared?" "No." "Suppose somebody came in that door and shoot you in the back of the head right now. What would you do?" "I couldn't do nothing. If they shoot me in the back of the head, there are people coming from all over the world." "What people?" "The people I work for." In Birmingham in 1963, thousands of blacks went into the streets, facing police clubs, tear gas, dogs, high-powered water hoses. And meanwhile, all over the Deep South, the young people of SNCC, mostly black, a few white, were moving into communities in Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas. Joined by local black people, they were organizing to register people to vote, to protest against racism, to build up courage against violence. The Department of Justice recorded 1,412 demonstrations in 3 months of 1963. Imprisonment became commonplace. Beatings became frequent. Many local people were afraid. Others came forward. A 19-year-old black student from Illinois named Carver Neblett, working for SNCC in Terrell County, Georgia, reported, "I talked with a blind man who is extremely interested in the civil rights movement. He has been keeping up with the movement from the beginning. Even though this man is blind, he wants to learn all the questions on the literacy test. Imagine, while many are afraid that white men will burn our houses, shoot into them, or put us off their property, a blind man, 70 years old, wants to come to our meetings." As the summer of 1964 approached, SNCC and other civil rights groups working together in Mississippi and facing increasing violence decided to call upon young people from other parts of the country for help. They hoped that would bring attention to the situation in Mississippi. Again and again in Mississippi and elsewhere, the FBI had stood by. Lawyers for the Justice Department had stood by, while civil rights workers were beaten and jailed, while federal laws were violated. On the eve of the Mississippi summer in early June 1964, the civil rights movement rented a theater near the White House, and a busload of black Mississippians traveled to Washington to testify publicly about the daily violence, the dangers facing the volunteers coming into Mississippi. Constitutional lawyers testified that the national government had the legal power to give protection against such violence. The transcript of this testimony was given to President Johnson and Attorney General Kennedy, accompanied by a request for a protective federal presence during the Mississippi summer. There was no response. 12 days after the public hearing, 3 civil rights workers, James Chaney, a young black Mississippian, and 2 white volunteers, Andrew Goodman and Michael Schwerner, were arrested in Philadelphia, Mississippi, released from jail late at night, then seized, beaten with chains, and shot to death. Ultimately, an informer's testimony led to jail sentences for the sheriff and deputy sheriff and others. That came too late. The Mississippi murders had taken place after the repeated refusal of the national government, under Kennedy or Johnson or any other president, to defend blacks against violence. Dissatisfaction with the national government intensified. Later that summer, during the Democratic National Convention in Washington, Mississippi blacks asked to be seated as part of the state delegation to represent the 40% of the state's population who were black. They were turned down by the liberal Democratic leadership, including vice presidential candidate Hubert Humphrey. Congress began reacting to the black revolt, the turmoil, the world publicity. Civil rights laws were passed in 1957, 1960, and 1964. They promised much on voting equality, on employment equality, but were enforced poorly or ignored. In 1965, President Johnson sponsored and Congress passed an even stronger voting rights law, this time ensuring on-the-spot federal protection of the right to register and vote. The effect on Negro voting in the South was dramatic. In 1952, 1 million Southern blacks, 20% of those eligible, registered to vote. In 1964, the number was 2 million, 40%. By 1968, it was 3 million, 60%, the same percentage as white voters. The federal government was trying, without making fundamental changes, to control an explosive situation, to channel anger into the traditional cooling mechanism of the ballot box, the polite petition, the officially endorsed quiet gathering. When black civil rights leaders planned a huge march on Washington in the summer of 1963 to protest the failure of the nation to solve the race problem, it was quickly embraced by President Kennedy and other national leaders and turned into a friendly assemblage. Martin Luther King's speech there thrilled 200,000 black and white Americans. "I have a dream." It was magnificent oratory, but without the anger that many blacks felt. When John Lewis, a young Alabama-born SNCC leader, much arrested, much beaten, tried to introduce a stronger note of outrage at the meeting, he was censored by the leaders of the march, who insisted he omit certain sentences critical of the national government and urging militant action. 18 days after the Washington gathering, almost as if in deliberate contempt for its moderation, a bomb exploded in the basement of a black church in Birmingham, and 4 girls attending a Sunday school class were killed. President Kennedy had praised the deep fervor and quiet dignity of the march. But the black militant Malcolm X was probably closer to the mood of the black community. Speaking in Detroit 2 months after the March on Washington and the Birmingham bombing, Malcolm X said in his powerful, icy, clear, rhythmic style, "The Negroes were out there in the streets. They were talking about how they were going to march on Washington, that they were going to march on Washington, march on the Senate, march on the White House, march on the Congress, and tie it up, bring it to a halt, not let the government proceed. They even said they were going out to the airport and lay down on the runway and not let any airplanes land. I'm telling you what they said. That was revolution. That was revolution. That was the Black Revolution. It was the grassroots out there in the street. It scared the white man's death, scared the white power structure in Washington, D.C. to death. I was there. When they found out that this black steamroller was going to come down on the Capitol, they called in these national Negro leaders that you respect and told them, "Call it off." Kennedy said, "Look, you all are letting this thing go too far." And old Tom said, "Boss, I can't stop it because I didn't start it." I'm telling you what they said. They said, "I'm not even in it, much less at the head of it." They said, "These Negroes are doing things on their own. They're running ahead of us." And that old shrewd fox, he said, "If you all aren't in it, I'll put you in it. I'll put you at the head of it. I'll endorse it. I'll welcome it. I'll help it. I'll join it." This is what they did with the March on Washington. They joined it, became part of it, took it over, and as they took it over, it lost its militancy. It ceased to be angry. It ceased to be hot. It ceased to be uncompromising. Why, it even ceased to be a march. It became a picnic, a circus, nothing but a circus with clowns and all. No, it was a sellout. It was a takeover. They controlled it so tight. They told those Negroes what time to hit town, where to stop, what signs to carry, what song to sing, what speech they could make and what speech they couldn't make, and then told them to get out of town by sundown. The accuracy of Malcolm X's caustic description of the March on Washington is corroborated in the description from the other side, from the establishment, by White House advisor Arthur Schlesinger in his book, 1,000 Days. He tells how Kennedy met with the civil rights leaders and said the march would create an atmosphere of intimidation just when Congress was considering civil rights bills. A. Philip Randolph replied, "The Negroes are already in the streets. It is very likely impossible to get them off." Schlesinger says, "The conference with the president did persuade the civil rights leaders that they should not lay siege to Capitol Hill." Schlesinger describes the Washington March admiringly and then concludes, "So, in 1963, Kennedy moved to incorporate the Negro Revolution into the Democratic coalition." But it did not work. The blacks could not be easily brought into the Democratic coalition when bombs kept exploding in churches, when new civil rights laws did not change the root condition of black people. In the spring of 1963, the rate of unemployment for whites was 4.8%. For non-whites, it was 12.1%. According to government estimates, 1/5 of the white population was below the poverty line, and 1/2 of the black population was below that line. The civil rights bills emphasized voting, but voting was not a fundamental solution to racism or poverty. In Harlem, blacks who had voted for years still lived in rat-infested slums. In precisely those years when civil rights legislation coming out of Congress reached its peak, 1964 and 1965, there were black outbreaks in every part of the country. In Florida, set off by the killing of a Negro woman and a bomb threat against a Negro high school. In Cleveland, set off by the killing of a white minister who sat in the path of a bulldozer to protest discrimination against blacks in construction work. In New York, set off by the fatal shooting of a 15-year-old Negro boy during a fight with an off-duty policeman. There were riots also in Rochester, Jersey City, Chicago, Philadelphia. In August 1965, just as Lyndon Johnson was signing into law the strong Voting Rights Act, providing for federal registration of black voters to ensure their protection, the black ghetto in Watts, Los Angeles, erupted in the most violent urban outbreak since World War II. It was provoked by the forcible